Whoa! From Wi-Fi to data in an instant.
Yes, sir. Magic Data saves you anytime you need it.
And it doesn't expire?
That's right.
Cool. Oh, dead spot.
If only you could switch in an instant. Oh, wait.
What? eSIM is that easy?
For
For real kasi.
backed up by nationwide coverage. So, yeah, nobody knows what Gen Zs want, but we can keep up with real connection and real fast data. Live for real with Smart 5G plus nationwide LTE, Powerwall, Magic Data, and eSIM.
You guys pretty much know what we need.
Live more today.
The best sniper ever!
No! Hit the decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
So let me know where to go. So let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. Great job, guys!
Versus Santos, Kelra can you do it? And Albert is sana! Ternyata harus hilang!
Avalanche fight as long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be an easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang buhay! The backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just
Kita katakan satu warrior weapon deploy yang membuat pergerakan dari Mega tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Generation Z. Authentic. Real. They thrive in the mundane. But let's be real, nobody knows what they want. Only they truly understand.
For real?
Yeah, but that's okay. We get what you need. Guys, where are we going now?
Anywhere! Mountain, beach, middle of nowhere!
Why?
Because we can!
Well, let me help out. Smart 5G. Best in 5G coverage experience and best in 5G availability.
Oh, wow! Those are a lot of apps!
That's fine. When you got Powerall, you could do it all. Multiple apps? No problem.
Whoa! From Wi-Fi to data in an instant.
Yes, sir. Magic Data saves you anytime you need it.
And it doesn't expire?
That's right.
Cool! Oh, dead spot.
If only you could switch in an instant. Oh, wait.
What? eSIM is that easy?
For
For real kasi!
backed up by nationwide coverage. So, yeah, nobody knows what Gen Zs want, but we can keep up with real connection and real fast data. Live for real with Smart 5G plus nationwide LTE, Powerall, Magic Data, and eSIM.
You guys pretty much know what we need.
Live more today.
Leslie! Meet Mr. Bunny! Ta-da! Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
No! Hit the decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
So let me know where to go. So let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you.
Pinas Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PINAS Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of Switch in a lane na parang gera HP racing, may reseta Built na katang buhat ni Hilda Full load SS parang Lyra Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, malakas ang Pinas Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control Pakita ko na jab like, pow, beast of the southeast Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Kahit anong lane we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
PM MPL na 4 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 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na 4 PM MPL na 4 PM MPL na
Catch your favorite MPL matches every Friday to Sunday.
Only at the MPL Philippines YouTube and TikTok.
4 p.m.
MPL na
4 p.m. MPL na 4 p.m. MPL na 4 p.m. MPL na Maligayang pagdating sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino.
And my name is Hans Galeria.
And this is
MPL Philippines Season 13.
You know, Hans, there's this trend going on right
All
now.
right.
I'm gonna put you on the spot.
Okay.
Basically, you're going to complete the sentence. I'm an MPL fan. Of course. ... You know that, right?
Yes, I do. I do.
Okay. Complete the sentence.
Well, I'm an MPL PH fan. Of course, mangingi ako ng skin sa comment section. Requirement yun.
I always hear that. I always hear that.
How about you, Maro? How are you gonna do it if
Okay.
you would put it in a sentence?
I'm an MPL fan. Of course I don't want waiting. I don't want to listen to talking. Game na!
May point.
Di ba?
May point. I agree.
Naririnig natin
Naririnig
yun.
natin yan.
All the time.
And don't you worry, guys, kasi masaya rin tong itanong sa ating mga players mamaya.
Tama, G ako dyan. Para sa ating mga online viewers, you can also complete the sentence by commenting on our official live stream.
Abangan
I'm
nyo
an
rin, ha?
MPL fan. Of course, ...
Alright, abangan nyo rin. Mamaya kung ano nga ba ang isasagot ng ating mga players sa Complete the Sentence Challenge na ito.
Speaking of which, tignan natin kung sino-sino nga ba ang maglalaro for today.
Lots of matches are actually happening dahil patuloy ang pakikipaglaban para sa atin ng TNC, according to the roster reveal video, which is looking good by the way, kontra sa reigning MPL Philippines and World Champion, APBR.
And our superstar match of the day for our second match featuring Demonkite, Kusey, Kelra, and King Kong.
And sa pinakahuli nating serye, makikita kaya natin ang MDL Philippines Season 2 Finals rematch between Zyda and Outplayed ng Echo at ang bagong Barangay Omega.
Huwag na natin patagalin pa, simulan na natin ang ating bakbakan.
This is the first series TNC Pro Team going up against APBR.
Here we go. Casters,
Pasok.
An underdog is going against a powerhouse for our first of the day, the first match of the day. Good afternoon, Philippines and everybody watching online right now. What is up, guys? I'm Nisu, joined here on the desk with Rockhart Wolf. Guys, it's great to see you. It's my first cast. I know you guys have had the ropes already for the season. How are we feeling?
Feeling really good right now, and obviously we got another one for the world champions on the line, and someone to challenge them.
That's right. I think we had a lot of expectations for MPL Season 13 because we know that it will be exciting, but my oh my, that week 1, day 1, dude.
Yeah.
We're already starting guns a-blazing.
Guns a-blazing, and I think there's a lot to learn here for the teams in week 1, right? Now, the headline for today, TNC and APBR, you win or do you learn? You know, which is it? And it's funny because for me personally, this is something, it's a concept of basically life, right? A lot of people think when they lose, what is it? What do you get out of that loss? And if you take a look at the quote from Coach Benthings, I'm still getting used to this, by the way, saying Coach Benthings.
Yeah.
He says, you know, for APBR, competing against champions, it's always a good thing. It's either you win or you learn. You can't lose. I love this mindset here, Rockhart.
I mean, I can get my bases crystal broken, and I would still be happy if it was APBR doing it. Because while that was happening, I'm pretty sure I learned, oh, this was how Super Marco doesn't die. This is how, you know, Ogun makes an impact. You get so much.
That's the main theme for TNC as a franchise because of their back-to-back, you know, missed opportunities in the playoffs. They will really miss them in the playoffs. We always say that they should learn something, and they showed something actually in day 1.
Yeah, so we'll have to see exactly how they apply that, but also, let's take a look at the interview here with Few.
Siguro normal lang naman yun kasi kami yung nag-champion ng Worlds eh. So, yung ibang team, gusto na makalaban din kami. Gaya lang nung dati, nung kami rin. Gusto namin makalaban ng Eco nung sila yung M4, tapos yung Blacklist na sila yung MT. Kasi parang feeling namin sobrang laki ng matututunan namin pag nakalaban namin sila.
Love to hear that there from Few again. You know, they're in this position now where you have of course, any team that is a champion in the MPL Philippines and also a world champion, you can have a target on your back here. You know, and you guys expounded on that a little bit here. Wolf, exactly. You know, take us through that. Like, how do they get better? How does APBR get better from where they're standing right now?
That's you know. the simple answer is they keep on their hunger is always there. And I had the pleasure of talking to Fever, a long
Yes, you did.
podcast. There you go. Watch out for that one. But kidding aside, it's him identifying what he needs to work on. It's like it's obviously the first step is accepting that you're lagging behind in terms of this kind of factor when it comes to playing. For example, for Few, he found out that that his mechanics weren't there anymore because he was far too much concerned about shot calling. So he needed to learn how to shot call as well as still focus on micro, and he had to learn that, and he did that by accepting his flaws and then eventually improving from then on.
Yeah, I think really when you look at it, it's kind of like, what did they learn throughout the entire year of last year, 2023, for the most part? And, that organization had this reputation for the longest time, and I really think that they just redeemed themselves over the course of 2023 to find where they are now, and I think it's obviously worked really well for them. But yeah, that's the thing. You have your target on your back now. So we'll talk more about that exactly leading into this, but let's go ahead and welcome our marshals here on stage once again to ensure the integrity and fairness of the game. We've got Chico, Jeff, Patrick, Wilbert. Patrick, by the way, we know, little fun fact about him, loves to do his laundry on Sundays.
Beautiful.
So
Okay.
hope he's got his laundry done while he's here.
Yeah.
But let's go ahead and welcome the team. The Phoenix looks to ignite their flames to round out week 1. Looking to set ablaze the Hive. Do they have enough to take down the Bees? Give it up for TNC Pro Team. The world champs continue to show exactly what makes them such a dominating force. Is it synergy? Is it determination? Or is it just their built diff? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for APBR. And their coaches, Coach Benthings and Coach Trevor.
And here we go. We got, first off, it's TNC Pro Team versus Bren Sports, Yasuo, Ryzen, Hatred Heads, and Nomad.
I half expected TNC to use Super Yoshi, especially because knowing Nomad and where he came from the amateur scene, he's actually a gold laner. So that's something that TNC needs to fix now, ASAP. And now they're facing APBR with Super Marco, Kyle TZ Few, Flap TZ, and Ogwen.
Oh boy.
No need for an introduction, actually.
Do we actually need to roll out the red carpet for these guys? We already know him. We know him. We love him. And TNC are really set out to learn from them.
Yeah, again, I think a big part of this is really that mindset we talked about with Coach Benthings, the win or learn mindset. Now, either way you take this for TNC, this is a huge learning opportunity, right? But it would be great and a huge upset if they're somehow able to get through the series with a win here, right, against AP Bren, a team that for the longest time now, teams have just tried to crack the I don't want to say crack the code, but, you know, crack the hive. Let's say crack the hive, you know, at some way, because again, everything that they have done, you're trying to look for these weak points, you know, in their play style, the synergy that they have, and there's something about it. I don't know if it's the bonding even that they do outside of the game. Yeah. Like, this is one of the teams, AP Bren is one of the teams that just, they spend so much time together, and they build really that synergy outside of the game, and it shows inside the game. And even when it comes to the current meta, which I don't know if you guys agree with this, you know, if it's still developing. I feel like we have seen a lot of stuff from even previous tournaments leading into the MPL Season 13 here for the Philippines, but let's go ahead, take us through the Infinix keys to victory here, Wolf.
Yeah, you have to learn as much as fast as you can. That's very true for TNC. And I do hope that after that loss against Minana Evos, they figured out something, because they really had a great early game against Minana Evos, but they lost in the end. Now, so much how TNC can learn from you, from AP Bren. Like, it's kind of, you know, AP Bren just flexing how good they are against TNC. That's what they needed to do. And for both teams, polished the late game decision making. It's interestingly true for the side of AP Bren that they kind of struggle in long games. Like, if you're going to be looking at the losses of AP Bren from M5 and from Games of the Future, most of their losses come from long games, which is weird. But we know that they also perform well in those tight situations. Nevertheless, they're still very good at the early stages of the game, which is now going to be interesting because TNC, that is one thing they improved on, their early game as well.
Yeah, that's actually evidenced by the fact that how much they performed against Blacklist International in day one. That was a 33-minute game, and they were able to really, you know, keep it in check.
Yeah, it's funny because, you know, just as a viewer the past couple days here, there's been a lot of exciting games, and then some surprises where it's like, wow, this game is going on quite long in what we're used to seeing. I mean, again, even watching earlier this morning, I was taking a peek at another league going on, right? And over, of course, in North America, but same thing. Their games have relatively been very quick, right? And you can talk about play styles and whatnot, but hey, we know there are some Filipinos playing over there as well, right? So
you know it.
But one thing's for sure here is AP Bren, every time that they play a team, it doesn't matter if it's TNC here or the rest of their matches for the regular season, all these teams are going to be looking at what they're kind of doing here, how they're establishing things. Because one thing's for sure with AP Bren is they have been some form or another a trendsetter in the meta, right?
Yeah.
They have done that even last year for you. One of the first teams to pull out Fredrin in the mid lane, right? And I feel like now what I really love about the current meta that is still, in my opinion, setting up, right, for the season, you have a lot of flexibility. I mean, you guys saw this the other day, and I think you were casting it. One of you guys might have been casting this where, you know, you had that pickup where it was Ruby in the gold lane.
That's right. That was yesterday.
It was just yesterday.
And yeah, we also knew from day one that, you know what, people like J. Lord Gonzalez can
the J. Lord
can get tuned with a Gushin pick. So maybe that's something you can learn from one of the OGs of the Gushin pick here.
That's right.
Which is few.
Yeah, and so we've got this Game 1 draft upon us. You can already see the first bands coming out. Wolf, what are you thinking? I know you're trying to do the on-point predictions here.
I'm trying to, you know, get into my mind palace. And
wait, do you feel like it's harder now to pick the picks now?
Yeah, it's definitely, because there's a lot more. It's more of a taste kind of thing where it's not really the teams, you know, they pick up Vexana, whatever, they pick up Arlet, but sometimes it's just dependent on the taste that they started with. With these set of bands, though, I think this will be an assassin showdown. I think TNC, knowing that they have seen that this Minotaurs already banned out, they might even like ban out something like a Kaja or even a Tigreal early, and then pick up something like a Joy or a Nolet as their first pick.
I was going to say, so you're thinking Assassins in the jungle.
Assassins in the jungle.
Okay. Oh, there's
there it is.
Never mind. Nolan.
I think they're going to close it out. Most likely, obviously, when you think about Kyle TZ, you also think about the Fanny that might still be up on the table here. So, yeah, I actually agree. That's a big possibility. Although Ryzen has been more, well, I would say, tank-centric in the recent few games that they have and in the previous meta patches that we've had. So, I actually agree. I'm not really completely set with the meta right now, especially after that huge patch we've just seen. And some teams are already starting to form around
That's right.
it.
So Minotaur banned. Obviously, Matilda perhaps, or AP Bren as another ban because it's no mid special. But they banned Xborg instead.
No, they're very specific.
Interesting, too. Yeah, it's specific, but we've seen that in the hands of Flap, right? Like, even recently. So, first pick,
Joy.
you call the Joy. That's going to be picked up. So, what's the response looking like from AP Bren?
So they might go Harith and then eventually Kaja afterwards. But yeah, they go Harith usually with this kind of pickup. And then they might go for CC. Because the reason why they banned out the Xborg is because of that specific hero. They go Matilda.
There it is.
Matilda CC.
Basically, you just want to give the CC a really good matchup. Someone that you can't straight up out counter in the lane.
Yeah. Speaking of, we're going to take a look here at Flap TZ's Arlott. Right, Season 12 and M5 Finals MVP. He went 4-0 with it. And he's used 12 heroes. Like, what is considered a deep hero pool? Is that deep?
Yeah, that is definitely deep.
How deep does it go?
Yeah, 12 heroes, I guess.
That's a big percentage of current XP here at laners.
Yeah.
There's room for
more. Okay. I was about to say Barrett's in the XP lane, but it will be. It's one of those heroes that is great versus the CC because CC just can't position or at least cannot win or run over the lane when the Barrett's is there. Can't bully it because that's a Barrett's. But then I'm thinking Harith or Claude here for the side of AP Bren, especially because they already have frontline, they already have sustain, and you need some sort of late game damage to go with it. And usually, they go Baksha instead.
All right, so apparently we're going to be missing out on some assassin fights on the jungle because of this. Although, again, I'm still pretty much looking forward to seeing whether or not the Claude and the carry are going to be left open here, right?
Yeah.
This is very durable. You know, like already from AP Bren with the first picks that they have.
Yep.
Not only do they have a lot of mobility to work around with, but just a whole lot of front line tankiness and the way that, I mean, because you pick up the Baksha too and you already have a Matilda, you're going to be rotating like crazy, right? So if you're TNC, you really need to keep that under control. And yes, you have the Novari to help you with the vision there. Joy moves around pretty quickly as well, but you know, the rest of the lineup, the last two picks for TNC are going to be super crucial to deal with this kind of rotational speed from AP Bren.
Okay, so we said that the Claude or the Harith will be picked up by AP Bren, and the TNC can identify that. They will definitely take that out. There's also a chance for a carry ban for AP Bren because the carry is a marksman that is not having a lot of problems against both CC and Baksha because of the true damage, and you're very tanky. I mean, not very tanky, but compared to other marksmen, you're very tanky. So maybe a carry ban here for AP Bren, unless they want to pick it fourth.
Yeah, that's actually the big trinity of gold laners right now, right? Claude, the carry, the Brody is out. So it's going to be a tough challenge as well for TNC. Not to mention we've seen AP Bren really rock on that Clint in huge previous tournaments.
And they might just do that fourth pick and then reserve their mid laner as their last. They ban Kaja. It's maybe a no mid special. I wonder what else no mid is playing from the roam role, because we know that traditionally he actually used to play as a marksman. So there is the carry ban here for TNC.
Ooh.
I think you snatch the Clint now for AP Bren, unless you do want to take the Harith. Otherwise, you go you go Lilia typically against Novaria.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that could
or
work
Valentina.
out. Yep, Valentina. A hero that is, in my opinion, has fallen off a little bit. I'm okay with that, though.
The Valentina.
The Faramis is open.
Ooh,
which is a few special.
Pretty huge, man.
So they might just last pick it.
If they took that, there's so much work that I feel like TNC has to do to win those like skirmishes and team fights early on, right? Especially around the objectives here.
Which you might go for Clint or Bruno then.
Yeah.
If that's the case for AP Bren.
There's
Bruno.
There's
Good
Bruno.
call.
Yeah.
Pretty chunky front line. You know what? You throw as much of that back line damage as you can. Lilia does look good for AP Bren right now. That's true. Whew. What's a marksman open though for TNC?
They only have Clint, maybe Ixia. But there's a lot of dive for AP Bren, so maybe you don't want to go that route.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Think about, I mean, any of the marksman, traditional like marksman picks would be tough to deal with against a Baksha and the Matilda.
They can go Harith plus somewhere Tigreal perhaps. So you have front line. The thing with Harith is it allows for a Joy to be online because that's your late game already, and you look for a gold laner that's not dependent on farm, because otherwise you are going to lose that battle. So Clint or Harith for TNC, and then maybe a Tigreal to finish it off.
The only downside I can think of because of that is they might lack range because Joy is melee. And there you go. There's the range that we're talking about here, aside from the Novaria.
Was Grok a good choice? I mean, if you were speaking about the Tigreal, but they go Grok instead.
Yeah.
Picking up the Clint as well. So how is this?
I think I definitely like it just because you have a lot of wave clear in the middle. Imagine this Novaria plus the power nature.
Yeah.
Boom. That lane is just, it's going to be sped up, and then you rotate. You're talking about rotational speed of Bren?
Yeah.
That's the answer. And there's the Valentina as well.
Okay, interesting. Valentina being picked up, I think, works good in this situation because you actually have a couple options in terms of ultimates that you could take from TNC and utilize, and that's kind of what we're expecting here. A great wild charge setup as well from AP Bren could really help turn some of the tides of these early skirmishes. So real quick, we get a last look at the lineup here. Rock Hardy, who are you feeling more?
I'm feeling really good about this AP Bren lineup, and it
Wow.
seems the audience kind of feels the same way.
82%.
Can't blame him. Can't blame
him.
I honestly, regardless, I think at this point, whatever AP Bren decided to pick up, this percentage would probably still be in favor of AP Bren.
Oh,
right?
yeah, for sure.
People have kind of gotten used to the fact that they will pick up whatever kind of they want to, and sometimes, more often than not, they'll actually make it work, right?
Yeah.
So, again, the lineup here for TNC, they have to be able to pull this off, working through what they already learned from earlier in this week 1 of Season 13. We'll see if they can do it here as we get loaded into the Land of Dawn. Again, day 3 here for week number 1. TNC still looking to get on the board, of course, and they could start with this if they can take down AP Bren.
Yeah, you know what? I would love to know what the audience thinks right now. I'm going to go through the YouTubes and the Facebooks. I want to know who you think came out on top. Press 1 on the comments if you think TNC has a good chance here with Nomad on the Grok, and press 2 if you think the world champs probably going to close this out.
Okay. Looking at, good pressure here already, though, right? Nomad, though, he might get bullied down quite a bit. This is tough, right? Unfortunately for him, he's going to go down, and Kyle Tease is going to be on that hunt. Just going to take a little bit longer.
Oh, boy.
First blood there.
Calteasy didn't even think twice about taking that fight, and giving an additional boost of XP and gold here is going to be huge for the AP Bren jungler.
The thing is, they weren't able to get a punish for it. Like, they didn't necessarily force the retribution. They didn't steal the buff. What they did was what happened was just they just lost time, and
so
that's very valuable for Calteasy.
Let's think about this. What did he learn from that? since that's the theme here, right? As we take a little break, a breather, let's think about what did we learn for TNC, Wolf?
Well, first that's a Baksha. I mean, trying to invade the Baksha, not gonna happen. I mean, maybe the delay is the best thing that you can do. And next is, I think that he's been too stingy with his flicker usage. I think the idea was pop the Guardian's barrier and then flicker to the opposite side, so he's gonna be able to outplay the Baksha, right? But he kind of missed that Guardian's barrier, so yeah.
All right. Well, you know what? You learn.
You live.
That's the important
You live and you learn, right?
You just learned it up.
Yeah. That's the main thing here. Again, it does look like, of course, it's AP Bren that's going to be figuring things out over here. Now, with that, though, we have to kind of talk about the gravity of the fact that Kyle Teasy getting this early kill in this Baksha does allow him to scale up pretty well, at least in the early game. In terms of the first objective, that first turtle when it comes up here, that's the problem I see, because with TNC, for at least the little bit that we've seen from them this week, is they need to be able to contain themselves from overstepping, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of the main thing against any opponent they go against, but a team like AP Bren, who for time and time again has been talked about how they've mastered a lot of these objective takes. And something that I've really noticed about AP Bren specifically, especially before that first Lord later on, is they like to go find a kill, a pickoff or two, and then just grab that first Lord. Sometimes they even end games off that first Lord. So for TNC, this early kind of backstep, if you will, an early first blood in the hands of AP Bren, it's kind of troubling for them. So how can they make it up here as we wait to get back into the game? Does it just come down rock hard to, hey, let's just take the turtle. Let's somehow secure that objective.
I think if you're fighting off against the world champions, it's quite easy to get excited, right? I mean, you kind of get something, and you maybe will, make some decisions that might impact your whole team's performance. It'll snowball, right? Basically, so you just have to avoid those big mistakes like that. And I think TNC's fine. We've seen them play; they are fine, right? They can actually leverage huge advantages in the early game, as we did witness in day number 1. So I'm not at all, I'm not super worried yet here for TNC if you think about it.
Yeah. I don't think anyone would be too, you don't want to be too worried, right? We're only like a minute and a half in. But given the nature that AP Bren likes to play in, I think that's one thing of concern for TNC, right? And you really have to think, I would say there's a lot of people out there that want to see maybe that version of TNC that we saw. What was that, Season 9?
Season 9.
Season 9 was probably the most recent, very strong season that they had, right? And they did that. Remember, they followed a textbook format, right? And they kind of worked around that. So let's jump back into the game here. Once again, they got things situated. It is first blood drawn by AP Bren. We got Turtle coming up here in less than 30 seconds. Some level 4s coming across the board so far as well. So we'll see how they rotate around that first big objective.
Yeah, and because of that kill, obviously Ryzen is going to have to really work hard to make sure he is not underleveled against the opposite jungler, which is Kaltizi. Obviously, one level, level 4 between level 5. The retribution damage is quite noticeable. So something to really think about here.
But then again, if you are a Joy, you're not that concerned about the first few turtles of the game. You're actually concerned about scaling. So
get that item, right?
Gotta get that item. Gotta get that big damn, as Mr. Narsa would say.
Oh, well, they're going to be fighting for this right now as they break out.
Yeah, it seems to be. Turtle is going to be missed out on the retribution here. Nomad is the one who takes it up. And there's going to be a huge missile here. Huge movement here for AP Bren. They're locking in heads in a very bad position. Forces Nomad with the flicker as well. Ryzen trying to see if he can get some kills on the back of that, but it's a big no from the world champs.
Okay, so they got the objective. TNC did that, but AP Bren got another kill here. How's that look, though, in terms of, worth it? Hatred trying to keep a few from going back, but how's that look, Wolf?
Well, the fact that they didn't lose as much, like Ryzen didn't die, it was only heads that died in that game. I think that's kind of worth it for TNC because that's extra levels and farm for their jungler. And heads actually utilize the Daytona's welcome just to make sure that Kaltizi will not be in the picture when it comes to those retry battles. So maybe this is the play now for TNC.
That was actually pretty big, I would say, right? Nomad maximizing the damage from the early game power of nature, basically as powerful almost as a retribution, and depending on the amount of HP the Lord has, or Turtle rather.
Yeah, I like that they at least got something out of that exchange. That was the main thing. Not letting that lead or that kind of confidence, the momentum from AP Bren to continue to build up. At least in this case, you're keeping things relatively even in terms of economy, and that's the best thing you can do right now. TNC has a lot of scaling potential here as well. That's one of the great things. Anytime you have a Novaria, you can kind of rely on that, right? Let's build up, let's scale up. We have vision we can work with. You can also just kind of fire off from the distance.
Oh,
I think Ryzen, he's going to be fine.
Pretty aggressive drive-by here being done by Kaltizi, and like you mentioned, Ryzen just trying to avoid the fights. He's going exactly what Wolf says. Avoiding these fights, just making sure he doesn't die and trying to get that goal. But right now, Kaltizi, since he already did use the Passans, is known by TNC. They know that maybe they can try to leverage something here.
Okay, everybody just kind of focused up on this side of the map. Turtle going to be worked on by Kaltizi, Yasuo, and Nomad, keeping their eyes here They're going to go for it.
Yeah, going straight at it. Retribution being activated by Ryzen. He gets it. No fights yet available for this Joy, but that's exactly how TNC wants it.
Great job coming out from TNC, identifying a good opening, and despite CC coming out from flat TC, just try to zone out Ryzen as well as to kind of force that Retribution out of the purple. Ryzen kept his cool and actually managed to get the Retribution up, and this time they did not lose any of their heroes. Really great identification coming out from TNC.
They look really good right now, man.
Yeah, again, if they can continue to get the objectives for TNC, I feel like at this current part of the game, it's the best you can do, right? Just get these turtles, farm up as best you can, especially for Yasuo here on this Clint pick. He just needs some time to build up, right? Nomad, though, will get whittled down a little bit.
Oh, you can't really ignore the damage coming in from a Matilda, but at the same time, you know what? Ryzen, very close by. They know they can kind of just overstep a little bit, just try to get as much resources and maybe eke an advantage for AP Bren. TNC has been doing that over and over again here, slowly but surely.
Bottom lane, heads keeping it together for now, but look at this aggression from AP Bren on this side of the map. Not sure if they still want to continue. They're playing around the mobility that they have, and that's anytime you have a Matilda especially, that's what you're going to expect from these sorts of teams, right? Playing around that kind of the option that they have to get out of sticky situation. Wow.
Huge missile expert there being used by Heads, forces the Purify out of Super Marco. This is so interesting, right? What we're seeing here with AP Brent trying to start these fights, but TNC just not obliging them.
Yeah. And the thing about TNC is that is their win condition. When you're playing this Joy, you really have to look for the late game. And they picked up the Clint. The good thing for Yasuo so far is not being pressured. So he will still be able to output the damage, and we've seen in day one that Clint has great late game actually.
True.
Weak in the mid game, great in the early game, but late games actually can scale.
Yeah, one combo is going to do some pretty nasty stuff. Forces Flicker out of Nomad again. This time it's going to be Kyle TZ coming out on top, but look at this. Here comes Flap TZ with the additional damage that AP Bren needed to clean up that fight.
So they had an answer this time. APBR Bren was like, you know what, Ryzen, you're not going to continue to do that. They catch him out as well on top of securing that turtle. So AP Bren making quite a big play there. How's this playing into the items right now, Wolf, as we get into that 7.5 minute mark?
Well, there is already the War Axe coming out from Mr. Flap TZ, so you saw the damage output that he was able to take out Ryzen. Even obviously Ryzen was low anyways, but he can now threaten for kills.
Pretty nasty stuff right now, but look at that. Nomad's actually taking a lot of that nasty damage coming in from Super Marco, we haven't actually seen much in these fights. So maybe this time around he'll be able to show what these balls are made of.
Well, right now they're on fire. He also
they are on fire.
Yeah, he just also picked up, I believe it was the Berserker's Fury just recently, so this is the point that I'm talking about. We're a minute away from this Lord. AP Bren, you can already see the pressure they're putting on this side of the map of TNC.
Yeah.
They will try to get a pick off if they can, leading into that first Lord here, of course. And right now, for the most part, I mean, they have control of this pace, of what they want to do around the map. TNC getting further behind here. Yes, it's only 2K. It's not anything crazy, but they still can't let that kind of just slide out of the hands here, you know, and that's been the case for TNC for a lot of times. So something has to happen for them here as they try to set up.
Yeah, they're trying to make that happen right now with the Daytona's welcomed. Obviously, Heads gonna be left all alone here for the meantime. But look at this, AP Bren, no fear whatsoever, dives straight up onto the Heads, and Nomad of TNC. Nice barrier there. Slow him down, but nope, you can't really stop him. So mobile this AP Bren lineup is right now. Ryzen on the back, seeing if he can pick up some stragglers here, and he chooses Flap. Damage is not quite there yet.
I said it, guys. There's the Lord coming up. They got their pick off that they wanted, and they're going to go right for the objective here. So TNC knows this as well. I like the fact that they're going to try to at least get some vision here, but they have to be careful. Few holding on to the wild charge himself. And this looks like it could just be a Lord to them.
Yeah, this is such an easy zone here right now for AP Bren, with even Nomad not even lasting that long to the yo-yos. Oh man, this is just way too much damage right now being built up by the bees.
you see what they're trying to do here for AP Bread. The siege is great. It's like a, I don't know, maybe the visualization here is a phalanx, you know?
Yeah.
What was that called?
Spell phalanx.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
But yeah, you know, that traditional war tactic where you build up your shields, then when somebody gets in, you let him through inside your formation. And AP Bread's formation is like that. That's what they did up top during their siege, and that's what they did around the Lord area where they let Ryzen in. And AP Bread, the moment Ryzen showed himself, they just destroyed him with them all going all together.
Yeah, basically like a fly trap, right? Luring in your target, luring in your prey, and making them wish they did actually go in.
Yeah, that's what I love about this lineup right now as they continue to assault the base of TNC, getting some of these shields down. It looks like they're also going to get this top inhibitor turret down as they do. AP Brent still making some work here. Ryzen trying to keep that wave from pushing in. Is he going to be able to get the wall?
That was a beautiful Guardian barrier here. And so far, so good here. Ryzen's going to go down at least for AP Brand. TNC, they're really struggling here to just survive to the DPS of AP Brand. Rocking up on 7.7K right now.
Whew, I don't think Ryzen felt good about that Guardian's barrier.
That was so good. That was so good. And he's going to be knocking Nomad later for sure after his, but you know.
Yeah.
Well, obviously I'm kidding, but that did not fare well for him.
It's tough. Again, all of this in the last couple minutes. An 8K gold lead now, AP Brent. Look at the damage on Nomad.
Yeah. They can't tank this much damage, man, at all.
Looking very difficult now because even Head's already committed the flicker play. They don't have the damage, and even Ryzen is not scaled up yet.
Man, Ryzen evaporated there. You guys see that?
Yeah, this is
oh
gonna
my
be a tough
goodness.
one. They're going to push it in.
Here we go. Possible GG push here. It's a 4v5. And the beautiful engage being started off here by Ogwen and cleaned up very well by the balls of Super Marco. And now the damage is just unbearable here for AP Bren. Clearing it up, waiting for the hits to come into the base. And clean it up for game number 1.
AP Brent coming out dominating in game 1 here. I think it was under the 12-minute mark. Rather quick game, yeah.
12-0.
At 12, exactly 12 minutes.
12-0. No,
damage, the kill score?
11:52.
11:52.
With a 12-0 kill score.
12-0.
Wow.
My goodness. And I'm surprised as well because we talked about it even going before in the game. Like that first Lord, the way they played around that to lead into the first Lord and then push in to end the game there, it's devastating. But this is a trend. This is a pattern that AP Brent has developed.
Yeah, it's just very, I guess, surgical is the term I'm looking for.
Very surgical.
8 minutes, the push that they did up top, where they utilized their 2 heroes to the front, onto the front line. So it's actually Kalteezy, and you also have Ogwin. They're just poking and just zoning out the members of TNC, and then they were able to push just as easy as that. They didn't even net any kill, and then they're gonna do it again a few, maybe actually literally a minute afterwards during the first Lord fight we're in. They position themselves in a way that whenever somebody coming out from TNC kind of just shows their space of dip their toes, they already punish him heavily. And that is probably one of the, I guess that's a default play coming out from the side of AP Brand.
Yeah, and you know, when we get to the breakdown here for the analyst segment here, Wolf, I'd love for you to actually explain that whole metaphor again, like the phalanx, like that what they had, because that lineup.
Have I seen this movie before?
Yeah,
I probably have.
From, what was that? Is that the eagle? If you've seen that, the eagle, where they have like a shield that they're walking through, and then just I don't know.
I've never had it explained to me that way. But you know, hua. What is your profession? Right. So,
all right, something like that.
Something like that. Wolf, why don't you go ahead and break down exactly what happened here in this dominating game number 1?
Well, we have to start with the MVP, which is Ogwin, this time providing all the division that's very important for the team. We're waiting for the Flask of the Oasis first, and then he played a very important role in Turtle 3, as well as the first Lord of the game, where his position allowed for AP Brent to have great information on when Nobed will come in or when Ryzen will actually come in. And then you also have to look for Flap TZ, also played as well. what he did was to also make sure that Heads will not have a good time, and he keeps his eyes onto Ryzen. And for sure, we're are going to see that through our highlights. This is the first turtle fight where Heads played the ultimate so that Ryzen will be able to take that retribution up, and then we're gonna see it again in turtle. This is turtle number 3, and then the Flapteasy's damage output is already there. They took out Heads to go with it. Look at that, 5 of their members already into that spot, and this is one of the phalanx plays that we're talking about, like Heads as well as Nomad dipped their toes into the zone of APBR and they got defeated. Also, will happen again. Nomad enters the phalanx as well as Ryzen. When they saw that, okay, that is the go signal for them to go in. It's like APBR is dissecting TNC by forcing them to get into their zone, to get into their circle, and then take them out after the fight.
You know, one thing that I will say though is this lineup, even before, like first picks with it was the Matilda and the Baksha. Like this is kind of the game plan all the time when those heroes are picked up, right? It really, it's this threat. It's almost like a 360-degree threat that the enemy team has to deal with, right? Whatever team that is. And TNC, they just struggled. I mean, that's the story here. 0 to 12, nearly the 12-minute mark. This was very tough for them to come back from.
Yeah, it was so difficult. We're looking at some of the important items now. For EXP laners, and particularly for Heads, it is interesting that he went for Common Emblem, and he does this with the Arlet as well. And teams are now starting to realize that, okay, you need to kind of focus more on managing your HP as well as your mana when it comes to regeneration. That's very important now. And apart from that, like, what else is there to talk about? APBR, they can get any items that they needed. But the pickup on the War Axe earlier on from Flapteasy allowed him to actually traverse the map from top to mid very easily because of the bonus movement speed. And you're a CC anyways. Sometimes CC players go for Dominance Ice as their priority item, but this time Flapteasy went in for that War Axe that allowed him to make a lot of impact around the map. It's like he increased his influence around the map just because of that bonus movement speed.
Yeah, you know, that's a big boom damage early on.
Boom damage.
Yeah.
From someone that you expect to be very tanky, but instead, you know, you can't dish out. He dishes out so much damage, and you can't bear it.
So
it's a trap.
I hate to ask the question again, and maybe people in the chat can answer this too. But again, the headline here is, you know, win or learn.
Yeah.
This is a very, I guess, tough lesson for TNC here in Game 1.
That's right.
And you really have to kind of wonder, like, with a game like this, what did they learn? What can we say that TNC learns here in this type of matchup, Game 1, and what can they take from that and hope for a better result in Game 2?
Hopefully they were able to learn what Wolf explained, like that phalanx kind of movement where they have very tanky heroes, and all they have to do is just wait for someone from TNC to basically go near, which is they don't have a choice because they are rocking the Barretts, they're rocking the Grok. They have to go near, right?
Yeah.
In order to make anything happen. So I hope they learned that you don't draft like that against a lineup like this who can really poke hard. Against you, but if you're not careful.
That's also the thing, right? When they went in for this composition with the Joy, they didn't have someone to go with the Joy. I mean, the Grok obviously can go for the Wild Charge or something, but they don't have a hero that goes with the Joy. Something like Angela, perhaps, or maybe even a Yu Zhong.
Maybe
right?
a Chang'e.
Oh,
Chang'e, I don't know.
Don't play with my heart, bro.
I don't know if that could work.
Don't
but
play with my heart.
Speaking of, whether you pronounce it Chang'e, Chang'e, Leslie and Chang'e's Aspirant skins are available now. The first 1x draw every day and the first 10x draw during the event are 50% off.
Wow, and did you know that you get an unknown epic skin guaranteed on the first 10 draw? So if you don't own a specific epic skin there, it's a sure
Is Dragon Boy an epic skin?
It is.
But I don't know, is it in the prize
As long
pool?
as it's in the pool.
You're very specific. I gotta check it.
I love that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't even know why Wolf is asking, pretending like he doesn't have every skin in the game.
I told
you guys. I'm pretty sure the people watching have already known the lore of Wolf.
No.
Well,
the richest caster.
You gotta stop. Stop it. Stop misinformation.
Oh yeah, speaking of people watching, big shout out to the viewers on YouTube who did guess right. Gold Magic, Dory, and Michael. They guessed AP Brand would pick that. You're watching on MLBB Sports. Guys, make sure you follow MLBB Sports and MLBB Mobile Legends Bang Bang official on YouTube. That's where we go live.
Yeah. Not just that, but also the social media pages as well over on Facebook and everything else. And I know they do a lot of content on the Instagram as well, TikTok. So do give us a follow as we wait here for game number 2. Again, speaking about what can these guys do leading into game 2. But before we dive more into that, we also want to mention one more thing. Infinix GT Series. Outplay the rest. Brought to you by Infinix, the official sponsor of MPL Season 13. Be unstoppable and outplay the rest with the Infinix GT Series. That's actually a very cool name for a series, by the way.
That's right.
GT.
GT. It kind of sounds like a car.
Yeah,
it does.
It doesn't.
Wait, is that what they were going with?
Because it's really fast.
Because it's fast.
It's fast and it looks kind of,
Yeah.
GT.
GT. It looks
Wait,
like a
is that the new trend of the season, by the way? I just saw Echo's post.
Oh, yeah.
Are we going from, like, the varsity trend to now the
racing
trend?
Yeah, because basically the students, they graduated, they got a lot of money, now they got really fast cars or something.
Wolf's got a really fast
no,
car.
I don't have
He does. He does have a really fast car.
I don't have a fast car. Well,
well, you know what? At this point, again, we're going to take a look.
Di ba naglalaro ka ng Mobile Legends?
Wow, you don't play Mobile Legends?
Oo.
Yes.
Nagsisimula ng MPL Philippines Season 13.
MPL Philippines Season 13 has started.
Baka lang ma-excite ka kaya sinabi ko. Just go! Ano isuot mo?
Just go! Ano yung suot mo? Whoa. He's dressed like Gushin, by the way.
Yeah.
Sabi mo na TZ Bros.
By the way, thank
Cap
you to Capitan Tambay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for those great comics. Hey, if you need help and you want to do some English comics, let me know.
Please do.
Right?
Just one.
I don't know. If I was reading that, it would have been lost in translation. Now, again, we're just shortly away from Game 2. Already talked about what TNC can do to learn here, right? And as we look at the recap from draft Game 1, again, they first picked that Joy. Yeah. And they did not, as Wolf was saying before we talked about all this amazing stuff for you guys, they didn't have something to support Ryzen on this Joy, like to help him through that course of, I guess, especially the early to mid game. You know, and yes, you had the Grok you mentioned, but a lot of the times, Nomad was just getting like, I don't know why it was, but he was just getting whittled down so quickly, even early on.
Well, that's the thing with Grok. I think as a Grok user myself, and this is very true because I also asked some of the players, this is traditionally the way you play the Grok. If you die once in the first 5 minutes of the game, you're not doing your job anyways. You're not doing your job anymore.
So like your hope is gone? Is that what you're saying?
Something like that.
Or you pull back. You try to pull back.
Extremist mindset of it. But technically speaking, the idea here is if you're playing Grok, you have to not die in the first 5 minutes of the game.
He died at a minute.
Exactly.
So what you're saying, Wolf?
Don't die.
It didn't go well from the first minute.
That's right. He did not follow the golden rule of Grok.
The golden rule of Grok.
Man, oh man, I love these pro tips. These are the pro tips on your loading screens, ladies and gentlemen. Don't die.
Yes.
Before the 5 minute mark.
Exactly.
Okay, so we'll see how this adjusts, right? Game number 2, AP Brent's going to be on the blue, this time TNC on the red. So they're going to get those, 2 picks to round things out better. I love already what they're doing, taking out the Matilda, right? You get rid of that factor because I feel like that was a thorn in the side of the Phoenix here because the mobility was insane and especially paired up with the box shell.
Yep. And then there's a lot of opening for the jungle assassin once again, and AP Bren has to decide, do they ban the Nolan here or they pick it up first? Usually what happens is that they will ban the Joy, but that means the TNC will just ban out the Nolan. So those are the apparent priorities here for both teams. But I do feel that this will be the time where AP Bren will say, okay, let's play another assassin.
I want to see the Gushin, man. Come on, just bring it. You guys are analyzing so much. Come on, bring out the cushion. Give me that cushion.
You want the Gushin once again.
I want the cushion. Who doesn't want the cushion? Guys, do you want the cushion, right? Guys, you guys watching?
Press 1.
You want the cushion. You know you want it. Press 1 if you want it.
So with the Joy being banned out, TNC has to ban the Nolan. It's just a mortal sin nowadays to let go of the Nolan, especially up against a team like APBR and a player like Kyle TZ. There's no exchange. There's no fair exchange for that one. So
yeah.
But that opens up. Okay, so you go Vex if you're APBR. That's how you do it.
Vex is so good right now. Obviously, that's you know what, the mid lane. There's just so many viable picks right now. I don't even worry about it too much.
Not only that, but it's I forgot what Gene was calling over there on the Filipino broadcast.
The EG Boys.
EG Boy.
EG Boy.
EG
People
Boy.
were looking. Who's EG Boy?
So that's Eternal Guard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a very Manjin thing to do.
Because Eternal Guard.
Oh, God.
Hey, I can't wait for Manjin's appearance on the English stream,
yeah.
man.
So you go Arlet here. There you go.
Arlot.
That's what Arlet and then plus a... Okay, so Arlet Fredrin. That's the combo. That's a TNC combo. But that means APBR can just go for the Baksha and then another tanky hero for anti-front-to-back comps. And maybe Tigreal plus Baksha here for APBR.
Tigreal and Baksha.
If they win that, that's a lot of CC, to deal with. Again, it might be a little overkill too, but...
And CC is actually also open.
Speaking of CC, right?
Every time we talk about crowd control, CC just has to stick in there.
I feel like Moonton did that on purpose.
Did they do it on purpose?
They did that on purpose. Instead, it's the X-Borg and the Barretts, though. So, interesting.
I love it because now TNC are forced to go for a poke hero for Mr. Hatred. And what else is there, actually? Maybe Gord as their perhaps last pick, maybe.
Don't get me excited, Wolf.
My Gushin hopes are going down lower and lower because you don't want to go near heroes like the X-Borg and the Barretts as well.
Exactly.
And Gushin has to go near if you want to make it work, so sadly, no.
Yeah.
Look at that. Ryzen, Baksha. 18 games played, the all-time MPL Philippines hero leader, the 12-6 record. But, obviously...
Oh, what do you pick here? Maybe...
It's a good question. Do you want to go ahead and pick up your mid lane?
I guess...
No.
They go pick up the Claude. And then they should ban Grok here next for TNC. You ban Grok, maybe also Tigreal, as those are heroes that APBR is known to play.
True.
Because those two heroes actually counter the Claude, and at the same time it activates the Baksha plus the the Barretts and as well as the Vexana.
Yeah, man. TNC's lineup is a bit of a giveaway though, because they're picking people who have very strong jawlines.
Okay.
I thought we were going somewhere, deep there, rock hard, like straight up giveaway, but I was ready for it,
I don't know, that the first three picks are like they really stood out because my monitor's up on my face, right?
Yeah.
And I see them. But anyway, yeah, magic damage obviously very much sorely lacking here for TNC. And APBR knows that, banning out the Lilia, maybe one more.
Yeah, Nana perhaps, as well as the... Oh, they banned Carry. Is it TNC going, eyeing the Tigreal and the Grok? That's why they're banning these out, because that's got to be deadly if APBR gets their hands on it. So, and APBR can also ban out the Nana that we're talking about. Still great. There it is.
There it is.
On cue.
Good choice. So, what are we thinking in the mid lane?
Oh, man. That might be the last pick for TNT. Right now, they have to pick up Tigreal or Grok.
And maybe they're the ones who pick up the Valentina, but they will lack out on the long-range poke that we're talking about here.
Exactly.
That's why I think, non-biased opinion, Gord would work great.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. I suddenly remembered.
That's right.
I suddenly remembered
that.
Gord.
That should be the last pick, actually, for TNC. For now, if not Tigreal, if not Grok, maybe Cho is the last option. But that's like the only hero that TNC can. Oh,
there's the Tigreal.
Okay.
You're calling it, bro. You're calling it.
We're good.
Another jawline.
We're good. Another jawline. So you still can go Grok if you're APBR, actually. And then you pick up a long range. Actually, Harith Grok looks good for APBR.
Ooh, Harith Grok, yeah.
Or they.
Flynn?
or the Clint,
Yeah.
the Clint is great. There's also the Brody, the Factor, but up against the Tigreal and front-to-back composition, the Harith is just great for AP Bren, and they can just burst down the heroes of TNC. It's gonna be a great option. Brody may be the safest choice, I guess, for AP Bren because it allows them to really snowball hard against TNC.
Diggy!
Wow. Okay. They
Diggy
go
Brody.
Diggy instead. Which
The Brodigi. Brodigi.
Which I was kind of thinking like, okay, how many purifiers are you going to need to bring into this game? Well, kind of forgot, right? There is Diggy.
Everything.
Yeah, you also have Diggy now, so available to them. Pick up the Brody, which you guys did mention is probably one of the safest things that you can pick up here against this lineup from TNC. So now, once again, mid lane, that's not. Oh,
that's.
Whoa!
We got it.
You got it.
I was going to pretend I didn't know who it was.
The jaw lineup, according to Renmar Santa Cruz.
The jaw lineup.
The jaw lineup. I don't know. Tigreal's got a pretty great chin as well. Yeah. But no one's got hair like Gord. It's made of crystals, by the way.
Yep.
Unique. Very unique.
Jokes aside, though, it does actually work really well against
It works.
what they want to do. And Gord paired up with Tigreal is devastating. So if he's able to get the setup with the implosion that he's looking for, and then the Mystic Gush, of course. But again, you're working against the fact that you got Time's Journey across from you. So if TNC can get that out early, it helps them immensely in these early skirmishes and team fights.
Of course, yeah.
We'll see. Again, if you guys want to in the chat, whether you're watching wherever you are, give us a 1 or a 2. A 1 for AP Bren lineup, a 2 for TNC, whichever you're feeling like is going to win this game. If we get to a game 3 or not, jumping in the land of Dawn. Game 2 here as it's match point for
boy.
AP Bren.
Man, Wolf. Of course, it's nice who's first cast of the season. The Gord shows
Of
up.
course, the Gord.
Of course, right?
Yep.
You know, I woke up this morning with a Gord, watching Gord.
Yep.
And now
Yep.
I get to see it here.
Yep. You know, you always miss your daddy, and Gord misses his, daddy, Daddy Nice-u. Daddy Nice is here, I gotta show up.
Got to.
That's how it is, you know? And even looking at the emblems here, that's a whole lot of, wow, the good
flicker.
Good athletic flicker, Super Marco. That's what I like to call that.
Good move here. Good move. And they did it in the exact moment where Ogwen was not really anywhere nearby, so they had to force a flicker out of Super Marco. That's something, at least for TNC, a good start.
Oh, great start, actually. Allows for Yasuo to stay in this lane. Brody alone is a bad matchup for the Claude, but Brody and Diggy together, oh man, that's a lane that you'd never really want to face up against.
Big nightmare here. But of course, they're making the nightmare scenario work at the very least in their laning phase.
Yeah.
And that's all we can ask for right now. Obviously, we've seen Claude really tear it up in the past few games here in MPL Philippines. So, gotta keep your eye on the VAT. Kaltizi, though, has that target straight up on the heads. He can't really move that much. His movement just being slowed down by the AP Bren lineup. It's so hard to do anything right now with a trio up top.
Yeah, tough to play around that, right? Now, first objective coming up here. Both teams going to want to contest this, but already still going, forcing Ryzen back. So unless he decides to actually contest this, might just have to give it up to AP Bren for now. But Nomad there with the information as well. But it looks like Kyle Teasy and the rest should be able to just grab this. No implosion available either for Nomad, but they might want to do something here.
Yeah, they might want to. And there goes the Mystic Gush here, but Force Flicker out of Hatred, still getting caught here by Flap Teasy. No problem whatsoever for the world champion XP laner. Force that Flicker out, still gets that kill.
The reason why TNC lost control at the early stages was because of AP Bren going in for that fight up top. It's actually pretty smart because they utilized the strength of the X-Borg, knowing that Ryzen eventually will show up, and then they parked 3 of their heroes up top, taking out heads, and then denying the XP cart, also poking Ryzen along the way. So there's a lot of things that they were able to achieve up top, and that's why TNC lost the turtle fight. I thought that TNC should not fight under the turtle anymore because they've already lost so much, but because they didn't cut their losses, Now they are down 1.5k.
Man, I feel like, you know, whenever I'm on the desk with you, Wolf, I share IQ with you because that's my same sentiments, right? I was hoping TNC wouldn't fight that.
Yeah.
I was hoping they would just realize Ryzen was less than half health. They didn't have the level 4s available, even a Nomad. They just gave it up, right? But they're trying to make a play here in the mid.
Yeah, one more Daytona's welcome. Straight into Ryzen. They are getting caught between a rock and a hard place right now. And Few and Ogwin just enduring the damage from the Gord. And FlapTZ, as usual, ready to rotate, take that fight for AP Bren once more. A lot of the battle spells used here on the side of TNC.
Yeah, that's tough. You know why? Because Hatred, I believe he only has the, I think he only has the Arcane Boots. Like, I don't think he has any of the big items yet, or even on his way to that first item just yet, because, you know, when you find setups like that, the Mystic Gush is not going to be enough in terms of the tankiness even provided from AP Bren right now with their current lineup. So they have to buy more time here.
I think the problem is for TNC, this is a snowball composition from AP Bren, and the fact that they're leading by 1.3 thousand gold just makes that matter very, very much unmanageable. Few with the glowing wand already is a big problem for the for the second turtle fight, because that means that you just can't show up. And look at Few identifying that that's available. He's already poking the members of TNC.
No fear whatsoever on the side of Capitan Few. FlapTZ though, he's getting wailed on the back by the lineup of TNC, but here comes the protection being offered by a Diggy. FlapTZ very low though, and it's gonna be TNC taking on the turtle. KalTZ might be in trouble, but gets Nomad on the back end of that one. Flicker out by Ogwen. Make sure that TNC get something here. That fight.
Great pickup there. Able to at least get the turtle, right? But crazy, too, that Flap was able to survive that whole exchange. But still kind of a back and forth, but AP Bren holding on to that lead.
An amazing play coming out from AP Bren with the micro that they have. TNC, interestingly, still snagged that turtle, so that's great for them.
Whoa!
They will get more.
There you go. There's the burst that we're expecting from a Gord right there.
That's some big damn.
That's some big damn moment.
It's there. And currently, for Hatred, as he gets on the board here, he's going to be building up exactly what he needs to. But hold on, Yasuo, he's quite low, but should be fine. Nomad also using the conceal there. But for TNC, right, as we take a look at this, how's this playing a part in terms of the economy and the itemizations?
Okay, so it's very important to take these Radiant Armors. The economy is bad for TNC, but it's not that bad. Oh
my goodness, Few.
Yep. Did you see that? You know, Vixana, but I'll explain later. There's a clash.
There's a clash. Right now, it is going to be saved up by Ogwen. That is a beautiful times journey, making sure that the, AP Brand members are still mobile and they can still kind of throw out their skills. Heads still in range for that final slash that we're talking about here, but the Tour Depart memory will clean him up. Yasuo, super late to the party, still gets that kill though. That could be big for the goal laner for TNC.
Yasuo Claude. But anyways, you saw that Few when he got jumped upon. He just popped the Purify, and even as he was walking, was able to pop the ultimate. The animation for Vixana is crazy.
It really is.
Somebody has to nerf that guy. That Vixana, I don't know. I'm not one to assume pronouns now, but yeah. Somebody has to nerf that hero.
Well, it'll eventually, it'll eventually happen, right? But right now, the fight for this next turtle's coming through.
Eternal Guard's insane right now. I gotta agree. And right now, even as we are speaking, they are clashing under this huge pile of rock. Ryzen still on point with the Retribution. Good damage as well coming in from FlapTZ. Gets a double for his efforts, and heads falls to Few.
Well, again, right now, AP Bren. Oh, hold on, Yasuo.
Yeah, Yasuo, he's trying to see if he can clean up the scraps here, but no, none will be available for you, good sir. Not in this one. Hatred, the skin of his teeth there, making it alive.
Good flicker out from Hatred. You see through the replay, the AoE damage from AP Brent's explosions around the turtle. And it all started because of FlapTZ's insane last insanity. Damage is there. And then KalTZ just catching isolating one of the members of TNC, and I think that's a great choice. Like even controlling heads or Ryzen should be enough.
Kaltizi, though, just absorbing so much damage right now. Still has that last insanity, but no, not anymore. Has to flicker out of there.
Just throw everything at him. Flap's going to be fine, right? He's got the armor. He flickers out. But TNC looking to at least get this turret. They're going to trade, though. Cross map here as tier 2 in the bottom lane is going to fall. And AP still looking to find anything they can on the map against TNC leading into this first Lord. Again, just like we talk about patterns from AP Bren, they start to put the pressure around this mark to either get a kill or two and work around that. So we have to see if TNC learned from game 1, if they can kind of keep things together, keep things safe for now, and hopefully win that first big objective dance in the Lord Pit. But right now, the main thing is itemization's coming online as well for AP Bren, working around this 2.5k gold lead.
And that's a gold lead that they developed because of their macro. And you can see that Super Marco with his macro plays, going in for the push onto the bottom lane and then transitioning up to the top. He recalled back to base, went up top, and they have taken so much map control away from TNC. That's the AP Bren macro.
Yeah. Whenever they're standing gold on the map, you expect AP Bren to go straight for that the moment that they get the opportunity. That's exactly what they did there on the top side.
Right now, as they go ahead, get this Lord started up, Ryzen has the information. He's going to wait for the rest of the team here. But again, Yasuo is not a part of this fight just yet. They know they have plenty of time, though. Eternal Guard going to come down. TNC heads, jumps in.
And Yasuo wasn't taking a lot of time here. They're all just way too late to the party as the Lord is already taken up by AP Bren. Ryzen caught in a very bad spot. Nomad, though, he really tried. But yeah, faced off in the foot with a huge times 30. Damage is real, though. When Yasuo gets to the fight, you know he does the damage. He gets a double for his efforts.
Wow, what a hero play coming up from Yasuo. Definitely, they need a lot of that. Yasuo, formerly known as Ninja Killer.
The Ninja Killer.
Ninja Killer.
With ninja plays with this Claude. However, AP Bren, great identification of what TNC's formation will be. What they did was to burst down the Lord because they know that TNC is not paying attention to the Lord area. And they have a lot of burst damage against the Lord anyways, a lot of objective damage. That's why eventually took out the Lord that easily, taken away from TNC. However, it is clear now that TNC does not have the strength in this mid game.
Yeah.
They will now have to depend on the late game.
They were being out-rotated hard here, man.
They were.
Have you noticed that?
I rolled. Ogwin, too. You got to give it up to Ogwin here. A lot, even in that last exchange for that Lord fight, he held on to the times journey for that timing to kind of counterplay into that implosion. And now they deal with this Lord here on the bottom side. Let's see if they can put the pressure in.
Oh, they put Kaltizi inside the base. That is huge. And the shielding from the times journey will not be enough to save him. But Nomad will also suffer here. Lord is wailing up on that base. Double kill here for Super Marco. They're still in range. Ultimate still available for Yasuo, but he will not use it for now, though. Gonna have to really pick his timing here. Here comes another Final Slash activated by Heads. This time, no times journey to save him, but AP Bren stands strong.
There's always this dilemma. Will you fight when your enemy is ahead by 3,000 gold, fight under your turret with the Lord there, or just defend? TNC went for the fight, and because of that, they lost more.
Yeah, they did lose a lot here. Heads going down. No more Final Slash to worry about here for AP Bren. Good damage from Hatred, clearing out these lanes. But as you can see, Fuse got some in the bag as well.
This is what I'm talking about. The synergy with AP Bren, whatever lineup they have, it's very apparent how they layer a lot of these skill sets from the heroes they choose. And TNC right now, fully exposed base, trying to keep it together, waiting for the next two members to come up.
Seems to be Ryzen again, just trying to do as much as he can, maybe block out these minion waves. But in the end, AP Bren's superior macro just outmaneuvering TNC in each and every corner, gets them to 2-0.
AP Bren showing it how it's done once again. A big lesson learned here, hopefully from TNC, facing against the champions, the world champions at that. A master class once again from AP Bren. Even with a variation in the lineup here from game one. Took them a little bit longer but still the result is the same. They sweep TNC.
This is TNC just really got outclassed by APBR. But then again, if you there were so many times in this game where that things could have been different, like the defense, right? We're talking about their composition. Understanding that you drafted a late game composition means that you have to focus on defense. You didn't need to fight, and even after they landed a good final slash to isolate Calteezy, sure, that looks like a flashy play, but does that mean that you will take the W because of that? No. The thing is, because of what they did, surely they were able to get a kill, but their formation was compromised. They weren't able to defend their turret, and they lost more because of that gamble. Think about it. If they just focus on defense, prolong the game, wait for their timing, late game Gordon, late game Claude is a beast.
Yeah.
But they were impatient, and that meant that they lose the match.
TNC is going to go ahead and take their bow here, and we'll talk about more exactly, kind of what went wrong for them, what went right for APBR. But even with that lineup, like you said, TNC had the tools they needed, just didn't work out for them this time. Let's go ahead and throw it over on stage with Hans and Mara, I believe, to hear from APBR.
What a sweep by APBR. Let's give him a round of applause. Alam niyo, parang hindi talaga kayo nahihirapan. No?
I agree. At this point.
Meron kaming ginawa kanina bago magsimula yung laro. Feeling ko kailangan namin to gawin with you guys. Sino yung mga nag-trending ngayon? Ay, maganito. Of course, ganyan. Okay. Kunyari, taga APBR ako. Okay?
Okay, you do it first.
Okay. Kailangan marinig ko nag-iisa sa inyo. I'm an AP brand player. Of course, lagi akong mananalo kahit saan ako pumunta.
Okay.
Ikaw, meron ka ba?
See it? I'm an AP brand player. Of course, napakaganda ng outfit ko. And also with my gameplay.
Ako pa. I'm an AP brand player. Of course, mag-roster reveal kami sa Japan. Okay. Gets nyo na. Gets nyo na. We're gonna go down the line, alright? We're gonna go down the line. Okay, ikaw muna. Ikaw muna, few. I'm an AP brand player, of course.
I'm an AP brand player. Of course, makulit ako.
Okay, okay. Ogwin.
I'm an AP brand player. Of course, konti lang sagot ko.
Konti lang sauce mo. Calteezy. I'm an AP brand player, of course.
I'm an AP brand. Of course, lagi kami nagsusuntukan ni Flap sa bootcamp.
May ganon!
Riot.
Okay. I learned something new.
I'm an AP brand player. Of course, pogi ako.
Wow!
Basic
okay,
answer.
Wait, pakita ang pogi.
Pakita ang
Mag-focus
pogi.
yung camera sa'yo.
Yan.
Tong, 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 tong. Turn around. AP brand player. Woo! Oh my God. Okay.
Riz Master.
Super Marco.
Ano yun?
I'm an AP brand player, of course.
Of course.
Ano yun?
I'm an AP brand player, of course.
I'm an...
Ano ka? Ano ka? Ano ka?
Marco, I'm an AP brand player. Of course. Okay.
I'm an AP brand player. Of course, world champion ako.
Oh!
Kaya pala hinahanda niya tayo kasi ganun yung
Final
sasabihin
one, si
niya.
Pando naman, si Pando.
Okay, Pando.
I'm an AP brand player, of course. Of course. Ano ka?
Pando, of course.
I'm an AP brand player. Of course, maganda. I'm an AP brand player. Of course, pag na-interview kami, makulit kami.
Once again, everybody, let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations to AP Brand. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. They're AP Brand players. Thank you, Coach. Of course, panalo ulit sila with a sweep.
And we are AP brand players. Of course, kami lang yun na-interview, hindi kasama si Coach Trevor tsaka si Coach Ducky.
Sa lahat ng ating mga manonood, you guys can follow that and use I'm an MPL fan, of course, and write it down below. For now, we're gonna go back to our casters para himayin ang ating laban. Casters, paso.
Thank you very much, Amara, Hans, and AP Bren. I'm an AP Bren player. Of course, I lift 300 kilos in the bench. I don't know. They're very strong. I've had the opportunity to work out with them. At one point, they are strong. In-game, out-game. Now, Wolf, go ahead and take us through how strong they are in the breakdown of this game, too.
Well, that looked like a 300-kilo weightlifting from Flapteasy as he was able to utilize this X-Borg once again. If you look back at their recent tournament, back in, this was maybe 2 weeks ago, he actually played an X-Borg game where I thought that he played it masterfully, that it should be one of those plays that you put in a textbook and you know how to use it, because that's how we saw in this game as well how many times he escaped certain death and still managed to turn it around, force the enemies to really just commit so much on him and then punish them afterwards. You can see it happen with that almost a 3K actually. Could have sworn that he took the 3 heroes of TNC all by himself. And he's gonna do it once again. Like the way that whenever the Hatred will show himself, as well as Yasuo, he gets into the fight and he actually punishes the front-to-back composition of TNC. I think now teams are starting to realize that X-Borg is the anti-front-to-back. And this is the play that I'm talking about. Like, yeah, surely they isolated Kaltizi, but how about your turrets? How about your bigger objectives? You really have to focus on that. And the fact of the matter is, AP Bren just punished them because they decided to not wait for their power spike.
You know, not only about the power spikes here, but I do feel like, yes, it was a little bit longer of a game for game 2, but I feel like TNC's lineup, and especially with the stuff that Yasuo was pulling off in some of those exchanges and fights and Hatred building up, if they would have bought, I don't know, let's say 8 minutes.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
Yeah,
but
it's a long time.
I feel like they would have been in a much better position to deal with AP Bren, and they could have possibly pulled something off, especially with the case of having Ryzen as that jungler, right? So, again, this is a huge lesson learned for TNC. Now, not only this match against AP Bren, but the week, right? Week 1, hopefully they take everything that they learned from this week 1, they recalibrate, and they come back stronger for week 2 ahead of them, because, you know, we know how things kind of fall into place, right? Having said that and being swept here against AP Bren, they're going to have to do a lot to kind of get to the point where they need to in week 2. AP Bren, on the other hand, man, they've been doing the stuff they've been doing for weeks, months, a whole year, right?
Winningest.
It's really hard to point out where is that weak point in the play of AP Bren currently. And I'm sure even people watching at home, they're kind of thinking that too. Like, where is this link in AP Bren and what they've presented themselves as, you know, over the course of this time? It is difficult to find out here with the way they're playing.
Well, that's the multi-million-dollar question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Literally multi-million-dollar question.
Because they built their house with, I don't know, cement or bricks or whatsoever. It's not the house of cards. Because this is a lineup that they developed, what, 2 years? 2 years now.
2 years.
Of course, they will be successful for a long time. That's what they're reaping, basically what they sow.
Well, again, congratulations to AP Bren. Next matchup, though, it's going to be ONIC versus RSG.
Okay.
Two teams that have a lot to prove here as well for that. So we're going to be taking a short break. Sit tight with us. We'll be back after this to watch ONIC versus RSG.
MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH and TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Generation Z. Authentic. Real. They thrive in the mundane. But let's be real, nobody knows what they want. Only they truly understand.
For real?
Yeah, but that's okay. We get what you need. Guys, where are we going now?
Anywhere! Mountain, beach, middle of nowhere!
Why?
Because we can.
Well, let me help out. Smart 5G. Best in 5G coverage experience and best in 5G availability.
Oh, wow. Those are a lot of apps.
That's fine. When you got Powerall, you could do it all. Multiple apps? No problem.
Whoa! From Wi-Fi to data in an instant.
Yes, sir. Magic Data saves you anytime you need it.
And it doesn't expire?
That's right.
Cool. Ugh, dead spot.
If only you could switch in an instant. Oh, wait.
What? eSIM is that easy?
For
For real kasi.
backed up by nationwide coverage. So, yeah, nobody knows what Gen Zs want, but we can keep up with real connection and real fast data. Live for real with Smart 5G plus nationwide LTE, Powerall, Magic Data, and eSIM.
You guys pretty much know what we need.
Live more today.
You'll be the best sniper ever!
Now, hit the decoy!
I'm sorry. Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Great job, guys!
Versus Santos Galas, can you do it? Dan Albert di sana! Ternyata harus hilang!
avalanche fight as Lone gets instantly shot down by the blazing duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleats it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just
Kita kata ada satu buah reward point yang membuat pergerakan dari Bigan terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
So, nandito tayo ngayon sa RSG Philippines. So, eto, magkano to?
Ayan, ay 340 na yun lang yun.
Alam po, muntik na ako mahulog.
Makakatulog ka na nga eh.
Tinan mo to. I-try ko to sa'yo.
I think it's a match.
I like
it's a match.
it. Oh, very Filipino yung baybayin natin.
Yes.
This is nice. Pwede
It
ba natin
is.
ilagay sa loob? Ilagay natin sa
Hindi,
loob.
parang
yan.
hindi yata kasha. Pero suwabe siya, no? It fits.
It
Especially when
fits.
wearing smart casual.
You wanna go to the beach? You wanna go outside? We got some slippers for you. Oh, magkano to?
350 pesos.
350
Alright.
pesos?
Usually, isa
Afford
na lang
ko
yan.
to. Isa na lang?
Mag-isa na
Anong
lang.
size?
Size 44.
Size 44.
Size 44.
Medyo
Ano ba
malaki.
yun?
Malaki sa akin.
Medium, large, ano ba yun? Hindi ko alam. Hindi ko sure eh. Pero...
Bucket hat.
Sige.
Bucket. Magkano ba to?
It's
Magkano
giving
to?
Explorer.
Ito, 500.
500 to.
Ito.
Ito bakit hat?
Ayan, 580.
Okay,
580 pesos. It's so sunny outside. We need some RSG bucket hats.
So at least,
Okay, yan.
you know, kumpleto mo na yung fit with this one.
Oh, eto
Konti na
naman.
lang. Yan yung sa'yo.
Ito.
Ay, belt bag yan, di ba?
Belt bag.
Okay.
Ang dami ko malalagay dyan!
Kaya dapat dito try mo
Ilagay
kasi
natin,
ka.
may keychain pa dito.
Yan, yung slides.
Magkano to?
Ayan, ay 950.
950 pesos.
Kasi yung slide.
Tingnan natin naman yung mga jerseys nila. Marami silang
Okay.
jerseys dito. O,
Okay.
bagay yan sa'yo. Bagay din to sa'yo.
Mm.
Bagay din. O, ang ganda nito.
Oh, wait lang, wait lang.
Ito. Bagay yan. Bagay yan. Pakita natin.
How about we double
Pakita
check the other
natin.
side? Okay?
Ayan.
Sige.
Ay, gusto ko ng joggers.
Sige. Okay. Okay.
Does it look good on me?
Okay. We're gonna get this one.
RSG Philippines.
We're gonna get this one. Okay.
Libre mo ako,
Sige,
ha?
noted.
Ano yung pinakabago natin dito?
Oh?
Ating
Ah.
season 13 jersey.
This one, ang kanilang jersey.
And ating season 13 legit Raider team.
Ay, gusto ko to.
Alright.
Legit Raiders, you gotta get this. You gotta get this. Okay, magsha-shopping tayo. Ilagay natin sa ating shopping cart. We're gonna get it later.
Okay.
Okay, let's put it down
shopping
muna.
cart. Yes.
Dito naman tayo sa kabila.
Dahil sa kabila. Ayaw nga pala, naiwan ko.
Isolid muna natin.
Sige, ikaw muna dyan.
This one, for Blacklist International. Okay, ano ba dapat natin bilhin dito? What are we gonna buy?
Meron tayong mga available na cup, meron tayong beanie, meron tayong mga keychains and backpacks.
Yung keychain na may miss niyo ba si V? Andyan siya! V! Nandito si V! Pwede niyo siyang dalhin kahit saan.
Teka lang, ikaw naman maglagay kasi ako dun kanina eh.
Uy, yung buhok ko.
Ayaw nga.
Yung buhok ko. Ayan. O, ano pa pwede?
Meron din po tayo ng mga previous jerseys na.
Stickers!
Yan.
Tapos meron din tayo ng mga collaboration na jerseys, kagaya
Ano?
ng
Ano yung mga collab jerseys?
Ang available natin is yung MHA.
Uy, okay.
This one? This one?
Yes.
Oh, ayan.
And yung mga previous jackets, kagaya ng
Uy, wala. Uy, yung jacket!
Yan.
I-try
ikaw
natin.
ang maglagay.
Ha! Na-try natin yan. Magkano to?
Former price niya po is 4299.
4299.
Tapos ngayon is?
3,500 na lang.
3,500.
Ito rin i-try mo. This is their latest.
Ay, ito ba yung latest?
Previous pala, previous.
Previous pala yan. Gusto natin ng bago.
Yan.
Saan ito pwedeng bilhin?
Pwede po dito, since last day na po natin, pwede po kayo sa mga shopping platforms. Then follow nyo na lang din po yung page namin na blackbox.gg.
Pwede ba rin ba siya sa TikTok?
Meron din po.
Meron tayong
Kaya kunin
TikTok.
nyo na kaagad.
Meron tayong TikTok. You can, every time you come here, you can get the merchandise for
Correct.
our featured teams right at the entrance, and you can also buy them online.
Huwag na yung magpatumpik-tumpik pa. Go get the merch now. Di dito, it's gonna be online. Alright? Go
See
get
ya!
them.
Welcome ni Heads para makuha yung retry holder at ngayon tumatakbo na lang yung Barats pero sabi ng AB Bren hindi, sige pindutan na wild charge ginamit pero ang ganda ng mga knock-up wala, makakancel yung Detonas welcome kaya naman hindi na stun mo retry ko si Kyle TC dahil sila na makakuha Poisons coming in, Poison coming in tapos biglain natin na parang ganito dahil sumugod na naman si Kyle TC ito na naman yung Yo-Yo Blitz at tuloy-tuloy lang ang pagbigay dito kay Heads ni Kyle TC.
Right now, whereas AP Bren, sobrang taas na mobility nila, kaya nilang paikutan, kaya nilang paliguran, pero tingnan mo naman!
5-on-2 situation! Walang malakas sa marami!
Oh no!
Pero laban pa rin, what a harang, pero nakaka-out pa ba? Si Ryzen hindi na. Detonas welcome, flicker in, pwede pala yun.
Pwede
Ngayon,
yun.
si Flap TC ang ginoo, pero napakakunat ni Flick. And just like that, AP Bren, tapos na ba? Mukhang oo.
Ito na tayo yun.
Yun na nga, AB Bren. Pero napakaganda ng Times Journey counter go.
Nomad.
Pero yung Gush, damage na meron si Hatred. Finally makakuha si Ryzen at dito lumalaban ng
Wow.
side ng TNC Pro Team. Nomad tatamaan. Eternal
Nomad.
Guard stand mo, Retrico. Okay, approach yun. Pero merong napakagandang ultimate yung win doon. Pero si Ryzen na makakuha ng Retribution. Nasa loob si na Nomad. Nomad kulado pero napakasakit na ng dami.
Si EG Boy.
Grabe naman. Initiation yung Eternal Guard na yon para makalibre ng Lord ngayon. Kyle TC, yung yam na naman. Si Ryzen ngayon ang mababanatan at makakagat at mukhang hindi na masyadong makakaangat ang TNC dito sa tinato dahil tuloy-tuloy ang pag-abusado ng AB Bren. Yasuo with the at doon makakakuha pang
It's with a final slash.
tignan natin Kyle TC pero nasa loob siya masyado. Merong magandang shield na gagawin si Owen at ayun na rin si EG Boy at yun yung banat Super Marco sa bandang Getty. Wala si Nomad, wala din si sumumag-out. Last insanity para kay Flap TC. Binitawan na yung Blazing Duet ni Yasuo, kaya pang depensahan, hindi na. Unas welcome ni Heads para makuha yung retry holder at ngayon tumatakbo na lang yung Barats pero sabi ng AB Bren hindi, sige pindutan na wild charge ginamit pero ang ganda ng mga knock-up wala, makakancel yung Detonas welcome kaya naman hindi na stun mo retry ko si Kyle TC dahil sila na makakuha Poisons coming in, Poison coming in tapos biglain natin na parang ganito dahil sumugod na naman si Kyle TC ito na naman yung Yo-Yo Blitz at tuloy-tuloy lang ang pagbigay dito kay Heads ni Kyle TC.
Right now, whereas AP Bren, sobrang taas na mobility nila, kaya nilang paikutan, kaya nilang paliguran, pero tingnan mo naman!
5-on-2 situation! Walang malakas sa marami!
Oh no!
Pero laban pa rin, what a harang, pero nakaka-out pa ba? Si Ryzen hindi na. Detonas welcome, flicker in, pwede pala yun.
Pwede
Ngayon,
yun.
si Flap TC ang ginoo, pero napakakunat ni Flick. And just like that, AB Bren, tapos na ba? Mukhang oo.
Ito na tayo yun.
Yun na nga, AB Bren. Pero napakaganda ng Times Journey counter go.
Nomad.
Pero yung Gush, damage na meron si Hatred. Finally makakuha si Ryzen at dito lumalaban ng side ng TNC Pro Team. Nomad tatamaan. Eternal Guard stand mo, Retrico. Okay, approach yun. Pero merong napakagandang ultimate yung win doon. Pero si Ryzen na makakuha ng Retribution. Nasa loob si na Nomad. Nomad kulado pero napakasakit na ng dami.
Si EG Boy.
Grabe naman. Initiation yung Eternal Guard na yon para makalibre ng Lord ngayon. Kyle TC, yung yam na naman. Si Ryzen ngayon ang mababanatan at makakagat at mukhang hindi na masyadong makakaangat ang TNC dito sa tinato dahil tuloy-tuloy ang pag-abusado ng AB Bren. Yasuo with the at doon makakakuha pang
It's with a final slash.
tignan natin Kyle TC pero nasa loob siya masyado. Merong magandang shield na gagawin si Owen at ayun na rin si EG Boy at yun yung banat Super Marco sa bandang Getty. Wala si Nomad, wala din si sumumag-out. Last insanity para kay Flap TC. Binitawan na yung Blazing Duet ni Yasuo, kaya pang depensahan, hindi na. Unas welcome ni Heads para makuha yung retry holder at ngayon tumatakbo na lang yung Barats pero sabi ng AB Bren hindi, sige pindutan na wild charge ginamit pero ang ganda ng mga knock-up wala, makakancel yung Detonas welcome kaya naman hindi na stun mo retry ko si Kyle TC dahil sila na makakuha Poisons coming in, Poison coming in tapos biglain natin na parang ganito dahil sumugod na naman si Kyle TC ito na naman yung Yo-Yo Blitz at tuloy-tuloy lang ang pagbigay dito kay Heads ni Kyle TC.
Right now, whereas AP Bren, sobrang taas na mobility nila, kaya nilang paikutan, kaya nilang paliguran, pero tingnan mo naman!
5-on-2 situation!
Pilipinas Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PINAS Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of Switch in a lane na parang gera HP Racing, may reseta Built na katang buhat ni Hilda Full load SS parang Laila Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin ito Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, wala kasang Pinas We are Laging every beat No surrender, no retreat Pag nagsama-sama Just imagine what we can achieve Laging every beat No surrender, no retreat Giving 100 all my all Cause we just cannot be defeated We are unstoppable Immune and invulnerable Ready ang equipment Lahat frozen Malang crowd control Pakita ko na jab like pow Beast of the southeast Taas sa watawat proud and loud Cause every enemy we devour Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin ito Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 13 at masasaksihan natin ngayon ang laban ng RSG Philippines kontra sa ONIC Philippines. Light, kasama natin ngayon and I do have a question for you kasi tinanong na namin to kanina sa AP Bren. So, complete the sentence. I'm an MPL or I'm an RSG player. Of course. Go. Okay, sige po. Una muna.
Of course, nagpalit ako ng hairstyle para sa season na to.
Okay. I'm an RSG player. Of course, nagpalit ako ng hairstyle sa season na to. Sinong gusto mo makakuha next? Pakiramdam mo sa Aqua eh. Okay. Aqua, I'm an RSG player. Of course. Okay. Nawala daw. Okay. Aqua, go ahead.
Of course, lagi kayong may ista kay coach.
Lagi daw may isa kay coach. Okay. Si Nibor naman. Nibor, I'm an RSG player. Of course.
Lagi ako inaaway.
Lagi daw siyang inaaway. Okay. Parang hindi naman daw, sabi ng teammates niya. Mara, ano bang meron dyan? Pasok.
Nandito naman tayo sa panig ng ONIC. Okay, Kelra, you know the drill. Gusto ko malaman kung ano nga ba ang gusto mong ipagmayabang. We are MPL players, of course.
Of course, marami akong diamonds.
Oh, pengi naman dyan.
Late kami natutulog.
Okay, complete mo. We are MPL players, of course.
We are MPL players, of course. Late kami natutulog.
Okay.
We're MPL players, of course. Late kami nagigising.
Tama nga naman. Tama. Late matulog, late magising. Oh, next. Huwag mo tingnan yung sarili mo sa TV. Dito ka tumingin sa camera.
We are MPL players, of course. We're playing.
We're playing. Sure. Oo nga naman. They're MPL players. Of course, they're playing. Okay.
We are MPL players. Of course, we eat a lot.
Of course, you eat a lot. Oh, isa pa. Last. Oh, coach yan eh. Pero sige, you are MPL coach.
I'm an MPL coach for ONIC. Of course, I know what time it is.
At now, it's time para umpisa na natin ang ating laban. Kaya babutin na natin sa ating mga casters. Pasok.
We are about to witness a 4K matchup for our superstar match of the day. Welcome back, everyone. What is up, guys? I'm Nice, joined here on the desk with the boys, a rock hard Wolf. Guys, how are we feeling for this matchup against ONIC Philippines and RSG Philippines? And why is it 4K for those that are watching that don't know here?
You want to do this? No, I don't want to do this.
Do it. We
No.
have to. We have
Wait,
to.
we have to ask another K here to know why it is a 4K. Why is it a 4K, Mr. Carl?
I actually suggested this. I hate this. Kite, Demonkite,
okay,
Kusey, and Kelra, and King Kong. That's all. That's all the brain cells I had for that meeting, and they went with it. Don't blame me.
Well, they ran with it, right? And we're going to go with that. So, again, these are two returning players, of course, for RSG. It's Demonkite and Kusey versus two new Sonics, right? Kelra and King Kong here. And I love this, right? You've got the crown on as well. Great graphic here. But
Great graphic, actually.
I will say that as a fan of Kite, taking out the demon here, Demonkite.
Yeah.
Since I entered the MPL back in Season 8, I love that he's back.
Yeah.
One thing, as a fan of him and seeing what he's been able to accomplish, and even hearing in the interview earlier this week where, you know, he felt like he lost some of that drive, some of that passion for the game, and then he found it again, right? And so really, my eyes, at least on Demonkite, are really, how does he perform? You know, this week ahead of him. This is a different level. This is a different level right here.
I'm stunned. I got stunned. My body wasn't prepared for this graphic. But
it tells a story though, right? It does tell the story.
This is how you spell connection.
Yeah. With a K. Okay.
By the way, I gotta
so
say,
stunned, dude.
this is, you know, because international viewers that are watching the English stream, like, they might not understand Filipino humor. Well, it's the best in the world.
It's the best.
You know, there you
He
go.
got stunned by a Selena arrow,
Yeah.
so forgive him a little bit.
Okay. Kidding aside, that graphic just showed us a little bit of throwback on the roster announcement, actually, for the side of ONIC when they went in with a full green screen, kind of full animation kind of opening, where they were part of a robot, or actually I think they were pilots of a robot or whatever, or a mech, whatever we call it. And one thing that we have to take note about the double K connection is that this is a new thing, and I think that I already said this, by the way, from a previous podcast, where my expectations of ONIC PH are quite low because I always feel like all superstar teams, they struggled first. And I think the lineup of ONIC PH, it's kind of weird, actually, with Gem, with Yasuo. I mean, it's weird. But I think ONIC PH will not be that overly successful, even as a super team. You know?
Okay, that's Wolf. That's a hot take.
That is a
Very hot take.
That is a hot take right there. And speaking of that, let's go ahead and welcome our marshals once again out on stage for the fairness and integrity of the game. Again, we appreciate these guys' hard work here. It is Chico, Jeff, Patrick, and Wilbur.
Yeah, you know Chico can really play a mean fanny.
Now we know, right? So let's go ahead and welcome the teams in for the matchup. The components are there, but have they figured out how to unlock the powers? It's time for this super team to put it all on the line to round out the week. Give it up for ONIC Philippines. The Raiders went through a battle in their last match. Can they continue the raid with another hard-fought victory, looking for another GG? Raiders, give it up for RSG Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Panda and Coach Why Not. It's the star match of the day to round out week 1. Which connection will be stronger? ONIC Philippines or RSG Philippines?
First off, it will be ONIC Philippines, Kelra, King Kong, Super Friends, Gem, and Escalera. A lot of people have really been looking forward to what the duo of the jungle and the gold lane have got in store for the whole of Season 13, and everyone's still waiting for it to make fruit.
And to continue my hot take, I'm only saying this because if you're looking at the other members of ONIC PH, it will be difficult to kind of mesh them together. But now for RSG Philippines, a different recipe as well. Kusey and Demonkite are going to be playing, but now it's RTZ and Nats and Light to finish it off. But RTZ already played for RSG together with Light from when they were both from a War Coaster Force.
That's right.
And they were under a different name. It was Unravel back then. And they had great synergy. And I'm actually surprised that RTZ didn't continue playing after 2 seasons in MPL. So now that he is also back in the main lineup of RSG, let's see what he's got in the table.
Yeah, I like that they're going in with a little different flavor here, even though they found success recently throughout this week 1 here. It's a great time to test things out. For the most part, like however you want to approach things, start it here for week 1. Wolf, real quick though, take us through the keys to victory here from Infinix.
Give us a stronger K and K connection for ONIC PH, which means that it should be like better than what? Kelra plus the plus KLVJ. So that's a promise there actually, because King Kong is actually an up-and-coming talent. We'll be surprised how young this kid is. Give us a bigger grin, the smiling demon. This is Demonkite. I actually wanted to call him the Smiling Knight because it rhymes. Demonkite, the Smiling Knight. Reference from Game of Thrones. More explanation later. And then lastly, flex your jungler's mechanical skills. Now the thing for Demonkite is got, I don't know, maybe greater experience, for lack of a better term, just because he is actually part of that squad that went for the MSC Championship and in 2021. So there's already a lot that Demonkite has already proven. But the thing is, can he prove that he can bounce back? Because so far in the past seasons, as much as we hype Demonkite, we know that there was something lacking from him. But now, back in the Philippines, back in MPL PH, can he prove it once again?
Maybe that thing lacking is what he was talking about in that interview with him. You know, like he kind of lost some of that fire in him, and he kind of had to refine it. And if that meant coming back to the Philippines, you know, of course, being in this environment, we'll have to see as the weeks go on, right?
Yeah.
But across from him, I would say, even with King Kong for the longest time, even back when we watched him in the previous season, he looked like that player with that passion, with that fire, right? A lot of the times when he was playing back, what was it, on TNC before, it's like, you know he has mechanical skills. And a lot of the times people were saying like, man, I wanted to see more of King Kong early on in that season, but unfortunately we saw him later on. But he was actually holding his own with some of the best junglers in the league, if you guys can recall, right?
That's right.
And so with that, I think that passion and everything else, of course, for King Kong is still there. He's just got to go against a more experienced jungler as Demonkite, sure, but I also feel like Demonkite, in a way, regardless of, you know, where he was playing in what region, he developed his own, you know, style in a way, and developed his own kind of risk-taking factor that he had when he was really early on in the league.
Yeah.
And I feel like now he's much more disciplined. King Kong was the same way. When I looked at him before when he was playing, it was like, all right, this guy loves to take risks, but now my thing is like, has he settled in a little bit more where he's not taking these crazy risks? But honestly, that risk-taking factor for a lot of these junglers is part of the excitement, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's actually one of the reasons why people really loved watching King Kong, even though TNC were on the, you know,
they struggled.
Put it bluntly, on the losing side for most of those fights. Everyone wanted to watch King Kong. What was he gonna do? What was he gonna pull out today?
And there's also the reason why he was picked up by ONIC PH, right? To go with Kelra. This the blockbuster deal during the off-season of Season 13 or pre-Season 13.
Yep.
And there's a lot of hype around that player. Now heading into the draft, should be Assassins. Well, I would have said it should be Assassins as the pickups, but now look at how many Assassins were banned.
Complete
RSG especially,
ban.
right?
Man.
Like,
Okay.
So that's what I'm wondering. Like, depending on this next ban from RSG, it's like, do they want to force that more, I guess, safe route in the jungle? At least kind of play around that if they go utility for utility. You know, because looking at Season 12 from the MPL Philippines, the most banned hero was obviously Joy, right? 64% ban rate. But I feel like even now, currently, even if a team picks it up like we saw from the previous series, first pick, it doesn't necessarily give you that advantage that you're looking for, right?
Yep.
So in terms of this, ONIC picks up the Matilda here, Wolf.
Yep. And then RSG should answer with something like Arlet and Ruby, or Ruby, and then the Fredrin as well. So this could be Fred Arlet actually for RSG, as easy as that, because Demonkite plays a mean utility jungler. Even when he's great at assassin junglers, you want to snatch that as early as possible. Another option should be like Ruby plus the maybe Baksha. We always see some of the teams.
Ruby's open.
Ruby's open. Ruby and Arlet should be priorities here for RSG, and then Fredrin or Baksha.
Man, a lot of teams are really eyeing on that Ruby pick here.
Yep.
There's just no going wrong with that right now.
Yep.
And if we're talking about Demonkite, apparently, there you go.
Of course, Vexana, we forgot about it. An instant carry.
Instant.
Wow, that was
instant
fast.
carry for ONIC, which is great in combination with the Matilda. They can actually go for Barretts. Okay, there it is.
Good call, Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
Locked in here. So
Yeah.
what is the answer for RSG?
Maybe something along the lines of Arlet. But maybe they should be looking for their gold laner, which is typically the Claude is the answer to this kind of composition against ONIC. Should be a pretty standard pickup coming up from RSG. A very safe hero to go for that. Another option is the Arlet that we're talking about, right? But sometimes it is better to get the big-time gold laners, especially because you have Kusey. Very good with the hero. In fact, during his debut in MPL Season 7, one of the best Claude players out there. but they pick up X-Borg. The flavor of the week.
It seems to be.
Is it the week? I
Yep.
feel like it's been like. I feel like it will carry on into the weeks ahead of us.
Oh yeah, for
I
sure.
agree. I agree.
It's just, and I don't know. Maybe this was some inspiration from Flap, like
Yeah,
from
for
what people
sure.
have seen from the offseason,
For sure.
right?
Yeah,
just in general.
I think this is one of those picks that you love to take up, so you don't need to reserve a ban slot usually for CC. But here's the thing, CC's already banned out, so there's a lot of heroes that the X-Borg will definitely beat out in the dueling in the lane.
Okay, so you ban. You probably ban some of the mid laners now if you're RSG, Lilia or Valentina. It's great. But it's, the GORD.
It's the big G.
You just can't underestimate him, Wolf.
Yeah.
I don't appreciate the underestimating.
He's taking it personally.
Okay,
Really?
welcome back to MPL PH, Naisu.
You know, I was kind of worried leading into this before day one started. I was like, you know what, guys, I'm okay if Gord isn't meta anymore.
Everyone's on Vexana,
You know,
Nana,
Yep. Yeah, you know? But I'm happy to see where he currently still is, as you were saying, Wolf.
Yeah, the GORD is perfect against the. Well, it's not really perfect, but because you're here, I'm gonna say it's perfect.
Thank you.
Versus the X-Borg.
Yep.
He gave me the side eye, by the way, guys.
He's gonna prove it to you later.
And then ONIC now smartly banning the Cloud. This is why I felt like, okay, yeah, sure, X-Borg is great, but now you lose your big ticket gold laner for Kusey. Understandable that they pick up the X-Borg, but now that's the trade-off, right? You get your Cloud banned out, and then maybe your eventual Brody or Bruno as the bans from ONIC, and then all of a sudden you don't have the best gold laner now. So RSG gonna be looking to ban the mid laners. Maybe a Valentina ban, and then the Nana actually is a hero that you pick up against Vex.
That's pretty good.
Okay, happens
Lilia.
to be the
Lilia.
Lilia.
Yeah, they're basically forcing you to go Nana at this point, or. Or is there like a world where we can see a like a pause for Matilda and maybe go for something else as a role?
I don't think so. Matilda is just great with the favor plus the flask.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't go back, can we?
Can't.
Flask is crazy. Not only that, but just the fact that they locked in this carry early on as well, kind of they want to be able to play around that, right? Get that the guiding winds off to help that out, and it works well even with the Barretts. So again, and I guess too with the trend of, is it hybrid or is it just tank carry build? Like, what do you call it?
I call it the fighter build, actually.
Fighter build.
That's right.
Because it does use the fighter emblem.
It's literally the fighter emblem.
That's right. I just watched your video, Wolf, by the way.
Oh,
explaining,
you did?
Yep, explaining
Oh,
that that carry build, because a lot of people are seeing it probably in the rank games as well. So
Thank you.
the answer
Thank
is the
you.
Bruno.
Bruno.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I liked it as well.
Yep. All right. So the person Bruno, you look for dive now for ONIC.
How's the Ruby looking?
Ruby is great, but then you already have the Matilda, so you have a lot of beefiness. You need dive here for ONIC.
Dive.
Something along the lines of a Yuzhong, maybe a Lapo, a Paquito. And
This
then
is kind of divey.
Kinda divey.
It's definitely divey.
Dive first with your fists, right?
Up close and personal.
And the Faramis. Ooh.
This is an interesting lineup from ONIC.
Lineup.
This lineup looks like it's focusing on making sure the carry survives and that the
Yeah.
Paquito can do Paquito things.
Yep. You need vision now for RSG. Actually, Grok doesn't. Grok sounds good for RSG. So light special, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can play that well. Great protect, and yeah, you get a lot of vision with that hero.
Ooh, that's a tough spot to put your roam on.
Yeah.
Not only that, but learning what we did from the previous series, if he is going to lock in the Grok, he should try not to die in the first 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
I'm quoting Wolf, 2024, Season 13.
Not just for TNC, for all of us.
Oh, well, we did.
Okay, what? Did we just get...
Did we just get juked out here?
Juked.
We got juked out.
We got
a little bit.
outplayed.
Just a little bit.
We got outplayed.
Wow. Right there.
Okay,
maybe Minotaur.
Ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, watching at home, it is a Minotaur.
Is it a Minotaur?
Yeah, I mean, I'm turning
Oh,
around.
wow, okay.
So.
All right.
Well, we got outplayed, we got juked. Well, Minotaur. Okay, what's great about a Minotaur is that you have staying power, you have vision, like the Grok, right? But then you have sustain. And I think that is something that's underrated about the Minotaur that maybe people don't realize as much, is that it's a great hero to pick up the flask with too, because of the heal.
Agree.
Fight the flask for flask here.
Yes, sir.
So as we are waiting here to jump into the game, it's the superstar match of the week. So all you guys watching online, anywhere around the world, wherever you're watching, we're happy to have you here to witness this great battle.
And of course, as our way of saying thanks, watch out for the code that you can redeem in your mobile MLEB app for hero skins and tournament chests right there on the bottom of your screens. Watch out for that.
And with that, we're jumping into the land of Dawn here. Match number 2, day 3 of week 1. ONIC Philippines versus RSG Philippines. Getting a good look here. Both junglers getting set up once again. Rotations here are going to be crucial for them, how they want to set the pace of this beginning of the game. Escalera very deep with information here for ONIC Philippines.
Maybe the right thing to do, actually, because you need to know where their opponents will be playing at. And you're going to be playing like, this is essentially a double support setup, right, for ONIC. Especially with Super Fritz on the Faramis, you can also build up damage, but at the same time, you play it like a support. So you can clear out the waves easily with this set of heroes from ONIC.
Yeah, they're playing around so much with the damage right now, and King Kong keeping pace.
Yep.
Super Friends can never forget there was a season that he played almost just Faramis, so you know mastery is there.
For sure. Never forget how good he is. And look at the aggression coming out from ONIC. Already King Kong is taking over the Crammer that should be belonging for RSG. And I always say, like, whenever those trades happen, it's always great for the invader, because you not only do you get EXP, you take away EXP from your opponent. So you can see that King Kong is actually leading against Demonkite.
He's bowling
Great plays from ONIC.
Oh yeah, look at that right now. Some good utility being forced off by ONIC. And ONIC were also able to force a flicker out of RTZ earlier, so it's pretty big.
And not only that, but they got the retribution out from Demonkite here. But if they kind of stall this out, they might still be able to contest this turtle.
Yeah, 20
Demonkite's
seconds.
there, though.
They got 15 seconds here, so all that crucial timing on the retribution. King Kong already used Daytona's welcome, though, charging them very, very hard. But of course, with a blazing, humongous explosion here, RSG are going to be on the back foot of this one. There goes Super Friends with a nice pullback. Escalera following it up with some good damage. The Soul Bloom. No casualties yet, but Escalera uses the flicker, gets the first blood on the net.
Oh, the aggression coming out from ONIC. And by the way, that fight looked really dicey for ONIC. They did get the turtle because they don't have the retribution on Demonkite, but Super Fritz's timing on the ultimate with the Purify as well, that was massive. That allowed them to kind of survive the last insanity coming out from that.
Oh, Kelra, of course.
What a
Just
move.
doing Kelra things. This guy, this is the exact reason ONIC picked him up, man. Superstar power winning out on the 1v1s.
So again, the components are here for this Season 13 Super Team. And we're seeing some decisions right now that are proving that point, but they still have a lot of work to do here against RSG. But look at the pressure, top side, Light under that turret, should be fine, heals up as well, has the roar. So right now RSG's gonna hold on, but look at this lead that ONIC Philippines has already garnered themselves, nearly 2K at the 3.5 minute mark. And they are just moving around so well as a unit together.
And not only that, you can see that Carry is leading by 800 gold over his matchup, the Bruno. That is not going to be a good thing for RSG. Knowing that Kusey needs to be activated as soon as possible, the fact that Kelra is already up by a full boots as well as the first item, which is the Corrosion Scythe, it's difficult now for RSG to actually team fight in the second turtle, which happens to be near the gold lane area.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But right now, obviously, ONIC are playing around the fact that there are basically no threats on RSG if the X-Borg is not around. So Nats, as long as they have vision of Nats, ONIC can basically do whatever they want on the map right now.
Yep, and with that, next turtle, the game's going to be out here. ONIC Philippines getting a position, but RSG with the response wants to go ahead and contest this. It's going to be a full-on forced fight here.
Very forced up on with Escalera as well. Nice catch from Super Friends on the Nether Realm, but of course, They'll just have the turtle buff here to maybe help them out with this fight here. Light pretty low, and Nats has to use the last insanity in the very off angle, absorbing some damage as well from Escalera. RSG overall just not ready to fight at all.
Damage output coming out from ONIC overwhelming, and this is because of their early aggression. RSG really did not, weren't prepared about this initial initiations coming out from ONIC, going for the invades. And the thing for RSG is that despite them drafting a great composition around this Bruno Minotaur, they're not using it. We haven't seen any good plays from Light. Minotaur is too passive for someone like Light.
That is true. Right now, Light is again being used, forced to use all his utils just to basically just survive here right now.
Yeah, not only that too, but earlier, just a little bit ago, Super Friends picked up the Necklace of Durance to help with some of that sustainability that's supposed to come out from this Minotaur here. Gem, though.
Oh, Gem. This might be the chance for RSG to get a point here, and they do.
Okay, so they grab that. That's a flask also picked up by Escalera. So you're kind of at this fight against who has that sustainability, who's able to counter that. Kelra, wow, look at the damage.
Look at that. How can you sustain against this one? Even with a Minotaur right now, just no way that Kusey is surviving against that, even forcing a flicker out of the Minotaur.
Oh man, I'm really liking this Faramis pickup coming out from ONIC. It looks like it's very like straightforward, but there's a lot of like good stuff that can come out of it. First, you have the Purify so that you can actually jump into the backlines and complete your snag no matter what happens. No matter how hard RSG wants to cancel that. And then you have the supplement of the Matilda with the Faramis Matilda comp for ONIC and the fighter build from Kelra. It means that it's actually difficult for RSG to output the damage enough to take down the members of ONIC. It's not like RSG is lacking damage, it's just that the sustain from ONIC is underratedly good.
Yeah,
that is true.
Underratedly good. You know, it's and not only that, but I just feel like RSG needs a lot more time here, like a lot, to be able to go against this sustainability that ONIC Philippines lineup has. Not to mention how they're going to battle this third turtle out here. It looks like they want to go ahead and take it, though. King Kong in a position, though.
Last Insanity just to secure that Demonkite. RSG going to go over with the turtle because of that, but of course paying for it with Light. And maybe a push on the mid.
Well, it's going to be a... That's actually surprising that Demonkite landed that. Great place. And that's what you do. Skill 1 plus the Retribution. That's how you use the Fredrin nowadays. And now Light finally has something to kind of sustain himself with that dominant size.
Oh, yeah.
Finally. And we'll need more for sure. Maybe a flask afterwards. But for RSG, it's a waiting game now. They definitely lost control at the early stages of the game. We'll have to wait for latter portions.
Yeah, and RSG trying to maybe capitalize on the small amount of momentum that they got off of that turtle. They're trying to see if they can start some battles, but ONIC, they're not fighting.
Yep, good item pickups here, though, for RSG. Got a couple, especially in the hands of Kusey, right? He's got the Berserker Sphere, he's already got the Claws, he's going to be working on his next. He's the one that needs the most time here, right? This is a lot of the times when you pick up a Bruno, it's because your power spike's pretty great after the first two items. But right now, given the situation, given the amount of sustain that ONIC Philippines has, you just need way more time here, right? So RSG is going to find themselves in this kind of a backs against the wall position for at least a few more minutes.
And
right?
I love the way Escalera's playing right now. Basically baiting him out here. King Kong, Daytona's welcome straight into the fight. Kelra doing a massive amount of damage. Even against a turtle guard here. Nats might be forced to use Last Insanity to clear the minion waves later on. But Escalera finally getting some punish on his side. Look at that. Demonkite, got misplaced, or displaced rather, by this missile expert. And they might just be able to defend this, just barely.
Oh, just barely. But that is that's good news for RSG. I think that the longer that they maintain this mid lane turret, the longer that they have the power spike. And by the way, another Lord fight. This is the first Lord fight. However, Light as well as Kusey are in the opposite end of the continent.
They're not even a part of this.
No, at all.
Maybe that's the right decision, though. Given how much they're struggling. I mean, looking at all the skirmishes and team fights we've seen so far, RSG has not had a good chance in a lot of them, right? So you might as well if they say, you know what, give up this Lord, let them take it, try to find something if we can. I don't even know if they're going to, they don't even get the tier 1 top side.
Yeah.
So you're really wondering, was this worth it for RSG to go ahead and give that up? Because now they've got to deal with this first Lord push.
Fortunately for RSG, that's a big objective that they lost.
Oh, the gold difference here.
Gold difference from gold laners as well. It's a full item that Kelra is ahead of.
Yeah, literally a full item. So we're talking about how fast scaling right now is Kusey. Man, the moment you got your two items, Kelra already had 3. So yeah, in terms of scaling, definitely ONIC, they know they're ahead by a long margin.
Yep, with that, we'll see if RSG can hold it together here. They're trying to keep the Lord at least at bay for the longest they can. They are going to make quick work of it, but they're going to get sandwiched in here unless ONIC Philippines decides not to commit.
Oh, look at them.
It looks like they don't. So right now, at least they buy a little more time. They did take some damage as well on the tier 3 towards the base here on the bottom side. Gem was trying to put some pressure there, so they work around it. But another big item pickup from Kelra with a Malefic Roar here, now making him even more of a threat as ONIC Philippines has garnered 7,000 gold on top of the Raiders here for RSG.
It's so funny because you know the way that RSG are playing so safe because number 1, Super Friends is so aggressive.
Yeah.
Number 2, Escalera is just trying to catch someone.
Yeah.
Non-stop, all game long.
Oh. Now this means that RSG, they're on a cleanup duty now, and this is what you do when you're down by 7,000 gold and your enemy just got the first Lord against you. Just clear the way. Just relax. There's nothing that you can possibly do to trump that 7,000 gold lead at 11 minutes. Even when you say that you can outplay a team, just one spell, you're already going to be taken out. It's smarter for RSG to just defend. And this is the part where it's just a patience game now.
Yeah, the hard part about it is like your literal tank in Light or even Demonkite. Hell, even Navs. Like, you're going to get shredded down by Kelra, you know, for the most part. So it's like, where do we find that opportunity if you're RSG to actually turn the tide of this game? You know, even if time kind of goes on from here, yes, at some point you get a little more durable, you get a little more tanky, but the way ONIC Philippines has been playing, a lot of times you're going to expect them to look for a force situation if they can before RSG even gets to that point. Right now, 20 seconds away from this Lord.
You know what? It's actually, we haven't seen the sample size of how many carries have reached maximum attack speed right now, because the cap has been adjusted a little bit, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So we're going to see for sure Light or Demonkite evaporate depending on the itemization that Kelra's on already.
Yep. And that means that you, even in the maybe 15-minute mark, ONIC are pretty strong. Oh no, Nats.
Oh no, Nats. He's running out of HP right there with just a few hits from Kelra.
Oh, Light.
We'll see something. This is going to be a big trigger pull here. Coming in from RSG, trying to get as much damage as they can onto King Kong. But Light is the one to fall. Who will get the Lord, though? And that's going to be a double. Demonkite still gets that Lord. Paying for it with his life, but RSG must be very happy. Although they're losing members really, really quickly right now.
Jose flickers out, but it's a wipeout. ONIC Philippines. They don't care about the Lord here. They won the fight.
It was so fast. The graphics just showed Gem when they were wiped out already. That's how quick ONIC did that play.
Is this and the ball? They have Nats, and there's a flicker play as well. They can still defend this, I think. Oh no.
Bro,
never mind.
No way.
Never
look
mind.
At
Never mind.
They shredded it like it was nothing.
A lot of people have been commenting on my commentary, as well as the other players' commentary, on how good Kelra is. Whenever he's being picked from my podcast as one of the gold laners, people were going to be commenting like, why are you saying Kelra? Kelra is not that good? Well, that is why. That game is why.
Y'all got shown up.
I will say this. I think Kelra is a great player too. Very gifted. But my kind of variable there is he needs to be able to be in a position or in an environment where he gets to shine like this.
Yeah.
Now, the difference there,
agree.
the difference and why I think he's suggested so much, because I know a lot of international viewers also wonder why we mention Kelra so much, is because he has the capacity to make his own plays, like he did earlier in in the gold lane that actually give him an edge. And a lot of these gold laners that shine, whatever region or league they're in, have that ability to do that. But this here really allowed Kelra to shine.
For the longest time, the question on everyone's mind is, who are the players, who are the people that you can pair up with Kelra who can actually keep up?
That's
right. That's always been the biggest question whenever we're talking about Kelra.
There's still a question mark for right now for Escalera, but I think that after the plays that he did today, some of those questions will be blurred out.
Yeah.
And additionally, I think that overall, what I really want to commend here for ONIC is their draft. I think the Faramis as the answer for
double
the
support.
export, the double support is as the stickers that you soon will see. Beautiful ML.
Oh yes,
beautiful.
I'm gonna have to get me some of those stickers, man.
Of course, of course.
I'm ready.
It's been like I know even last season we had this kind of certain lineup, right, where it was double support.
Yeah.
And it did bring a certain factor to the games, right, where it's like, okay, it's either extended team fights or you throw in the Faramis there, and then you have to work through that. So, Wolf, I'm sure you have more to say here as you break down this game number 1 for our superstar matchup.
So we got to start with Kelra, the MVP of the game. The first, I guess, the isolation play that he did up top, where he was able to take out his opponent Yasuo, and then just secure an 800 gold lead in the early stages of the game over his matchup. That's massive. And then come 11 minutes, or around 9 minutes actually, he's already 1 item ahead of the competition. That meant that he is very strong, but that didn't stop him, or that didn't that helped him actually to eventually carry the game in the latter portions, the second Lord fight, where he was able to position himself properly and just destroy RSG's formation. I can see ONIC tried to really just go for Nats every time that he appears in the match, and Demonkite landing the great retributions, by the way, from this turtle number 3, and then eventually the first Lord, but it wasn't enough in the end. And Kiko is super duper aggressive because he's got to help the Matilda. Now we're going to see the last Lord fight, and watch out for Kelra's positioning onto the back lines, already able to take out the members of RSG, then had the flicker to go in. And then now that he knows that there's no Nats, there's no light, he can actually go. And then he takes out the members, the frontline members. And then look at that connection between Escalera and Kelra. The dash in from Kelra to the left side, catching Kusey. And then Jem gets a double kill afterwards. And look at Kelra. I think that he will be, he's just activated the ultimate. Nothing special, but yeah, he knows that he is the condition for them to take out the base so easily with the ult.
Yeah, just again, he was set up for success here, and he made his own plays as well, and that's what made him so strong, especially this game as it unfolded. And this is why teams love to take the carry or ban it out, because that threat potential from that hero alone, if you get this kind of snowball effect, is quite deadly here. And again, commends to King Kong in the jungle, able to hold down a lot of that early game, right? Even the early game pressure that he put on Demonkite with the rest of the team, that kind of stalled things out from even that first objective take from RSG.
Yeah, I think overall, if you think about like how quickly the pace that ONIC plays, you'll be surprised by how how Gem is also keeping up, with Escalera keeping up, because those are the big questions I've been put on when I first saw the ONIC lineup, right?
Yeah.
Like, can these guys actually keep up with like superstars like Kelra, who's proven himself over and over again, with King Kong, who has a star of the season? Man, I was surprised with how well Gem was playing here. Well, Super Friends is already a given for me, because you know what? Super Friends for the longest time has been super underrated in my radar. So Super Friends played a very aggressive Faramis, where it's supposed to be a support, but his burst is very surprising as well.
Yeah, it kind of catches you off guard.
Catches you off guard,
Exactly. I'm just really amazed in how fast we adapted the meta, because we're talking about the flavor of the week already, right? For starting with day number 1, where X-Borg suddenly rises to the meta. We saw in the previous series that it's really good, and then we're talking about like answers already to it. Like Vexana should be an answer, like their typical Gord. The Gord should be an answer. Didn't work, and now with Gord being banned out, what else is there? Poof, we have a Faramis, which is great. A very, very smart take coming out from side of ONIC.
Speaking of smart, Wolf, we want to go ahead and give a huge shout out to our official sponsor, Smart.
Yeah, be part of the digital transformation in the world of connectivity. Say hello to convenience, flexibility, is that it? And local connectivity with the Smart prepaid eSIM.
And now available for digital delivery through the Smart online store for only 99 pesos.
Flexibility.
Flexibility. I don't know why when you said connectivity, I did a karate chop, but let's not worry about that right now.
Disconnectivity.
Yep, disconnect. But here's the thing. We have to talk about the fact that this match, at least for game number 1, could it have gone different if RSG just didn't have that early game struggle? Is that what you feel like, Wolf?
Yes, 100%. I think that because they chose to go for the Minotaur, that kind of signals to them that okay, they want to go to the mid game with big ultimates and then their items, right? Their power spike. But that will not happen if you lose the early game. And the thing is, for Fredrin, as you saw, it's not RSG's fault that they lost the early stages of the game.
Yeah.
It was actually ONIC heads up play with a quick clear in the mid lane, and then you see the Matilda being very aggressive. Kelra at a certain point was super duper aggressive. Afterwards, they invaded the Rock Orsa, and we mentioned during the draft that every time that you steal a buff from your opposing jungler, it's like a compounding effect where you get EXP, but you also take away EXP from your opponents.
Not only that, but I love that it put the pressure on Demonkite early on to use the Retribution.
Exactly.
Like those small things fell into place where it's like, okay, we can't even contest the first hurdle because it's that harder, right? And then so it just became a point where all right, let's just duke it out, let's just fight. And they weren't able to win that fight either, so it was a snowball effect from there. So now that makes me wonder, RSG Philippines, what do you adjust from here, right? What do you adjust going against? Now, of course, we're going to see a side flop for the most part, right? That's kind of what we're assuming here. And the thing with that is, again, I think you don't give away the carry, or maybe you pick it up yourself, right? But let's go ahead. Speaking of the carry, let's hear from Kelra's interview here on what his thoughts are.
Kaya ako lumipat ng ONIC PH, parang gusto ko pa mag-explore, tsaka parang gusto ko ng ibang ambience naman. Parang ibang ka-team. Parang gusto ko makakilala pa ng iba't ibang tao. Sa tingin ko po, mas mag-improve pa po ako ngayon sa team na to. Lalo ngayon, sobrang dami ko po natututunan sa mga bago kong kampe. Tsaka sa org namin, tsaka sa mga coach.
Okay, great to hear from Kelra there. And interesting, because not only has he grown up literally physically, over the seasons here, but the mindset, right? The mindset he's talking about there in the interview. And if you guys have been following Kelra's career, you'll know what I mean by the growth he's had, right? I mean, in terms of mindset and everything else, approach. And I think this is befitting here. He's talking about ONIC Philippines, these new teammates, these new coaches, the new environment, if you will. How is this environment going to impact him here, Rockard?
Is this career with a K as well?
It is.
Yeah, it is.
We're spelling everything with a K.
But yeah, this guy isn't talking about individual mechanics or anything. He's thinking the big game now. He's looking at the big picture, the environment, the feel of it.
Yeah, and I think for Kelra, surely we're talking about the environment and how he can unleash his full potential. I think it's great that he went to a new team. I think regardless what the team is, it felt like Kelra needed a new environment for him to even grow better.
Do you think this is maybe a future kind of trend we see with some of these players that call them star players, call them notable players? Do you think eventually that they have to go to a different team for more growth, or could, for example, we see a team like APBR stay together for the next 5-10 seasons and still grow here?
Okay, so I think my personal take on that is yes, you need to get into a new environment for you to actually grow. I think Bren is an isolated case because technically this is trust the process kind of growth for the side of Bren Esports. The reason why they grew is because they developed that. For superstar players like Kelra, for example, or Kyrie, for example, they started individually as a quote-unquote carry for
It's a
the
good
team.
case study, Kyrie. Yeah.
Yeah, Kyrie needed to go to a different team, went from Blacklist to ONIC.
He went to
and
a
then-
whole different environment.
Exactly, a whole different environment. and
country.
he grew there. He grew there, right? So I think it's a case-to-case basis where if you started solo, you gotta reinvent yourself solo as well. But if you started as a team and develop, I think you gotta stay as a team. Granted, though, I think that there will come a time where Bren Esports will eventually decide, or the players from Bren Esports will eventually decide to, lead their own team.
Yeah, that's a good take.
That's just growth.
Yeah, that is growth, and I'm sure even in cases like Kyrie, he can probably say like his new environment has helped him grow into even a better player, right? Of course, to where he is now, and that effect obviously has a rippling effects on the entire environment that he's in now, like the whole league out there, right? So interesting to see how things fall into place as we jump into draft here for game number 2. We are going to have RSG on that blue side, ONIC Philippines on the red. Similar bands so far. I'm still wondering if we get to see one of these junglers get to pick up a non-utility hero, or if that's just the game plan for them here.
If you're Demonkite, if you're King Kong, aren't you just itching to show everybody watching what you're made of? The stuff that you play on your ranked games, the ones that you really are keeping as an ace up your sleeve. I'm sure they're itching for, Coach, let me in, come on.
Let me unleash the king of the jungle.
There you go.
Right?
I'm sure. Yeah.
100%. They really wanted to pick those assassins up, and I think that for RSG, with the bans that we've seen from them, it seems like they really want to take the utility route, and I think that's fair. And for RSG, usually, there's a big chance that they pick up the Vexana first. Maybe ban Faramis actually right now. You ban Faramis and then you pick up Vexana as your first pick.
Yeah, Faramis is too good, right? I mean, maybe people forgot how good Faramis is because, not really much of contention right now with so many mid lane heroes available.
Yeah.
But maybe you guys need a refresher course on how good that hero actually is.
I think it's funny too because really when you think about Faramis in general, like Super Fritz specifically, he's one of those players that, loves to play in the mid lane, makes it work really well, but still takes, when we talk about a lot of these heroes with their impact, sometimes it comes down to the player, right? What is their play style? How do they approach it? Now, with this, the Matilda being taken out, I think they already cover their bases. Even if they deal with the Faramis later on, let's say RSG picks it up, it's okay, right? Because now you're not necessarily dealing with what was so tough to deal with in those early fights. That sustainability, the mobility, the Nether Realm, right? Like, at least in this case, you can deal with it. That's a great ban there, to take out the Vexana.
Love it.
For RSG.
Yeah, I could have sworn they will want to pick that up first, but the CC going to be banned out, so you open up Arlet Ruby. And I think RSG really wanted to eye for that Arlet.
Arlot is something that is just...
Or Novaria,
I think each and every Rome and XP right now are hoping for that. It's just a highlight player.
Yep.
It's just a highlight hero.
There's the Novaria. And then you go carry Arlet. For sure. That's the answer.
So how do you shut down the carry this time around?
You go Claude immediately for RSG. Because that's what they missed out, right?
Love
Earlier
that.
on. Or maybe go Harith for RSG. But yeah, I think it just makes a lot of sense to go for the Claude now. Maybe take the Fredrin so that you take away the Fredrin Arlet combo. RSG likes that combo anyways. Or maybe go entirely different route. Get the Ruby plus the Arlet immediately for RSG.
Yep. And speaking of that, Kusey here with the carry. So this is back in his time in a different environment that we talked about, right?
Yes.
And he has 11 unique heroes. He went 6-1 with the carry.
Okay. So there's the Ruby that we talked about to go with the Barretts. Makes a lot of sense. Okay.
That's good. I love this right now because they've got their front line covered with these two heroes right there. Okay. Although, again, they are missing out on maybe picking up the Claude because you kind of expect ONIC to ban that, right?
Yep. And now, if you're ONIC, just ban it out. It's A-okay. Or is you going to be looking to ban your Novaria answers, maybe somewhere along the lines of of a fair miss actually for RSG. We go back to that.
Go
route.
back to it.
Yep. And maybe Valentina.
There it is.
Yep.
Okay, making sure that, you know, it's just setting up Kelra for success.
Yeah. RSG are going to be scratching their heads over that one because I don't think that's I think that's the only solution now. Because, I mean, Kusey is known as the Claw player. And they're not protecting themselves from Kelra's wrath, basically, if they're not setting Kusey up for success.
Lesser evil here might be Brody. And, wow. Do they have an actual screenshot? Did you see that? You're holding actual screenshots of the game.
I would.
That was interesting. The first time I've seen one of those.
So they had the screenshot.
Yeah, one of the coaches was holding a screenshot of the draft game. Hero selection.
Wow, they're still panning out the court. Okay.
You seem surprised.
I'm just surprised because like I don't even think you really need to against the Novaria. Like I mean, yeah, it's range for range, you know.
Yeah.
But you know, at the same time, I think you could have dealt with him with you already having a Ruby. Like, you know what I mean?
And also ONIC are like maybe they're maybe RC is just respecting Super Friends. So if you're really respecting Super Friends, you ban Valentina. Faramis is an option, but Valentina as well because it's just that good with that hero, and I think that it just makes a lot of sense with the Arlet because there's a lot of like extra crowd control that you get from that hero. Also, it denies. Yeah, you can actually deny some of those big light picks, like maybe a Kaja. If ever that this Ruby is going to be considered in the EXP lane.
That's big. That's actually pretty big.
Yep. Like that they still have the flex here available
Lilia
to them.
instead.
Lilia, that was at the top of my head because I was thinking, you know, in terms of like Super Friends, you mentioned a lot of good heroes. So now, like actually, Super Friends still has a lot of options that they could roll with, right? I know we've seen the Nana banned down a couple times. I'm not sure if they want to go with that here, but still, I think at the end of it all, it's just like, all right, let's let Kelra do the exact same thing he did. If we have some of that early damage potential, magic damage, it can work. Charizza's going to be picked up, but
oh boy,
I hope RSG picks up the Benedetta now for Nats.
That's
you go
pretty
Benedetta and then you go maybe just go for Clint or maybe a Brody actually.
Yeah,
Brody Benedetta for RSG would be really good.
That's it. Come on, just get it, right? I mean, Brody obviously will deal with these heroes from ONIC who love to collapse into one area.
Yeah.
You want the Terizza to collapse, you want the Arlot to fight in one small area. That's why I think ONIC will also love the Faramis here, maybe.
Yeah.
So that's for later.
Oh, they go Paquito anyway, instead.
Paquito.
Alright.
There's a marksman though.
Your marksman.
Bruno?
Oh, Bruno.
That's very
Louis.
Okay. Is this not? This is not in the realm of anything I was expecting.
Absolutely.
Louis.
And okay.
Okay.
I will say,
little stunned here.
I will say this. Rockhart mentioned this earlier. He's like, you know, Faramis' damage is a little surprising. Louis' damage is surprising.
Yeah.
So ONIC has their new coaches, like so Why Not is there, and then Itomax is also there. And if you go back to season 6, the god of Louis. If you're talking about the players who are great at Louis, you only think about 2 players.
Who are those
First
2 players?
is Arbs, who is no longer playing. And the second one, and the longest running Louis god of MPL is Itomax, the coach of ONIC PH right now.
E2Max. Well, let's see how exactly this Louis performs in this lineup as we jump into the Land of Dawn. Game number 2 here for match 2 of day 3. It's match point currently for ONIC Philippines against RSG. Can they extend the series?
It's so funny because in the previous series of ONIC, we also saw the Selena, which is also an Itomax hero.
Yeah.
So this guy,
he's living through them.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Let me live vicariously through you by you picking my heroes.
It's amazing. And it's funny because Super Prince is willing to use these heroes because he also thinks he can make it work. I have to respect that. You have to respect that.
Well, let's see if that ends up working out, right? Already oh, wow. That is
Man.
That is some damage.
Damage. It's a pretty good damage there coming in from RSG.
I wonder what they chose. I think Nats might have chosen the Assassin emblem because that's the only reason. I remember now. The second skill of Paquito was actually buffed.
Yeah. Early game, you hit level 2, you're a walking time bomb.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, that explains the damage. Actually,
you don't have to say it like that if you don't want to. Well, that's all right.
We all want to.
I would.
You
We
know?
all want to.
That's like that's damage with finesse.
With finesse.
Like,
It's damage in Italian.
yes.
Yeah.
Damage.
Damage.
And with that, again, nothing too crazy. But I will say that both teams have kind of, they checked each other here, right?
Oh, yeah,
no one's
for
gone
sure.
down just yet. They're waiting for some of more of these level 4s to come online here. But ultimately, they're going to make their way to that turtle. But look at this. This is already a different start, at least in the gold lane. Kelra getting bullied a little bit, but can he activate that thing we were talking about before here in the top side, though?
Huge fight, activating Turret Presence already, and here we go! The backup was so quick from ONIC. RSG had no time to respond.
Oh my god. Orbital strike coming out from ONIC with super fins and the diversion.
Yeah, huge diversion there. Super Friends called it in the perfect spot where you will not see it come in. Of course, they come out on top with the turtle as well.
So they come out swinging, they get the objective, they get the first blood here. This is already a great start once again for ONIC Philippines. Just how they had that early game in the previous game. Oh, Nats.
Oh, this is going to be pretty massive here. Nats can't really leverage the buff on the Paquito if you're fighting, especially a guy with the BOS, the Body of Smith, man.
Yeah.
Can't deal with it.
That was uncalled for from Nats, actually. Shouldn't have fought. And now RSC are crumbling. They're not making the better decisions going up against ONIC.
So with that, I guess one of the big things here too, having the Lui Yi, a hero we don't often see in quite a few leagues, right? How will this play a part here in the already the lead that ONIC Philippines has garnered themselves? It's nothing too crazy, but we have to talk about the ultimate available to that Lui Yi and help with displacement and positioning here, Wolf.
They didn't set themselves up for success.
There it is. There we go again. Really quick rotation on the bottom side of the map. That's a 5-man ONIC stack against 4 right now from RSG, and they are struggling to push M back.
But yeah, going back, I think RSG, what they need to do now is to make sure that their lanes are not getting pushed and leverage this Paquito eventually, because otherwise it will be dead weight. So how do you leverage a Paquito? First is you go for instant kills on your enemy's gold laners. That's what. However, Nats doesn't have the flicker.
No.
So another option here that you can use for the Paquito is the split push. But also ONIC have figured that out. They have diversion onto Super Fits. That's the Luli's ultimate, by the way. I'm not talking about actual diversion with small D.
Yeah. And speaking of diversion, man, we were diverted here. Light did not see it coming as well. And you got to be careful with the Escalera. He's very deadly with that final slash so far. No kills getting, but you can see the fret. It's there.
Yeah, with this, the battle for the turtle, Demonkite going to be zoned out quite a bit here.
Yeah, full vision right now. Demonkite in no position to get this retribution at all. Look at that 2-man zone here, and they even take him down. Nats trying to fight back, but he is being pushed as well. Look at this beautiful movement here coming in from Nats, getting something done here for RSG finally.
Hey, I'm surprised Nats even got the kill there. I thought he was gone. At least he got something, right?
Yeah.
At least RSG is now on the board. But even with that, they still try to hold it together here. Guys watching online, ladies and gentlemen, grab that code while you can. We're not sure how long that's going to last, but grab it.
Superstar match giveaway.
Oh, man. RSG lost Demonkite, and because of that death, there will be a massive difference in terms of EXP. King Kong is now level 8. 2-0-1 for the Baksha means that ONIC will have secured their retributions easily. And additionally, they got the turtle. So this is
super duper good for Onyx. I mean, eventually Super Fritz died, but he already did his job. The diversion play was there, the burst down was there. Super Fritz was actually the hero or the player that took down the turtle. So Onyx are in a great spot now.
Great spot right now. Still looking to put the pressure here on this tier 1.
There you go. Activating Final Slash right away. Light can't really react properly here. He's going to go down. But here is a follow-up from RSG. We got RTZ on the sides, waiting in the wings, looking for a target. But no one is in sight here. Escalera going to fall here. A big boon for RSG, but and will be forced back by ONIC. While RSG's Nats looking at the top side of the map, he's doing exactly what you said, Wolf. He's trying to leverage that Paquito.
Yep. Yeah, that's how you deal with ONIC now if you're RSG. Take advantage of the Paquito split push. And force out fights when you can. Don't really overthink it. And now,
look at that.
Speaking of, like we were talking about earlier.
Man, Wolf is so good at predicting. He predicted the fun fact of the day.
Kosha to Max. Oh, hold on.
Oh, look at that. Oh, my goodness, Light. There's just no exit for this guy the moment Onyx sinks their teeth in him. And another play coming in. Onyx, they're not stopping. Oh my god, that could have been bad for Nats.
Yeah, and the thing is, they only sent 2 of their players there to deal with Nats.
Man, what a diversion!
Oh my goodness!
Oh my god. What is this, Louis?
This is why you pick this hero, right? It causes chaos.
And chaos being leveraged here as well for ONIC. Beautiful movement. They take out the gold laner of RSG.
And the damage to actually put Demonkite low. Another diversion play. Nats might not expect this. Kelra is here.
They're on the search. They're on the hunt.
Oh, they're going for him.
Nats. Go for it, Nats. Oh, can he pull it off? Pull off the 2v1. Missing out on the final slash. But Nats is still ready. Light finally coming in for the backup.
That was a weird final slash.
Yeah, hit air. Yeah, but you know.
Yeah, but then again, ONIC still got the turtle, and then will be marching up top.
Kelra, okay, he's got to be careful here, but so they trade things across the map for now.
Another
diversion,
one,
though.
Another one, man. Let us breathe, man. ONIC this is actually super smart, right? For ONIC, they're not letting RSG have a foothold.
Yes.
They're not letting him breathe at all, literally.
Correct. That's the correct play coming out from ONIC. Do not let go of the grip. You have map control anyways. And RSG is in a state of confusion, right?
Yeah.
They're shell shocked.
They're diverted, man.
Yeah,
they literally are diverted.
You know?
Yep.
This isn't map control, man. This is map monopoly.
Oh, what? Okay.
What?
Okay.
What?
See, you might wonder why, and so are we.
So are we.
But they made it work.
Just want to make sure no one's,
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. What I like that they're doing with the diversion for ONIC Philippines is they're also kind of, it's a guessing game almost. Because, again, you have to counter the fact that Nats is split pushing like a madman. He's doing literally all that Nats can right now. He's not going to join any of these fights as they try to deal with this. But ONIC Philippines playing with that kit that Loyi brings to the table is to kind of counter in some of this macro level play that's happening from Navs, despite them being down 3,000 gold.
Yeah, Nats looking like the shining beacon here for RSG. Maybe their way back to claw it back, get some leverage or some control back of the map.
And RTZ as well, popping the Echo. Very important because that's how you identify where ONIC members are at. Kind of lessens the diversion plays, but ONIC. One thing that you also have to take note about the Louis is that it deals massive damage, actually.
Yeah.
There they go. They're going to the, we call it the ambush.
There it is.
Ambush from the back! They hit him from the back and RTZ can't even react.
What a play.
What a play.
What a play.
That, like,
that's all you can say.
No, like, Louis Yi brings this certain IQ to any team that decides to draft her. And if you make it work, it looks amazing.
Yeah.
But sometimes you blunder.
Yeah.
Well, right now, ONIC Philippines is not blundering with this pick, and that will garner them this Lord as well, furthering the lead that they have to work around the map. And another diversion goes to the bot lane.
Okay. Now, I think it's worth it to name bushes now.
Yeah.
And that play that they did, where Light is, that bush where Light is,
What's
me
it
and
called?
Me and Manjin wanted to call it the ambush.
The ambush.
Yes.
Yeah, that's...
I'm so proud of you.
And it's perfect because
It was perfect.
it was perfect because of this game. It's called the ambush.
Let's make that official
Welcome
now.
to the Tito desk, by the way. If
that's
you
right.
haven't heard this trio before in the seasons past, there's a lot of Tito jokes and dad jokes thrown around.
Yes, sir.
Shows our age. And
no.
Manjis as well.
Oh, no.
Oh! Look at that. That's...
Oh, no.
Can't really serve. No, that's 4 members and a very, basically, fully fed Kelra.
Oh, man.
He hasn't shown his face in the fight. That's because he's so busy farming it up so much. He's scary.
Oh, man.
And alongside, obviously, the burst coming in from Aloyi, who has had so many assists. How many assists does Aloyi have?
He's got 6. He's on the board. Right? Again, with
70%.
this. Yeah, with this play, too. They know, like, this is the difference here with this lineup from ONIC Philippines. When they have this lead here, they love to keep putting the pressure on whoever they're playing, and that's kind of what we're seeing here. This game hasn't been like the Kelra show, right? It's not that.
It's definitely
it's
not.
the entire team doing it again, figuring out what works for them, even with this lineup, as they now get ready for the base.
Oh, beautiful activation there of the final slash. Playing it around that turret, playing it under, and juggling that damage quite well. Even Escalera going to be surviving because of the immortality. I would say pretty well-performed defense as well for RSG. I mean, they didn't lose any turrets at the very least.
That is actually a great defense from RSG. Yeah. Despite a lot of explosions from ONIC, they still managed to keep their turret. It's actually, like, you know, look at that. And another fake teleport.
Whew. Another one, but Escalera this time, even with low HP, activates it, goes for the kill. And Demonkite might actually fall alongside the inhibitor turret there. Bottom side getting wailed on by Kelra as well.
Ooh, attack speed.
We're seeing it. We're seeing that attack speed change being done for these marksmen.
It's just 12 minutes into this game.
That was a good choice, by the way, from Escalera to decide, you know what? I know I'm quite low, but I'm going to do this so that we get these turrets. And they got 2 out of that, so great decision there from ONIC Philippines.
At 13 minutes, and actually a few seconds before that, you're already locked item if you're Kelra. And then you just sell your boots, get another one, and you're A-OK. ONIC are in a very, very good spot now. They can even go for another teleport play soon.
Yeah, they don't seem to be there doesn't seem to be any hesitation at all for them, right? Super Friends making these shots matter, making these diversion plays matter, and Escalera always ready to pull the trigger on the final slash, playing it on the Nats here. Followed up very well by RSG this time around. Escalera might be in trouble here, and will be saved by the diversion play. Not really, no, not active at all here, and RSG bite back.
Huge play there from RSG. It looked like ONIC Philippines wanted to go for it, and RSG said no.
Yeah, great plays coming out from RSG. A great identification as well. Now they have a sort of a green light to actually take the Lord Dance.
Finally, right? After how many minutes? RSG looking like they're ready to fight.
Kelra, though, on the backside. Lord, half health, less than.
Where's the retribution? King Kong, he's winding it up. Fighting right now is going to be Light under that Lord pit. And Kusey on the side, who got the retry? It's going to be King Kong.
King Kong gets the Lord, and they force him back. Conceal used as well. Escalera looking to put the pressure in. He's got the flicker available. Look at the base.
Oh, man, I think they got caught out there in a bit of a surprise, maybe. And basically, a big thank you comes out from King Kong. You know what? You put down the Lord. Thank you very much. It's mined up.
By the way, Kelra picked up the Athena shield, sells his boots. This is a great pickup coming up from ONIC.
Right now, Lord down the mid lane. Diversion going to be used as well. They go for it.
Here comes Kelra on the back here. Oh, beautiful. Oh my goodness. This is just non-stop massacre here. The King Kong up front.
Kelra.
Damage is coming in from Kelra. Wants to finish it and goes for the jugular.
ONIC Philippines looking like a super team tonight as they sweep the series against RSG Philippines.
And not only that, they have flexed their drafting prowess. Thermis game 1, Louis game 2. Super Prince is having a field day today.
What a masterclass, as Wolf would usually say. This is a masterclass of how you play that hero. This should be in every single guide. That was beautiful.
You know, it looked like there was that glimpse of hope for RSG. You know, when they made that like kind of counterplay, even the counter punch that they had. But unfortunately, you know, when that all happened, you're talking about about 7,000 gold behind. You know, and with King Kong, like we said, this guy built a reputation on out-retching some of the best junglers in the league even last year. And so right now, you know, it's good to see Smile still on RSG here, of course. It's only week 1. They got a lot to learn and adjust from as they move forward next week. But ONIC Philippines, what a performance here as a team. Everything being pulled off together. Kelra shining when he did, but the rest of the team as a whole, and also the great drafting here. Let's go ahead and throw it over on stage with Mara and Hans to hear from ONIC Philippines.
Congratulations to ONIC! Job well done! What a sweep! Okay, meron akong tanong. Nasaan si Ato Max?
Andito sa likod.
Ayun! May napansin kami. May Louis pick kanina, si Super Friends. Idea mo ba yon? Kasi ikaw pala ang #1 na nagpipick, Louis pick, the most for all of MPL Philippines. So, was that your idea for that Louis pick?
Hindi. Favorite ko kasi yun ni Madam, yung boss namin. Kaya nilabas namin. Para sa kanya yung Louis pick.
At bakit gana siya ngayon dun sa draft nyo or ngayon sa meta? Bakit siya yung napili?
Kasi yung mga players sobrang talented talaga nila sa pagbabasa ng mapa eh. Kaya parang naka-map hack sila. Lalo yung yung mga cores. Kaya sakto-sakto sa kanila yung Louis pick.
So far, kita naman natin with the level of style na ginawa nila on that one. I want to talk to another coach. Coach, why not? Parang iba yung gising ng ONIC PH ngayon compared to the first day that we've seen you. What's the difference with ONIC PH ngayon kontra sa RSG?
Siguro isa doon yung yung pride talaga eh. Kumbaga medyo sugarcoat pangit performance kahapon, so kagabi pa lang gigil na silang bumawi.
That is exactly what they did. Bawi and redemption.
Ano naman yung tanong ko sa'yo? Siyempre, may bago tayo dito. Si Coach Wynot, King Kong, Kelra. We have new addition with Eto Max.
Yep.
Paano nagbago ngayon yung ONIC this season with the new addition? Sabi nga kasi nila, kayo na daw ang bagong super team.
Di po kami super team, masisipag lang kami lahat. Yeah.
Masisipag. So anong pinagbago ngayon with the new addition?
Super family.
Super fam! All right, let's give a round of applause to the new Super Fam ONIC Philippines. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory.
Something a little different galing kay Boss A. I'm not used to him being so nice and, giving the family word. Pero it's nice to see it as well.
Super modest.
Supermodel.
Supermodel. Oh, supermodel. Tingnan natin kung paano nga ba to nagawa ng ONIC Philippines. So we're gonna go back to our casters.
Pass.
Thank you very much, Mara and Hans, and also for ONIC Philippines again. Congratulations to them. To me, these are the makings of a super team. So, love to see it, kind of things unfold here, of course, for the lineup that they have. I think it's very exciting. Anytime that you get to watch a team like this that has a lot of, veterancy and new faces. But Wolf, go ahead and take us through it for this game too.
It's Kelra, our MVP. Great conversion, obviously. His connection with Super Prince is just evolving throughout the days that they're playing, and you can see that in the previous season, and now I think it's in full fruition. And there's something interesting that the coaches opened up earlier during the interview, and it's their map control, or to translate for all of the international viewers out there. Coach Etomac said that Louis as a hero fits ONIC PH because ONIC PH's map knowledge is good enough to be called a map hack, right? So I hope that you understand. The ambush. This is
They're not actually hacking.
Not literal. Not literal.
and this is what? Take note. March 17th, Ray Ash clipped this. March 17th, we officially call it the ambush.
The ambush.
That's right. But then again, no, going back, it really fits there, the profile of ONIC PH, because sometimes superstars are super good because of their in-game knowledge, and sometimes their map knowledge, their spatial intelligence, and that definitely is present in ONIC, and makes a lot of sense that was the pick for them, and they made a great play around this Lord area, then eventually just took it down, and then look at Kelra picking up the Athena Shield afterwards because he was bombarded by the Virus Spell, and then when he saw the opening, just pop the ultimate, all business for Mr. Kelra.
Oh man, again, I love to see the current meta forming. And I love the fact that we have some of this variation in these picks. And you mentioned earlier, we even got to see that glimpse of the statistic there. Etu Max, what he brings, you know, to this lineup, and how it kind of, how I hope to see that continually evolve here over the course of the regular season. Because this is not a pick or a lineup, even from game 1 to game 2, that you would expect. Yeah, double support maybe, right? But a Louis Yi popping up when Etu Max isn't fielded and playing, that's not something you're expecting. And it worked out really well for them.
I love to see ONIC like this, not completely revolving around a superstar player, but basically using the knowledge that a superstar player brings to the table to get that win.
As you know, there's an old saying, every super team needs a super coach, right?
I have not heard that saying, Wolf.
All right, well, now you've heard it.
Now you did.
But that's for ONIC, the mixture of coaches that they have. So they have a life coach through Coach Wynut. They have an analyst, or the quiet technical coach with Coach Bam.
And they have Boss A.
They have Boss A, well. But I guess you always have to have that coach, that ex-good player coach. For example, Coach Trevor. Very important for the wins of Echo back then, and now it's Etu Max. And that's also true. Bonchan is actually an ex-good player. Right? So there's always that recipe that you need. Every super team needs a super coach. So clip that.
Clip that. Actually, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
End it there.
Good to know, right? And so our next matchup we got to talk about here is Echo versus Omega, Smart Omega. And, you know, we talked a lot about Etu Max and even Kelra. Well, now we're going to see the teams play it out to round out week 1. Echo, are they still the Express? You know, talking about super teams and everything else, they were before, seasons ago, the original super team, right? So we'll see exactly how that pans out, but we are going to be taking a short break. Again, I'm Nice to this Rockheart Wolf. We'll be back after the short break for the last match of the day.
The MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
It's a decoy! I'm sorry. Leave me alone. Over here, Ender.
Don't let me know where to go. Don't let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you.
Great job, guys!
Versus Santos, Kelra, can you do it? And Alpha di sana! Nagkataro sila!
Avalanche fight as Lone gets instantly shot down by the blazing duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. Davey trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just
Kita kata ada satu buah weapon di point yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Generation Z. Authentic. Real. They thrive in the mundane. But let's be real. Nobody knows what they want. Only they truly understand.
For real?
Yeah, but that's okay. We get what you need. Guys, where are we going now?
Anywhere! Mountain, beach, middle of nowhere!
Why?
Because we can!
Well, let me help out. Smart 5G. Best in 5G coverage experience and best in 5G availability.
Oh, wow! Those are a lot of apps!
That's fine. When you got power off, you could do it all. Multiple apps? No problem.
Whoa! From Wi-Fi to data in an instant.
Yes, sir. Magic Data saves you anytime you need it.
And it doesn't expire?
That's right.
Cool! Oh, dead spot.
If only you could switch in an instant. Oh, wait.
What? eSIM is that easy?
For
For real kasi!
backed up by nationwide coverage. So, yeah, nobody knows what Gen Zs want, but we can keep up with real connection and real fast data. Live for real with Smart 5G plus nationwide LTE, power off, magic data, and eSIM.
You guys pretty much know what we need.
Live more today.
Tumatakbo na lang ang ONIC. ONIC clearly winning the team fight at may kasunod pa. Super Prince para mailigtas si Kiko. Habang si Kiko makakuha ng turtle. Nagkahilaan with the missiles. Ayun na yung last insanity ni Nats. Trabaho na si Nats. Onting zone. Nagtatrabaho na rin si Escalera. Lilikod ba si Kusey Demonkite? Yung one-on-one retry sa harapan. This time walang taga-stand. At yun, nagsakto
na nadedepensahan pa yung mga tore, yung mga objectives. Ano sila, pero...
Uy, in, out. Nilabas yung Eternal Guard. Pang-counter ko. Ang ata sila dito. Pasok si Light. Eto na, last insanity combo with a minimum fury. Meron nakapag-out si Kelra. Napakaganda. Meron na sana ng banggas. Kelra doon. Pero ayun na. Winawashing na ni Kelra. Yung kanyang mga bala. Yung kanyang mga fidget spinner. Dahil nakapag-pre-hit ang Filipino Gold Standard. Triple kill for Kelra. At doon pa, may paggamit pa ng win shot.
So sila ba ang marirate ng ONIC sa game number 1?
I am Kelra, of course. Tatapusin ko na yung laban na to. Tower focus on Kelra.
Makakapagsabay sa mga teamfight. Pero
Luyin.
speaking of...
Okay, may laban na agad. Si King Kong ngayon maharap dito. Nandito na din yung diversion. Si Demon
Kung gaano kalawak yung pwede nilang lipatan. At ngayon,
Hindi nila. Okay,
Secret lang. RTC, secret lang!
Secret lang tayo natin lang. Oo, sakto. May fake pa, kaya diversion yun eh. Okay, diniversion din. Pati yung final split.
Wow.
At ako, ayun na nga si Kelra makakuha man ng killing spree. At ang ganda sana ng curtain call na naban-out ka. Ay, pero sabi ng RSG saglit, ilaban natin to. Dahil din si Escalera ay namumula to. Bumabanat lang, pero may vacuum. Tingnan natin, Demonkite, makakuha ng dalawa. Okay, penalty zone, nilabas na ni Light. At gusto lang nilang kunin dito ang Lord for sure. Pero unstoppable na si Kelra with the machine. Pero nasa bandang likod. Tingnan natin. Behind! Nasa likod pala si Escalera. May ganung massive lang combo. At yung damage output dito ay enough na talaga.
Kelra!
ONIC! GA nandun pa rin. Tumatakbo na lang ang ONIC. ONIC clearly winning the team fight at may kasunod pa. Super Prince para mailigtas si Kiko. Habang si Kiko makakuha ng turtle. Nagkahilaan with the missiles. Ayun na yung last insanity ni Nats. Trabaho na si Nats. Onting zone. Nagtatrabaho na rin si Escalera. Lilikod ba si Kusey Demonkite? Yung one-on-one retry sa harapan. This time walang taga-stand. At yun, nagsakto
na nadedepensahan pa yung mga tore, yung mga objectives. Ano sila, pero...
Uy, in, out. Nilabas yung Eternal Guard. Pang-counter ko. Ang ata sila dito. Pasok si Light. Eto na, last insanity combo with a minimum fury. Meron nakapag-out si Kelra. Napakaganda. Meron na sana ng banggas. Kelra doon. Pero ayun na. Winawashing na ni Kelra. Yung kanyang mga bala. Yung kanyang mga fidget spinner. Dahil nakapag-pre-hit ang Filipino Gold Standard. Triple kill for Kelra. At doon pa, may paggamit pa ng win shot.
So sila ba ang marirate ng ONIC sa game number 1?
I am Kelra, of course. Tatapusin ko na yung laban na to. Tower focus on Kelra.
Makakapagsabay sa mga teamfight. Pero
Luyin.
speaking of...
Okay, may laban na agad. Si King Kong ngayon maharap dito. Nandito na din yung diversion. Si Demon
Kung gaano kalawak yung pwede nilang lipatan. At ngayon,
Hindi nila. Okay, secret lang.
RTC, secret lang!
Secret lang tayo natin lang. Oo, sakto. May fake pa, kaya diversion yun eh. Okay, diniversion din. Pati yung final split. At ako, ayun na nga si Kelra makakuha man ng killing spree. At ang ganda sana ng curtain call na naban-out ka. Ay, pero sabi ng RSG saglit, ilaban natin to. Dahil ngayon si Escalera ay namumula to. Bumabanat lang, pero may vacuum. Tingnan natin, Demonkite, makakuha ng dalawa. Okay, penalty zone, nilabas na ni Light. At gusto lang nilang kunin dito ang Lord for sure. Pero unstoppable na si Kelra with the machine. Pero nasa bandang likod. Tingnan natin. Behind! Nasa likod pala si Escalera. May ganung massive lang combo. At yung damage output dito ay enough na talaga.
Kelra!
ONIC! GA nandun pa rin. Tumatakbo na lang ang ONIC. ONIC clearly winning the team fight at may kasunod pa. Super Prince para mailigtas si Kiko. Habang si Kiko makakuha ng turtle. Nagkahilaan with the missiles. Ayun na yung last insanity ni Nats. Trabaho na si Nats. Onting zone. Nagtatrabaho na rin si Escalera. Lilikod ba si Kusey Demonkite? Yung one-on-one retry sa harapan. This time walang taga-stand. At yun, nagsakto
na nadedepensahan pa yung mga tore, yung mga objectives. Ano sila, pero...
Uy, in, out. Nilabas yung Eternal Guard. Pang-counter ko. Ang ata sila dito. Pasok si Light. Eto na, last insanity combo with a minimum fury. Meron nakapag-out si Kelra. Napakaganda. Meron na sana ng banggas. Kelra doon. Pero ayun na. Winawashing na ni Kelra. Yung kanyang mga bala. Yung kanyang mga fidget spinner. Dahil nakapag-pre-hit ang Kelra! At doon pa, aba, may paggamit pa ng win chant.
So sila ba ang marirate ng ONIC sa game number 1?
I am Kelra, of course! Tatapusin ko na yung laban na to! Tower focus on Kelra!
Makakapagsabay sa mga teamfight pero
Luyi.
hindi mo.
Okay, may laban na agad. Si King Kong ngayon maharap dito. Nandito na din yung diversion! Si Demonkite.
Kung gaano kalawak yung pwede nilang lipatan. At ngayon,
Hindi nila. Okay, secret lang.
Secret lang. RTC, secret lang!
Ay! Secret lang dahil natin lang!
Coach!
Oo, sakto. Oo, may fake pa, oh. Kaya nga diversion yan eh. Okay, diversion din. Pati yung final split.
Wow.
At ako, ayun na nga si Kelra makakuha man ng killing spree. At ang ganda sana ng curtain call na naban-out ka. Ay, pero sabi ng RSG sa clip, ilaban natin to. Dahil ngayon si Escalera ay namumulado. Bumabanat lang, pero may vacuum. Tingnan natin. Demonkite, makakuha ng dalawa. Okay, penalty zone. May labas na ni Light. At gusto lang nilang kunin dito ang Lord for sure. Pero unstoppable na si Kelra with the machine. Pero nasa bandang likod. Tingnan natin. Behind! Nasa likod pala si Escalera. May ganung klase palang combo. At yung damage output dito ay enough na talaga.
Kelra!
ONIC! GA nandun pa rin. Tumatakbo na lang ang ONIC. ONIC clearly winning the team fight at may kasunod pa. Super Prince para mailigtas si King Kong. Habang si King Kong makakuha ng turtle. Nagkahilaan with the missiles. Ayun na yung last insanity ni Nats. Trabaho na si Nats. Onting zone. Nagtatrabaho na rin si Escalera. Lilikod ba si Kusey? Demonkite. Yung one-on-one retry sa harapan. This time walang taga-stun. At yun, nagsakto
nila nadedepensahan pa yung mga tore, yung mga objectives. Ano sila, pero...
Uy, in, out. Nilabas yung Eternal Guard. Pang-counter ko. Ang ata sila dito. Pasok si Light. Eto na, last insanity combo with a Minion Fury. Pero nakapag-out si Kelra. Napakaganda. Pero nasa ng bangya si Kelra doon. Pero ayun na. Winawashing na ni Kelra. Yung kanyang mga bala. Yung kanyang mga fidget spinner. Dahil nakapag-pre-hit ang Filipino Gold Standard. Triple kill for Kelra. At doon pa, aba, may paggamit pa ng win chant.
So sila ba ang marirate ng ONIC sa game number 1?
I am Kelra, of course. Tatapusin ko na yung laban na to.
Welcome back, MPL fans. We're here with the Smart Omega Empress and Saya Aura.
Ibang klase itong Smart Omega Empress because they are the silver medalists ng ating 2023 Southeast Asian Games. Talk to us about it. How was the experience like para sa inyo knowing na nagdala kayo ng karangalan para sa bansa?
Fondest memory.
Well, it is very, it's emotional experience po kasi nare-represent namin yung Philippines po.
Oh, that's a wonderful thing. Kasi I just like to point out, umabot pa sa point na dahil wala internet yung hotel nila, you even went to a coffee shop to train, right? That's amazing.
Being a woman, I'm so proud of you. Especially ngayon na International Women's Month. So ano yung mga advice nyo at gusto nyong iparating sa lahat ng mga kababaihan that wants to achieve exactly what you guys achieve to represent the country and to go for their dreams?
Ma-advise ko po sa mga kababaihan dyan na lang po, bigyan nyo lang po ng halaga yung ginagawa nyo. Tsaka nung una, mahirap po talaga kasi kasi babae nga, ayun, naglalaro ng ML, pero tingnan nyo ngayon, dahil lang po sa, dedication po namin, kaya parang malayo po yung narating namin sa paglalaro ng ML.
Silver medalist. How about for you?
Keep dreaming po and dream big po talaga. Na makamit mo yung, yung passion tsaka yung pangarap mo sa paglalaro po.
Dream big.
Yung ma-advise ko po is keep grinding lang at yung goal ko po kasi is humabol ng mechanics sa sa mga male scene. Pero malayo pa. Pero malayo na.
Malayo pa, pero malayo na. So proud of you. At ngayon kasama din natin, Saya Aura, correspondent. Magpakilala ka.
Hi guys, my name is Saya Pachi or whatever you want to call me, but right now I'm standing here in front of you as the team correspondent for Bagong Barangay Omega.
And what can we expect from you? Ano ba yung mga ganap ngayon?
Sobrang dami kasi right now for this season, I would like to share to everyone the new face of Bagong Barangay Omega. We are not just yung katulad ng mga nakaraan na nakita natin. Pero ngayon, this time around, this is all for one Omega.
All for one Omega. And let them know your Facebook page so we know how to support you.
Yup.
Facebook page po namin, Smart Omega Empress. And official Facebook page po namin, Smart Omega.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to have you, and we hope to see you again. Everyone, keep supporting them and keep it here, only on MPL Philippines Season 13.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built na kitang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 13. It's the third match of the day at gusto nating kilalanin ang ating mga players. Kasama na dito ang Echo. Alright, Sanji, kayong mauuna, fill in the blanks. I'm an MPL player, of course.
Of course, we're drinking energy drinks.
Drinking energy drinks, okay.
I'm an MPL player, of course. Nahiya ako sa interview.
Tama.
I'm
Tama
an MPL player, of course. Lagi akong puyat.
Laging puyat.
Always sleepy. I'm an MPL player, of course. Lagi akong ready.
I'm an MPL player, of course. Trash talker kami.
Oo nga naman, trash talkan sila. Yan pa si Carl.
We are MPL players, of course. Pinapanood namin yung highlights pag uwi namin.
I'm MPL players, of course.
Of course.
I'm loud and proud.
Loud and proud. They're MPL players. Of course, Hans, what do you have?
Teka lang, medyo malapit eh. Okay, Jom, tayo naman. I'm an MPL player. Complete the sentence.
I'm an MPL player, of course. Magaling ako pumalakpak.
Paano yung palakpak? Yan. Okay, lipat natin. Doon sa kabila, H2, complete the sentence.
We are MPL players, of course. Lagi akong puyat.
Okay.
Lagi kaming puyat.
Makes sense kasi sa practice. O sige, pwede na sa practice. Matt, rekta mo na to.
I'm an MPL player. Of course, CCO kami.
Sisiw kami. Gano'n ba karami yung may kulay sa buhok dito? Matt, pakita ka lang konti. Yan. So, blondie. Tapos, dito sa kabila. Humarap kayo dito. Kasi kayo may kulay yung buhok eh. Ayan, siya. Tapos, andun na naman si Wes. Ang daming may kulay na buhok dito sa Smart Omega, kaya siguro kayo tinawag na sisiw ni Manjin. Pero yun na yan, guys. Bato na natin sa mga casters. Casters, pasok.
Or for this one. Well, great to hear from you, Mara and Hans over there with the players, of course. Now we have made it here to the final matchup to round out week one, number 1 for season 13. What is up, guys? I'm Nice, who joined here with, once again, the Titos of the desk, Rockhart, Wolf. How are we feeling?
We're feeling like a Tito.
Is that official? Is that official?
Nah.
Okay, yeah.
Feeling old. That's what I'm feeling.
Well, you put it that way.
Well, I'm feeling young, so
Great.
I'll leave you there, Wolf. But let's talk about the headline for this matchup, of course. Welcome back to MPL, MDL graduates. Right now, wow, who could we be talking about here, Rockhart?
Yeah, we're talking about players from MDL Philippines Season 2. And actually, you know what's funny? When they were talking to us earlier, they said they're gonna put up some players just so they can know. Outplayed in Zaida. They're playing today.
They are.
They are, and they have their what they call this. We call it toga in the Philippines.
The hat.
The hat.
The
yeah.
graduation hat.
Yeah.
I think it's.
Just
I think that's universal, man.
Oh, is it universal?
I think right.
Toga.
Oh, I
okay.
could be wrong.
Okay. Well,
I can't remember my graduation so long ago.
It was so. Anyways, outplayed inside bright future ahead of them for sure. Played so well in back-to-back wins for Echo Proud or Echo Loud from the team. And obviously they've also played in MPL before during season 9, the first iteration of the super team from Echo.
Look at this.
Wow.
It's a huge barangay graduation. The entirety of the Smart Omega Neo squad is here.
The array of the new barangay.
The new barangay.
Is this supposed to rhyme, no?
The array of the new barangay. I don't.
Okay.
The array of the new barangay.
I don't think it's a riddle, or I mean, I don't think it's a rhyme here.
Okay. All right. Very well. That's Luis. That's Rail or how do you pronounce it? How do you pronounce it?
I asked myself the same question.
Ryle, yeah.
It's
Ryle.
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 It's Ryle.
Okay. Then Mark. and then West, obviously. Great performance, actually, but they kind of they fell off in the end. But this is a match, anyways, of the finals. So there's a lot of promise for this new Omega squad. And the thing is, they're going to be playing alongside each other, going up against Echo. I think that this might be the better decision in a way that you kind of have that chemistry going already.
And I think that's important to point out, right? Because again, when we go through these changes, and you've been following the league for a while, you kind of wonder, like, where do some of these players end up? Where do they come from, right? These might be some newer names for some of you guys as well, but specifically to come up from the developmental league, the MPL, and then come into the MPL, we have seen great things out of individual players. Now, what more, right, when you have multiple members who are already used to playing together, right, in the MDL, and even against each other, right, in the finals.
Exactly.
And now they're in the professional league, the MPL here. And it adds a dynamic, too. I mean, if any of you guys have competed at these different, level of leagues, or whether that's esports or traditional sports, there's always this step up in terms of, I don't know, intensity, I guess you could say. That's the best way I would put it.
Yeah, and that's really something that these teams are also trying to leverage into what they are right now. Because some people would ask, why would you remove star players like Carl Teasy in favor of like players like Outplayed or Zyda, right? Man, the knowledge that these guys have against each other, you can't underestimate that. That's something that's really golden. And I love that teams are putting that to use.
And by the way, there's a lot of preparation in between MPL Season 12 and Season 13. So obviously, whatever we're seeing from teams right now, especially with teams that have multiple players in multiple roles, it means that they have rehearsed that kind of composition of the configuration.
And with that, we're going to go ahead and once again welcome our marshals out here for the last match of week number 1. These guys have been doing amazing work for the fairness and integrity of the game. It's Chico, Jeff, Patrick, and Wilbur once again. So they take their bows here, and we get ready to welcome the teams out on stage.
The Echo Express came out full steam ahead and looks to make a stop in the barangay. Can they continue to be on track to finish off the week? Give it up for Echo! This newer version of the barangay has more to prove as they look to close out the week with a win. Can they stop the Express from passing through? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Smart Omega! And their coaches, Coach Tic Tac and Coach Lembo. It's the final match for week 1 of season 13. Will it be Echo or Smart Omega?
And we are seeing the lineup here for Echo. We got Outplayed, Zyda, Sanji Sanford, and JP. What a young lineup led by one of the most veteran players here in the MPL Philippines.
Now going to be featuring how well they have developed Outplay as well as Zyda, how long they have been marinating over the MDL scene, and now they're going to be ready to cook, as we would say. Now going to be facing against Smart Omega, that's West, that's Mattzilla, that's Ryle, that's Luis, as well as Mart.
Yeah, with this lineup, again, a very new version of Smart Omega for a lot of people, and with that, I feel like still they're trying to make their mark in a way that, there's experience there that they had, of course, in the MPL, but this is a different stage, right, entirely, and they're up against still a lot of veterancy here across from them right now. Even as familiar as they might be against some of the members here for Echo, there's a lot of work that Smart Omega has to do, and the same can even be said for Echo, once again, still chasing after a lot of those goals that they have with the rise that we saw from even the previous year, right, for Echo. So I feel like this is a story of both teams having a lot to prove for the rest of, their fan bases, the world here, even with the experience that they have in their own, in their own way. So this is a very exciting matchup here to round out week 1, which I can say there's been a lot of sweeps for week 1. Maybe a little more than I had hoped, because I love those 3-game series, don't get me wrong. So I'm hoping at least here, maybe this is the one where once again to round out today, we get a 3-game series against these two teams that, like we said earlier, they have a lot of familiarity here, right? But still, I feel like with the advantage that Echo might have in terms of the San duo or having even JP there, is working around that experience that they have going against this young, not in a way, it's like a young blood Smart Omega.
Oh, bro, don't even get me started on young. Watching these players, man, I just realized what generation of players is this already. Way different from where we saw in the first seasons. And yeah, this is also a showcase of how much our MDL players have grown. What's the result of growing, of the experience they've taken from the developmental league, which right now is running global bans. So this is something that maybe you'd be interested in as well.
Do you guys think that would work in the MPL?
Okay.
I'm just throwing that out there.
Today is a day of hot takes from Wolf, and I don't like it in MPL.
You don't like it?
I don't like it in MPL.
Period. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's it.
You don't need to explain. Save it for a podcast.
Save it for a huge podcast. That's a huge podcast,
That's my man.
So many people will have so many takes on that, but the majority I've also heard, that's not going to work here.
Yeah, because again, I like what they're doing in the MDL though. Like it leaves, I feel like that's the area for this experimentation. A little bit of flavor, whatever you guys want to call it, right? Whether it's flavor, spice, experimentation, everything nice, that works. And I think it works well in that environment. But of course, for the MPL here, I think one thing too that you can take, while we kind of dig into this later on with the keys to victory here, but for Smart Omega even, like they for the longest time had a very specific play style. Whenever you think a lot of these teams, they have a very specific play style. Remember, Smart Omega for the longest time, if you guys haven't been watching in the previous seasons, was a team known for what we called the Omega timers.
That's right.
Like which was the golden 18-minute mark? I think it was.
That's right.
Well, now we're in a phase where like it's rare to get to 18 minutes.
Yeah, unless you're blacklist, watch out for that for 83 minutes.
Oh yeah, watch out for that. But I guess you know what? We're not even going to talk about the keys to victory here because we're jumping into the draft for game number 1. So real quick though, while we get through this draft here, Wolf, you might have a couple ideas. What could be the keys to victory for these teams?
Oh, I guess allow for Echo to allow Sanji as well as Sanford to have an active combo. So which is crazy because both Arlott as well as Fermis are great combos for Sanji and Sanford. Yeah, so that's out of the table. But yeah, I think Sanji and Sanford needs to be aggressive, and then for Omega, really have to utilize Mattzilla. He's a great player, great leader, up and coming leader as for the team, and I think that this might be the time where they should be leveraging Matt even more. Like, give him a good matchup, give him a good assassin hero or something, and allow him to go ham.
Man, I even remember like last season when some of the first times that we saw Matt like perform in the MPL. Yeah, Sir Matt. He had a lot of great moments, but then he also had a lot of struggling moments, right? So I would say, based off it is only week 1, I would love to see that challenge against him, right? Like, set the tone here in the jungle if he can and really build off that. So I feel like if you're Smart Omega, go ahead and build that draft around allowing that, that start for him. We're going to see, I'm not sure if I don't know if that's going to be a redraft or they're going to fix something here, but for the most part here, I think that's one of the main concepts for Smart Omega. Like, allow Matt to do his thing in the jungle. His strengths, work around it. I think he does work really well with utility junglers.
Yes.
Right, so go for that. Even if that just means putting him in a Fred, like give him Fred. And or a Marcus or a Baksha, right? And then build around that because there's so much room and flexibility right now in the other roles.
Yeah, I wonder what how Omega will be dealing with JP perhaps. We've seen already the Matilda ban. I think that might be a confirmation already, and that's also a hero that JP likes to play, and not only this season, previous seasons. Eventually, force him to go for catch heroes and allow or force Echo to get away from those utility roamers kind of spectrum where you have the Rafaela, you have the Matilda, you have the Minotaur. Maybe those are the potential answers coming out from Omega.
Yeah, to be fair, you're facing off against maybe one of the most decorated players in the league. I would say take him by surprise.
Yeah.
Employ those guerrilla tactics. And maybe you can get a point under your belt, point or free under your belt. And I would say with a young team that has mostly young players, and I would say an overabundance of mechanical prowess, this is the time to do that.
I'm wondering at the same time when we talk about in the jungle, just what would be your biggest standout lane here for these two teams, Wolf? Like if you were really going to point out a lane. Let's start with Echo. Like, with the current lineup they have and everything else, like, where is the standout lane for them?
Ooh, I think the easiest answer for me should be EXP lane, just because of Sanford. Sanford's just a beast. However, like, we also have to talk about, like, Zaida as well as Outplayed, right? But I think that the easy answer to your question should be Sanford, which I think is going to be very, very important, because we've seen Lewis play before, and was... He was getting there, but not as much as Sanford would.
Yeah.
Now for Omega's side, it should be jungle. Like I mean, like I'm giving you easy answers, but I think that's really the standout answers here for the two teams. Sanford can always just depend on this great player. Almost all of the whenever Echo plays and Echo wins, Sanford is always you're always on the top candidates for MVP.
Usually always in the middle of the conversation, especially even facing off like almost literal head-to-head against an MVP World Series Championship. Always compared to Edward, always compared to to Flapteasy.
And with that, as we're talking about the veterans here, you also got to point out. You already said this earlier, Wolf too. Outplayed Zaida and West. These guys were certified. Highest KDA or kills in the MDL. Like this type of statistic, translating it into the MPL, that can work great for you, but it can also, be kind of the bane as well for your team, right? Like if you're used to that in the MDL, I feel like things kind of change a little bit in the MPL. Well, it's great that you have that, but at the same time, we've also seen players who had that tendency and then just get demolished, right? With trying to play like that where, again, we're playing a little risky, we're playing this way or that way. And so I think I always say you have to control some of that chaos here, for them. So we'll see if those players, the stand-up players, end up doing that. We're going to get things situated here from, it looks like Smart Omega's side, as they get things figured out before we head to that draft.
Actually, I really want to echo onto that one, what you said, no pun intended. I feel like we've seen that a few times where we have like superstar players from a different league or a different time, and high KDA, and then they have to reel back. They have to be reminded by the coaches, yo, you're not in the little leagues anymore. You can't go slinging your guns all the time here.
can't just be waving your guns around.
Yeah, this is a different league. You got to control yourself at certain times, and that's something that maybe you want to also remind these players. Just because they did have like humongous KDAs doesn't mean they can't keep doing that here. And
did I see that correctly? Echo fan from Jakarta here in the Philippines?
Again?
Oh, or he's the same guy.
He's
Probably he's the same guy.
He has just permanently stayed here.
Yeah,
Oh.
it seems so.
Wow.
Look at
okay.
this coach right
Oh,
here.
Coach Dap.
Coach Dap coming in to see the boys in action.
Wait, is
Love
this
that.
Dap or is this
That's
Joshi
Dap.
Cakes?
That's Dap. Whoa.
I'm sorry.
That's a good. I mean, forgiven. A lot of people have been. A lot of people have mistaken him.
Yep.
I actually, at first glance earlier, I thought it was Josh.
You did? Oh my God, this guy was serious.
Yeah.
All right,
So
yeah.
I'm laughing with you and at myself.
Legitimately, all right.
Yeah, shout out to Joshi Cakes
Hey,
and the MPL gang, by the
hope
way.
you're watching. Hope you guys are watching, man.
Well,
Love
he's-
these guys.
I would be surprised if he's watching the English stream. But, you know, hey, Josh Cakes, we appreciate you.
We appreciate you, whether or not.
You know who's watching the English stream?
What?
Trex.
Oh, Trex Cast.
Shout out Trex. I don't
Love
know
that
actually
guy.
if Trex is watching now, and I just thought I'd give him a shout out. Shout out to you, Trex.
Big shout out to our dear friend Trex. And
Yes.
I know it's quite early over there, you know, so
Oh,
make
it
sure
really
you,
is, isn't
make
it?
sure you eat your cereal, man. You know, real quick, too, again, we're seconds away from getting things situated here. Zyda holds the all-time MDL PH Turtle and Lord kills with 143 and 99.
AKA the retro god of MDL.
AKA the objective man.
The objective man.
The objective
Okay.
man.
The objective man.
It's weird if you put it in different contexts, isn't it? Like, you know,
No,
objectives.
What do you mean?
No,
What do you mean?
You go through life with the objective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wolf,
Okay.
what is
Of
your
course.
objective from
My-
a day-to-day basis?
My objective.
Wake up, make coffee.
Yes.
Coffee art.
Yes. Make good latte. Make
a
myself
podcast.
feel better with the caffeine running through my veins.
See?
Make a podcast.
Hey.
And admire my friends.
I thought you were going to say admire myself.
Nah.
In the mirror.
Hey.
Hey, we're back.
We're back. We're back from
Okay.
draft. And, you know, again, thank you for everybody sitting tight with us. It's been a fun week number 1 here, opening up season 13. And now we are down to the last band for the first phase from Smart Omega. Interesting bands came out, though, from Echo. You know, based off what we saw from the previous games, the previous matches, that's Joy being taken out for the last phase here. So we'll see. First pick comes out right away, Novaria.
It's the Novaria, and then you answer no Arlet, so you go for Ruby here for Omega, maybe Ruby Fred. X-Borg has been the choice. Ruby X-Borg. Do we go for good or maybe Carry? Oh, Baxia, of course, the Matzilla special. We're talking about.
You're not straying not straying too far from the apple field here.
Whoa, Blitz draft coming out from Echo, and that's going to be the carry. Maybe get their jungler now. Fredrin is open. It's great with the Novaria, typically, or the Barretts actually. Much better choice, I would say.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a great answer to you know, to basically these two melee heroes from Omega. You gotta go up close and personal to make your stuff happen. You know what? Go ahead and try. I love that Barrett.
Yeah, Barretts or X-Borg. All right.
Perfect.
You got it. Got him. So you go. So you go X-Borg now. You for Omega or you go Claude. Because you need a win condition. I mean, ONIC. Oh, sorry. It was RSG. That,
In the previous game.
The previous game.
They missed out on that.
They missed out on that. Omega needs to learn from that.
Just keep it going, Wolf. I'm going to admire you.
Okay.
And
That's
your
the theme,
predictions.
theme for today is learning, right? Learning from the previous.
I thought you were saying admiration.
Admiration and learning.
All right.
They can go hand in hand.
Come on, Claude.
Okay.
Make it up. Make yourself known, Claude.
All right, Claude or X-Borg. That's
Stop
what I'm
hiding.
looking at.
That's
All right.
what Wolf is calling, ladies and gentlemen. Wolf is calling Claude or X-Borg.
You know you want
Okay. Yeah. Let's limit ourselves to 2 guesses.
Oh, man.
Harith.
I mean, you guys have
Okay.
been calling it since match 1 and match 2. Now it comes out in match 3.
I just want to let you know I still admire you, Wolf. Even though you were wrong.
Thank you, guys. That means a lot to me.
It's not often, but Wolf, Hey, you know what? You're still on point.
No, you jinxed it. You
No,
pointed it out.
No, he's got
He's
got the last 4 picks locked in. But that's
Okay.
the Harith. How are we feeling about the Harith locked in here for Smart Omega, Wolf?
I like it a lot because it is definitely the hero that answers the carry in the laning stage.
Yes, sir.
Great in the mid game as well. And then you have 2 sources of lockdown, so you always have to look for that if you are Harith. Maybe typically Harith is paired with Kaja, for example, or Franco that really locks down opponents, and then you just piggyback off of that. But you also have the Ruby, which is a great source of lockdown, anyways. So yeah, to answer your question, looks good. However, the problem here is that they might not have enough of reach against this Novaria.
That's
so
true.
They definitely need a dive kind of EXP lane here from Omega.
With this, you kind of lock down your main range advantage. You basically let your opponent know that this is the range that I can reach.
Yeah.
And that means they will have to really compensate hard on a long-range mage
Yes,
for the
sir.
mid if they want to answer.
Oh.
Good bands.
Good bands, definitely.
CC taken out for the last one here. Xborg as well on the other side. So, what does this leave us for Smart Omega?
Okay, they need a maybe a Loyi, yeah, sure. Angela. So
This is a whole lot of not expected.
Yes, 100%. Which means that Echo, I mean, you can. There's the classic counter to both Harith and Angela is the Esmeralda, but that's very unlikely to be picked up. I think the Echo might just consider getting a locked up like a one-shot Sanford hero, like maybe Lapo or Yuzhong, with Yuzhong being one of the top ones in mind.
Love it, love
And
it.
maybe with no Minotaur, maybe they just go Grok or Tigreal.
Okay. I think the fact too that Echo already has a lot of the vision with the Novaria.
Oh, gotcha.
Wow. So this makes it work really well. Like this is the Benedetta then on top of it.
Classic Sanford.
Yeah, this is a classic Sanford, but I love that they have Novaria. It gives vision, right? And then you pair it up with the Kaja. Like this is a spotter kind of approach, right?
Yeah.
Like they spot it out, they get the Kaja who doesn't have to go searching, checking these bushes and everything else to get that Divine Judgment off the right target. And it could work really well here, right? Of course, Benedetta is always some sort of risk factor to it, this hero. But again, this is Sanford, right? This is who we were talking about leading into this game, where I said, like, who's the standout lane for this lineup still from Echo? And a lot of people would still say, yeah, the XP lane, it's Sanford.
Lapu, Yuzhong. Whoa, okay. That's a glue. So much surprises. I mean, Omega, you can see that the last 3 picks that they did, Harith, Angela, as well as Glue, you almost never see this.
They're basically trying to see if they can throw off Echo here, who are very well known for control of their lanes. You know what? They made the opposite. They made the heroes that can really throw off those lane controls and maybe steer it more towards the team fighting side of things.
I'm also wondering, like, with so much here, as we take a look at the audience prediction, 70% for Echo, but again with so much shielding, sustainability that could happen here from Smart Omega's lineup, Echo's going to have to kind of answer that really quickly, for the most part. And I'm not sure about this, by the way, but I'm looking behind me and I see Khalid for some reason on the screen. Yeah, so I don't know if that was actually a Benedetta or if that was a Khalid. So that could have just been a
Let's double check.
Yeah, but I heard that your body suffers. So
yeah, so
it's usually Benedetta.
we'll find out as we jump here. The drums are going once again for Echo. Still here in Season 13, we jump into Land of Dawn for the last match to round out week number 1 here. You get a good look at both junglers getting set up, situated, and it is going to be okay. It is a Benedetta, so I was going to say, the Khalid threw me off here inside the MPL arena.
Yep.
Right now.
Feels good.
We're back.
Oh, double leash coming out from Echo, and okay, so I looked at I have confirmed that it was Sanford as well as Outplayed that helped the bats, that helps Zyda take the jungle easily. So if you're gonna be looking at the pace for Zyda, this is important to take note because usually Baksha outspeeds everyone from the jungling, and Bats is not the fastest jungler, But because of the movements coming out from Echo, Zyda is actually matching up well when it comes to the clear speed on the jungle.
Yeah, that Baksha definitely something that, you know, aside from it clears fast, it moves so much quicker, right?
Yep.
So that's something that they're bridging. They're trying to bridge that difference between the junglers with that mid and support.
Yep.
Both of them get that level 4 pretty much at the same time, right, for both junglers. But right now you can already see a focus here, putting some pressure on West once again. I'm not really expecting with both these lineups there to be any early first bloods, right, for the most part. You're going to see them get kind of centered up into the first objective here. Also, at the same time, you know, JP, one of the great things about having this Kaja available is that on demand usually kind of numbers disadvantage. You can usually get a kill quite quickly having the Kaja, and then again carries snowball potential, right? So they're getting really close to those level 4s up top in the XP lane. Now they'll make their way for the objective here. Smart Omega in position for members against the 4 of Echo.
Looks really good so far for Omega. Their melee heroes really making sure they can zone out Zyda, who is actually quite busy with the purple buff right now. But he will be here in time. He has Retribution in hand as well. And Sanford, he's making marked life here in the mid lane so much more difficult than it should be, even forcing a flicker out of the glue. And there you go, Zyda securing that turtle. The fight could still go for Omega, but they decide to pull back.
And some important clarifications here. This is an EX Plane Ruby and a glue in the roam roll. That's why Marked was actually wearing the conceal boots. But when he tried to get a level 4, Sanford was smart enough to take down the Marked and force that flicker.
Huge. Right now here, West, obviously, if you're a Harith, you want to leverage your ability to duel early on against the carrier, else, you know what, you might have problems later.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's trying to do that even 1v2 right now.
You know, it is clear that Outplay played this matchup before, because the way that he used the flicker, and the way that he is actually leading against West, trying to win that lane, it tells us that he knows how to play against the Harith. He's not overextending. So Echo really prepared for this match.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're,
sure.
the way that they're moving around the map shows it, but still, you know, with either team.
What?
What?
Not gonna
That's
land
a
that.
very... Did you see that item
Rose
pickup?
Gold Meteor.
What is
First
that?
item.
We have to ask that later for sure, but for now, yeah, it's Sanford and Louise wailing on each other. But yeah, what's the
What's up with that, Wolf?
What's up with
that
that? You have a
about?
little bit of damage and a lot of defense on that. It's like a, it's not a double-edged sword, but it's like a holding a shield and a sword.
It's like a broadsword.
It's a rose and a meteor sword.
Yes, sir. And with Zyda holding onto the radiant armor early, going up against his magic-based heroes, this is Echo identifying that magic is the way to go for Omega, and they're countering it.
Yeah, they set themselves up for success with itemization alone, and there you go.
Wow.
Just making sure that you can get something done here. Luis, great lifesteal and the pullback here with the I'm Offended. And there you go. That's going to be first blood going over here to Omega, who are feeling really good right now. Mark is even here. He even used the flicker in to get it up on the front.
Oh!
There's split and the grab. Make sure you put your target in the right position here. Rildo might be in trouble here as well. Sanford, the big difference maker here for Echo. Sanji as well, just doing non-stop damage from the side, but he just ran out of teammates here up on the top side of the map.
That was one of the longest exchanges we have seen so far.
Exactly.
The back and forth here, and just how long it took for those members to fall, but ultimately, Smart Omega will come out on top, plus an objective.
Wonderful play coming out from Omega, especially because Lewis just held his ground. He prioritized the War Axe and went for the full fighter build. And because of that, Lewis was able to just lifesteal and spell vamp his way out of that fight, especially because Ryle already activated the ultimate. A great counterplay coming out from Omega.
Man,
No
again.
boots, by the way, for the carry. Just straight up rose gold meteor. I love that.
Man,
Just noticed that.
RGM.
Still a smart choice given the lineup, right, that we're talking about here. But
absolutely,
man, talk about just how much value right now that Angela even brings to the table, right? The heart guard really change the course of that fight up top. And that's why Sanji, you just saw him pick up the necklace of Durance, right? Like, he needs that to help with this kind of sustainability coming out from Smart Omega's lineup. So you can see them put a lot of pressure here too. Sanford also picking up the next big item to help deal with a lot of the sustain.
The HP bars of Omega are very deceptive all around, right? Luis is going to get his HP back immediately almost. Mark can go split up if he's in trouble. Alongside the Heart Guard, it's becoming very apparent that Omega has thought of this.
Yep. Even the glue is starting to be a problem for Echo because of that flicker play that we saw from Mark himself. There's a lot of staying power for Omega, and they're just going to be doing the 4 protect 1 strat where West is going to be the one to output the damage. But Mark will always be on top of the Barretts to make it a non-factor. And look at that. Still no boots for Outplayed.
Bro.
He doesn't
need the
boots.
foot carry.
It's interesting. He's just trying to survive, right? Because I think in the end, you're right, Wolf. Omega and Echo knows this. They just need to build magic resist because it's all going to be up to the Harith later on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, as the game goes on, and you already deal with a lot of the sustainability for Smart Omega, like Echo is trying to play that long game here, working around the lineup that they have to. They know that Outplayed, all he needs to do is also farm up here. The true damage is going to be a big factor later on in some of these fights. So even if they manage to get this turtle, that's great. But look at the bottom side.
Yeah, huge teleport here on the bottom side with the Heart Guard for West. And still, again, it's still a Harith. So good at these duels early on. Takes out a 2v2. And he also managed to secure the turtle, at least for Echo.
Now, back-to-back clashes. Echo just literally not respecting the healing potential that can come out from the Angela. And this is, by the way, a position for Angela, so that's a lot of damage that can come out from that.
Luis,
Oh
well
my
played
God.
with a solo 2v1 on the top side, using that turret to its full advantage.
What a play. Right, again, 3-0-2 now. Proven to be a menace on this Ruby pick so far. And still, Smart Omega now nearly 2K ahead. They're going to be able to work around this, especially leading into the next objective right now. So still looking to make a play top side. Looking to spot out Zyda to get the turret. And this is the durability, sustainability combination that they're working with right now. It's just really tough for Echo to find the damage this early on in the 9-minute mark to deal with it, even in the mid-game.
Be a problem now for Echo because you mentioned about the power spike of Omega in the mid-game. It's not only felt, but you can see that it can be translated into the gold lead that Omega is holding on now. Come the Lord fight, they don't have enough to pierce through the defenses of Omega. They do have lockdown though, so it's gonna be JP being very crucial when it comes to the Lord team fights because he's gonna be the one to take out West.
Yeah, I feel like even with that though, like they just have to give up these turrets. They have to give up the space to work around, and Smart Omega knows that, right? They know that we have this advantage right now, and it's good that Outplayed finds this tier 2, but currently, I think even part of it, Sanji needs a lot more time to build up here. Again, he rushed the Necklace of Durance, right? So he had to build that. He doesn't have any big damage items just yet. So the more time that Echo buys for himself here, they will be able to contest some of these objectives in these fights, whittle down the health bars of Smart Omega a little bit more. But right now, both teams getting a position, once again, for this Lord. Not sure if any wants to commit just yet, though, as they focus around the macro game. And one of the advantages right now is Smart Omega holds on to that tier 1 still on their side of the map.
Yeah.
Overall, it just feels like both teams waiting for that specific timing, especially for side of Echo, right? When is the optimal time for Echo to take these fights and maybe go for an all-out, Lord fight, Lord steal here? Because West is so scary on the Harith right now. And of course, Luis is going to be threatening that side lane as well over and over again.
Yeah, I can see Lewis is, if you're going to be looking at Sanford, this is his signature hero, but he's getting bodied by Lewis. 3-0-2 for the Ruby. 1-2-0 for the Benedetta. And even in that split push, Beradel was duly punished. Lewis going for the Malefic Roar. This is damage Ruby. Not
Bro.
sustain Ruby.
No wonder he's 3-0 right now.
Scary now, still fighting. They're going to go for this Lord. Sanford making his way as well.
Oh, Echo, they're finally done waiting here. JP pulls the trigger with the flicker. Yeah, but it's not going to make a mark here for the meantime, as Luis does have the hard guard. And now they will have a missing key for the team fight. It's going to be a big one underneath this Lord. That's very close to Red 3, but they're losing out on members right now. Omega, they're losing out big time. Just standing right now is Ryle, Luis, and Mark. But who is going to be left alone? Who is going to be left standing here? It looks like Outplayed might be in trouble. He already used the flicker as well. Luis and Mark are going for the chase. Flicker already used by Ra as well. Lord is walking on bottom side here. But oh man, they lose out on the objective. But Omega's skirmishing and dueling capabilities are through the roof.
That, again, a perfect picture of just how much sustainability and durability Smart Omega's lineup has, even given that Echo did get the Lord. They won some of the battle, but Smart Omega just holding it together still.
And that's bad news for Echo, despite them getting the Lord. Because there is something that we have confirmed in this mid-game that we're looking at. Omega only made the bad decision to utilize the hard guard onto Lewis. And that's understandable because Lewis was in trouble. But then, if we think about it, the next fight that happens, make sure that Lewis is not, positioning is not compromised, pop the hard guard onto West, they're going to be A-okay. Because, man, Zaida had to really dig deep into his bag of tricks just to punish Omega. He had actually the most ideal Barrett's performance where he was able to utilize the Daytona's wake up onto West and then throw it over to Matt so that he stuns 2 people and then he gets the retribution.
Yeah.
That's the most ideal scenario. Might not happen again for Echo.
You know what's surprising? We haven't seen that kind of Barrett's play in a while here.
Exactly. That's
in
the
last
dream.
In the
That's
weekend.
the dream.
Yeah. And a lot of people will point that out. But then we see it from someone who is from MDL. I love that here right now.
All the Barrett's mains.
The Barrett's mains right now.
Yep.
Not a hero I'd pick, but I respect it. So, you know, again, it's funny because it is such an effective hero, and the way that it's played here by Zaida right now can really turn the tide of these later on Lord fights, right? Outplayed as well has to be able to position himself in a better situation, and I know that's probably difficult given the fact that everything that Smart Omega's throwing at him is tough to deal with, especially. Okay, we're going to get a situation there again with the heart working against the heart guard and everything else, right? Outplayed's positioning will be crucial here for them, and JP as well has to be able to find the right target with that Divine Judgment. So, 30 seconds away here from that Lord pickup. Smart Omega sticking together. Crucial. Big damage item pickup here for West. Gets the Divine Glaive.
Oh, Echo has to really respect what Omega can bring to the table. And it's looking good for Echo for sure. But then again, they're not out of the what's the term? Out of the
Not
weeds?
out of the woods.
Woods.
Just yet, yeah.
Out of the woods.
Not out of the weeds? What?
Not out of the weeds. I mean, people could hide in weeds.
Yeah, for sure.
I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
You can get stuck in weeds.
Yeah.
You know?
But for Omega,
not ideal. Wolf.
Not ideal. This is their power spike. 100% their power spike. I think Lewis with this. Oh my goodness! Did I jinx him? No.
No, you didn't.
He's safe.
No.
He's safe.
He's fine.
But yeah, with this full damage build up, even endless battle,
bro.
Oh,
that's a warrior if I've ever seen one.
Oh,
that is
my
a
God.
fighter. A fighter, Ruby.
What do you call this version of Ruby?
Like, Agri Ruby or
Aggro Ruby?
Yeah,
It's a class Ganon. Oh, look at this. Zaida can't really sustain that much. Surprising damage coming out from the Omega members here, but here comes Sanford coming in straight in with the Electro Final Blow, and now they are on the chase for each and every member they can handle here for Echo. But Omega, they're losing out on HP. Sanji making the Star Shatters hit their targets, and now that forces Omega to back off.
Again, you know, even that whole exchange, they don't want to go ahead and deal with the Lord just now, but you could see once again the durability of Smart Omega lineup, even outplayed. Like, I'm kind of wondering, like, where is that damage that we're so used to seeing with this carry? And part of it is he's just not able to get in the position to get those procs off even. So Smart Omega now will go ahead and start this Lord. They've got the heart guard ready from Ryle as well. They're going to go ahead and start it up.
Yep, starting it up right now. It's going to be Mart. Already used up the split. That might be crucial information here for Echo. As the Omega are wailing in straight onto that Lord. Still getting secured here by West, though.
Okay, West gets it. They call it back, but they get the objective here, Wolf.
Yeah. That's a great stack for Omega. They only lose their roamer, so that's totally fine. And he's going to be respawned in 30 seconds anyways. Health of the minion wave, it's going to be controlled by Omega, but Echo immediately answers. We have to make the beeline towards top. Let's clear the waves and pop that notification in chat. Clear up lanes.
I can tell he uses that a lot in
Yes,
his ranked
sir.
games. Like, guys, clear up those lanes, come on!
That's true. I have attack the turtle, clear up lanes, and attack the Lord.
Top 3.
Yep.
I don't ever use any of those.
What do you use?
I just use a thumbs up emote. That's it. That's all I use.
It's the most nice thing I've heard today.
Well, top side, look at the battle.
Yeah, they're trying to leverage, see if they can use this Lord to make a push happen, though. But now Echo, they are mad. They're showing their fangs. And they're showing they got damage still here.
No Zaman Force, but that's a short cooldown anyways. Gonna be up in a few seconds now.
So we're waiting. This is funny because we were talking about this earlier, right? The personality of Smart Omega, man. We're nearing the 18-minute mark. I don't even think the Omega timers, I don't know. Maybe you guys can argue with me here. Maybe people in the chat, the diehard Barangay fans can say, you know, they're still Smart Omega timers.
Yeah.
But right now, it's, I don't know, would you call this a relatively even battle when it comes to these actual skirmish fights? Because another big item is going to be picked up here by Echo for Sanji. He has the Divine Glaive now as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think this is a close, very close fight. In fact, even when Echo is leading by 1.2, I could argue that Omega still is leading because this is still their power spike. Although 18 minutes is my own timer for the late game. And we can now say that, yeah, this is now Echo's playing field as well as Sanford's. But I only say that because I wasn't aware that Lewis is actually playing the damage build. Only one defensive item, only one Kiras for Lewis. This is gonna hurt. And that's also the reason why he is able to sustain himself because of the spell vamp.
Yeah, and I think that's also the big reason why he's the target of the Heart Guard. Because they know that they're going to use Luis for the brunt of the damage instead of West.
Yeah, like West comes in and cleans up with magic damage, you know, especially when there's Zaman Force available. But I still feel like if you're Smart Omega, one of the major things you have to watch out for with Sanford being on the signature pick, the Benedetta, is that side lane pressure. You can even see him setting up for it, right? And that's kind of something you have to deal with, especially when these Lord dances come up, right? Sanford's going to be putting the pressure there, and they might decide, you know what, Luis, go deal with it. But then you lose a lot of that CC potential that Ruby brings to these team fights. So we'll see if they decide. If Echo decides, hey, we'll just fight it out. You know, full on 5 versus 5, we can do that. We can put pressure in the side lanes. But ultimately, it's up to Echo to decide that, because another factor is, again, Sanji is going to be providing the vision with this Novaria pick. You can see Smart Omega putting themselves here. Now, Luis and Ryle can hold down the side lane if they have to, but eventually he's going to have to heart guard out of there.
Now we're going to see a huge stance here around the Lord area. Omega seems to be trying to use this as bait, maybe. And JP, he's on the side. He's looking for a target. Where is Louise? Where is West right now?
JP's positioning as well, waiting patiently. Could make a play with a concealed Divine Judgment if they're able to spot someone out. Lord's going to go ahead and reset, though. They don't want to commit just yet. It isn't a full reset, but right now, Smart Omega taking things slow. There's a little bit of that pressure on the top side as well, but they still have Ryle there, so as they work through it, they're going to be spotted out by Sanji.
Oh boy.
But neither team taking it a go just yet.
Really liking this glue coming up from Omega. Great versus Sanji. Oh.
Yeah, they're making it work right now. Going for a concealed play straight up on the Zyda. Can't even use Daytona's Welcome. That's the Echo Jungler going down. And who will be next? Outplayed, getting chased down here. That's a double for the Harith.
Sanford's still on that side of the map.
Oh!
Shot's going to land from Sanji.
Sanji, you cannot let your guard down. Not a second. Luis falls, though. Mortality will keep him alive. Sanford could be in trouble as well. Lord's trying to do his best to help him. And there you go! Championship material here being nullified by the Omega firepower.
Had it not been because of the Lord's knockup, Sanford would have gotten more, but Sanji's just outputting so much.
And Luis's West is present. No retribution for either sides here. But they're trying to go straight and barrel through that HP of the Lord. Here comes Matt. He's ready to go, and I think Echo might have to let this go.
It's going to be a Lord for Smart Omega here. Once again, great fighting from Smart Omega to deal with a lot of the things that Echo is throwing at them. And that would have been huge if Sanford was able to get those extra kills there, but still stopped. I mean, even for a moment, he was just knocked through the air for so long and couldn't even play because of the fact that Luis was there as well with this Ruby pick.
Man, Lord MVP, bro.
Lord is the MVP for sure. But obviously, Omega played so well. This is how you play against the Bats. If you see him in action and there's no Matilda, you know that you can take him out, even in the late game where he's very tanky.
Right.
If you have 5 members just barreling down on that one hero, it's great. And they also saw that Sanford was actually busy in the middle, managing the lanes. That's also another advantage of getting the Angela.
Yeah, big fight could start erupting here. Sanford put down on the low. Luis is waiting. He's still got that pullback. Zaida has to charge on out of there, but the Lord charges alongside with him. Marked on the split. Inhibitor tower turret will fall. JP's on conceal. They want to go for it. Sides to cancel it out. Just be happy with the defense.
They hold it together. I mean, it looked a little dicey there, right? Smart Omega could have pushed it in, but Echo playing it pretty well on the defense there against that Lord, nearing that 23-minute mark. This is quite the longer game here, but in terms of scaling, is Echo going to get that favor the longer this game goes? Will Smart Omega continue to be this much of a nuisance for them?
So, definitely maxed out. Maybe the next scaling hero should be Sanji, but he's also maxed out anyways. And perhaps, yeah, I think this is probably the power spike of, sorry, not power spike, but the critical mass for both Echo as well as Omega.
Yeah, we're seeing a point where maybe decision-making is going to be a factor, because we saw earlier Zaida. I think the best time for Omega to fight is when Zaida is channeling the Daytona's Welcome, right? No chance for him to actually fight back. So it's going to be all about timings here right now.
I think part of this, too, is Sanford, his decision. Talking about decisions here, is does he actually put the split push to play? You know, and it's kind of hard when you're dealing with an Angela across from you in the hands of Ryle here. I mean, even looking at the damage, Sanji has it, but there's so much sustain that even if he lands a couple shots, it's very quickly that Smart Omega gets back to these healthy health bars, right?
Yeah.
So it's tough to deal with, and I think when we really talk about decision-making, it is down to that, right? Where does Sanford decide to go? And is it more value for him to actually be with the fight and team fight, you know, to land those petrify like the final blow combinations?
Yeah. Okay, now real close. Omega only leading by 1,000, but they have the map control. And Sanford is again very preoccupied, taking care of business up top, where the minions are gonna be naturally closing on against Echo because of that. Of the inhibitor turret being down, and Zaida is still far away from. I don't know if he's got the immortality soon, like the cooldown.
Oh, look at JP and outplayed.
Oh, that's a massive movement up on the top side of the map.
Might be worth it to actually go for the Angela, but then if you think about it, Angela can just use the ultimate. I wonder if there's like a Winter Truncheon on the side of Ryle. There is Winter Truncheon, so yeah.
They're planted up there.
You can buy a lot of time with that.
I don't think this is a good decision coming out from Echo, because they only will be able to catch the Angela, and that's not worth it just because of that Winter Truncheon that I'm talking about, because you can pop the Heart Guard and get into the fight.
Well, they cleared those minions already, so they might have to give a go signal with a conceal play up top.
Yeah, all they gotta do is wait. It's a three-man push on top side. They are going to pull the trigger, and they take out Ryle. No time to punch that Winter Truncheon. And Luis is getting punched really hard as well. Here comes Matt with the intercept. He finds on Sanford. Mortality's still going to be active here. for both of these players. That is a huge W. It was one guy. It's a huge W for Echo, I believe.
Huge W. I thought it would be a bad decision, but then again, Ryle did not have an immortality. Had it been that he had immortality, that would be a bad decision coming out from Echo. But of course, they're champions. They're world champions for a reason. What a play coming out from JP.
Yeah, great play here, but still they have to claim this Lord, and Smart Omega's not going to let this go again in 30 seconds. If they stall it out, Ryle could just pop in with a hard guard at 8 seconds notice. So Echo goes in.
Yeah, it's a 4v5 right now, and Echo knows it. Goes straight for Mark. He goes on split. Here goes Ida as well. Louis gonna be going down. Immortality going up as well. Matt, it's gonna go crazy here. So many low HP members here, and Louis gonna come out on top here. Echo looks like they are very happy to take these fights, and here comes Sanji with a flank. He's flanking with a Novaria of all heroes, and he's hunting down West. Going down is gonna be outplayed though. Here comes that bite from Omega. Hard guard is active as well. Matt is still alive, but they're gonna go push up on the mid. Echo trying to go and straight true to their form and true to their reputation. Barrels down on mid and take the W.
Talk about an express decision from Echo there. Some people might have wondered, why was Sanji not firing off in the direction of the team fight, and that's exactly why. Able to get the win there in game 1.
Oh man, that play for Ryle had a chance to go to that top spot, and I honestly thought that it would be a bad play, but then I did not take for account that there's no immortality actually for Ryle. Winter Truncheon is not enough because if you get ganged up, you need both Winter Truncheon as well as immortality to survive that play. And that combo that we're talking about, the 1-5 conceal play, position 1 and 5, but with a little bit of a difference from Echo because back then they had their Benedetta too, so it's a 3-man connection up top. That's why they were able to burst down Ryle so easily with that flicker, that conceal plus flicker play, and it's great. I mean, that could have been great for the side of Omega had it been that Ryle went for immortality instead.
I think, immortality or not, that, when I asked you guys scalability and everything else, you mentioned it comes down to decision making. That's exactly what it was, right? I mean, down to that play where they made their way up top just to get Ryle, and they did, and then that kind of resulted in Smart Omega being like, oh man, we actually need to contest this Lord. Yeah. And then the way things kind of unfold from there. Because I still think if Echo was like, you know what, we have a numbers advantage, let's take the Lord. Smart Omega still had a very good chance at winning that fight. So Wolf, I know you have some more to say here. Take us through this game 1.
Who do you think is the MVP? Well, we talked about so much hype about this guy. And the fact that he got bodied by Lewis so many times in this game, you would think that maybe Sanford has, maybe we could call it quits for Sanford in this particular game. But no, he went back. I mean, there was even a Lord team fight where you can argue that Sanford's positioning was bad. But in that last set of plays, the genes for split pushing as well as the genes for like just making good decisions in the latter portions just rained through for Sanford with that Impure Rage Benedetta. Let's look at the highlights. So many highlights in this 27-minute bout between Echo and Omega. But up top, you can see that Lewis already is rising to the occasion. Zaida, great outplay. This is the dream scenario for the Barras that we're talking about. He's able to take out West as well as Matt with his play. Eventually was taken out, but he still managed to get the Lord before he went down. And then Omega, piggybacking off of what Lewis is doing, as well as Ryle on this particular game. They have found a lot of openings around the Lord dances. And it will continue to happen. I mean, Zaida's just getting punished. Had it not been for Sanji just taking out Marked and eventually taking out Lewis, this game would have been totally in Omega's hands. But it didn't happen in the end.
Again, if you look at this game, a lot of the times it was quite even, for the most part. And for Smart Omega specifically, they had a great lineup. I loved what they brought to the table here, and they executed it pretty well for the majority of the game. And maybe this comes down to some of that experience, that world stage experience. some of the pressure that came out here from Echo.
Yeah, that's sad for the Sanji just flexing their not in-game knowledge as well as their resilience as a player. I mean, the championship caliber kind of resilience in this game where already everything is going badly towards Echo, but they recovered. And important items here, Rose Gold Meteor, prioritized by the members of Echo. That's actually the Outplayed had to sell it eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you get the idea. They needed a way to kind of last against Omega, especially because Omega did go for magic damage. And then if you're looking at Lewis with this play, I totally understand why he went for this kind of itemization. Endless battle in the end, and he's outputting the necessary damage as an EXP laner. But then in the end, they lost.
I want to highlight how good Sanji played there in the last part of that. Obviously,
Yes.
they already did like immaculate, very creative
Yeah.
decision making on the top side, but the way Sanji flanked,
Yeah.
when have you seen a Novaria flank from the back?
Exactly.
What's that about?
It's an amazing place.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying, like, even at times in that last team fight exchange,
Insane, man.
Sanji had to make his own decisions. Like, do I drop, the damage down the line through the mid lane so that eventually, if this team fight goes in our favor, we could potentially push into the mid lane. Like, that alone was a decision that he had to make because it would have been very beneficial. If you look back at that team fight, the last one especially, if Sanji had decided, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and fire off into this team fight, it probably would have gone better, for them in terms of winning that team fight. But again, that shot call to just run it down mid, essentially,
Yeah.
and
Choo,
trust
choo.
in the rest of us. Yeah, bring the Express down the mid lane. That's exactly what helped them win that game one.
Yeah, it was creative decision making
Yes.
and the caliber of gameplay that you can expect from obviously a team with JP in
Yeah,
there as well.
I think the Omega really devised this properly. I think that their draft was great. They picked up the Harith. We were looking for it. Then the Angela, and then the Glue as the roamer. It's great coming out from Omega actually.
Well, let's go ahead and throw it over real quick to our host. They're out there with a fan from, it looks like, somewhere else.
Here in MPL Philippines, we have fans from all over the world. Here with us is Vincent coming all the way from
Indonesia.
Jakarta, Indonesia.
Vincent, I know that, it's been an amazing series and an amazing day so far, but who are you rooting for?
Who?
Omega or Echo?
The Orcas. Echo.
Echo, of course.
Oh, Echo.
Lots of fans right at the back.
Favorite player from Echo?
Carl TZ.
Okay, what is your role then? I know it's Carl TZ, but what's your favorite hero in jungle? Fredrin.
Fredrin. So you're from Jakarta, Indonesia. What are you doing in the Philippines?
Work here.
And how long have you been living here?
5 years.
5 years. Is this your first time in the MPL?
Not really. I watched MPL before in the previous season. So
Oh.
All right, let's try to list it down because I feel like he's familiar with the game already. Season 11. Did you watch?
I forgot.
All right.
Season 12.
Season 12.
M5.
And
M5.
Okay, you're here for M5. I'm really curious, who were you rooting for? Indonesia or Philippines?
To be honest, ONIC, but I always look up to everyone who have a good teamwork.
Everyone has a good teamwork, but who do you think has better teams, and players?
Right.
Indonesia or Philippines?
That's a tough question.
I think the Philippine players have better chemistry.
Whoa!
Okay. I see it. Better chemistry. And he's going to leave it at that.
Yeah.
Okay, now Echo is over there. They're about to put on their headsets. What do you want to tell them right now?
Make it 2-0.
Make it 2-0. Do you guys agree? If you agree, complete the sentence. Echo loud. Echo proud. Thank you so much, Vincent. You
Thank
have
you.
fun. And now we're gonna go back to our casters for the second match. Casters, paso.
Thank you very much again to Vincent, coming all the way over here, of course, from Indonesia. And again, Hans Amara there. Now, before we move on to game number 2 here, we do want to go ahead and mention to all our viewers out there that we are assembling you guys for our own community tournament. Be a part of the E-Project Esports for everyone and show the world your impeccable esports prowess.
Man, so many advantages you can get. You can get free tournament mode access, free in-game items, diamonds, and so much more. All you gotta do is register with the QR code down below.
Well, isn't that amazing, Wolf?
It is amazing. I think I still can't get over the fact that that game happened. Like, there will be a day where we see Carrie and Benedetta going up against Angela Glue and still win because of what JP was able to do. Man.
Well, you know what? I believe that that game did happen, and I believe there's some keys to victory here, too, that we didn't get the chance to go through over. So why don't you take us through it?
Infinix keys to victory for Echo. Outplay West, outplayed. And for Smart, it's outplay, outplayed, West. And the third one is you just show how...
I was going to say,
how do you,
in English, how do we say that?
Just
show your strength.
Show your strength.
There you go.
Show what you're made of.
You got some poetry happening.
There's some poetry. Outplay, outplayed West. So it's basically a West versus outplayed battle. That we saw in that game, actually.
Yeah,
there were many times that West actually outplayed West.
Well, let's hope you guys don't outplay yourself. If you're watching with us here in the MPL Arena, we're now looking for the Smart Game Face of the Day in the MPL Arena. Be the next Smart Game Face of the Day winner.
All you gotta do is flash the hashtag #PowerOfSmart on your device's in a green screen. Put your game face on to win a redeemable in-game code. Now, is this what we're looking for?
That's a pretty good game face right there. Oh, it is!
Oh, my goodness. All right, all right.
Congratulations.
Don't have to tell me twice. There you go.
Congratulations. You know, at some point, I was always thinking about this previous seasons. There should be a showdown of the game face winners, but I don't know if they all end up in the playoffs eventually watching. But it'd be cool to be like, yeah, I'm week 1 winner, week 2, week 3. And then when they go watch in the playoffs, I don't know what they would win. Something amazing.
I mean,
I support this.
That's a great idea.
You're welcome.
They will win an eSIM that we were...
An eSIM? They could automatically be an E-Project. They could get a free Epic skin. I don't know.
That's not bad.
Maybe they get a collector's edition skin.
Yeah.
Wait, that actually makes me wonder. Can you actually gift collector's skins? You can, right?
No,
I think
some of them you can.
Oh.
There's a certain collector. There's a shop, and then there's the gift.
Can you gift legendary skins?
Depends on the event.
think you...
Well, I'll figure that out later, but we're jumping into the draft here. Game number 2. We're already through the bands. Echo going to be on the blue, Smart Omega on the red here. And I like that they're like, you know what? We don't want to deal with this Harith anymore. We don't want to build around it. We don't want to deal with itemization around the Harith pick, so they take it out.
Yeah. Which means that Joy should be the man here for Omega, unless they want to just bring it up. Maybe just open it up and then answer it with their Ruby that they were so good at in the previous game. But now they won't. And this opens up.
Echo takes Ruby.
Ruby or Novaria. But I think, yeah, why not, right?
Nope, Novaria.
Novaria, all right. So you go Ruby again if you're Omega.
But do you build it differently?
You go Arlot, maybe Ruby. Yeah, you probably...
Do you actually put Ruby maybe in the roam this time?
Yeah. That is the strength of the Ruby. That's why it's one of the priority picks. And that's
Do you
also
put it
true
in
with
the gold
Arlot.
lane?
Apparently it can go to the gold lane.
Exactly.
Is Ruby the new... who was this last season? Was it Arlot?
Arlot.
Yeah.
You can put anywhere.
Or Gwyn, yeah.
You can put anywhere, yeah. Guinevere. And Arlot.
Yeah. I think you go... Oh,
Speaking of Arlot.
We're right with the Ruby, with the Arlot, and then we're also right with the Carry. There's finally...
Finally! Oh my goodness. How many
Okay.
games? How many series?
That's it. Okay, we now have a very normal MLBB game. And for Omega, you enter this backshot with the Fredrin, right?
Absolutely.
That's how you do it. Or a
Seems about
Barrett's,
right.
actually. Barrett's is great. In fact, for Omega.
So jungle either way.
Yep. Either Barrett's or Fredrin. So what I'm seeing, but the Fredrin has great synergy with the Arlot.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, at the same time, too, once again, You want to be able to allow the carry to build up. That's where we've seen so much success so far. But also taking a look at this man, the Sir Matt on the screen. This is stats versus RSG, right? He used the high-lows, which was interesting, right? Then he had the Martes as well. Picks up the Martes.
Okay.
For Matt here, so
a Matt special for sure.
Yeah, Matt special utility.
This is very risky because now Omega they're showing up their strat. You need white hair to fit into Omega's lineup.
Yes.
Yes. It needs to be a Targaryen. apparently. Do they look like it? They look like Targaryens.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah.
Yeah. Carrie's more like a Velaryon, you know.
All you need is a dragon.
All they need is a dragon.
Yeah.
So Yuzhong maybe.
I was gonna say technically.
It's so funny.
Yeah. Go with Yuzhong, right?
It'd be so funny if that happened.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm thinking for Omega, they probably ban out X4 gear, as those are the two heroes that can really be a problem for their composition. And then perhaps for Echo, gonna be looking to ban that Gourd baby.
Yeah.
Did they? Yeah.
They're taking a lot of the magic damage options out here, right? Literally across the board.
What?
And
that might force them to maybe get a Nana or something in there. And maybe a Gourd,
Yep. Or any the Faramis. Oh, the Faramis was first ban. Never mind. I went for Angela. To be honest, I think Ryo played it well. It's just that it was the other choice. It was okay. Tigreal is gonna be the ban instead. And I think that might not be the best case because I mean, this is still JP. You can still play a lot of good heroes. Like the availability of something like a Grok is still there, which is not really the best hero. I mean, Arlott as well as Martis kind of hates that. So
yeah. We'll see again. I'm wondering too, Echo, if they decide to take another magic damage hero out of here. I would be surprised if it is the Gourd, but probably, like we said, it is picked up here, but it's Minotaur. So I'm wondering if the sleeve's open. Does Smart Omega actually decide to go that route? Or, like you mentioned earlier, Wolf, like, Angela was played pretty well. You know, it provided a lot of value to the lineup that they had. Even the same lineup here, given the first 3 picks they have, it could still work out.
Gourd, Nana is also good. Or maybe Valentina. It's okay against Claude in a way that, well, you still have to look for an ultimate to copy. So with the 3 ultimates that are available, it might not be bad. Ruby still open for Lewis as well as, you know, marked.
Maybe they could leave it for later, maybe for 5th pick if they want to go Valentina.
That's right. Okay, what do they pick up here? Maybe a, what's that sound? Oh, Ruby. Okay,
that's
no hesitation whatsoever. Whoa, that's a very...
Okay, okay. Well,
I did not know that's what Ruby sounded like.
Yeah.
I heard it earlier, but I thought it was different. Anyway, yeah.
Okay.
Came a little loud on our end.
I removed my headset earlier.
Do you go Diggy if you're Echo?
That would be great, right?
And then a very tanky EXP laner, somewhere like X-Borg actually, or maybe even Terizla, or Thams even. A hero. Actually, Blacklist likes to play Thams against these heroes. Okay, never mind. Wow. It's a Yuzhong. Angela Claude.
So
what a classic.
What a classic, and there's still a dragon. You know, it's just picked up on the other side. So,
yep.
Another signature pick, though. You know, for the most part, for Sanford here.
Yep.
What's the answer from Smart Omega?
Whew. I won't be surprised if this is somewhere along the lines of a Gushan or a Julian, perhaps.
Let's go.
You need burst.
Wait, what? That's not what I'm expecting.
Yeah, because I mean, like, okay, so the easier options will be Aurora, perhaps, is there.
Yeah.
Nana. Nana is like probably the choice here for Omega, but there I want to pitch. I want to pitch Gushan or Julian because
something with mobility.
Something with a knock up or from Julian as well as burst. But okay, easy route.
Yeah, but she still has burst.
Yeah. For sure.
Right?
Nana's like the you don't need to think about it solution.
Yeah. I mean, like, why complicate things? This is MPL. Let's win games, you know?
That's why I was not expecting the Gushan Julian thrown out. But, you know, I feel like either way, though, the Nana's going to struggle here. Even the carry to an extent. because if you just look at the lineup from Echo, they can come from many different angles.
That's right.
And, you know, even when you're a Nana, like, yes, you have the passive, right? But if you drop your ult, then what are you doing? Like, you're just kind of on the run.
Yeah.
You know, with this, especially the lineup across from you, having a Claude to deal with and everything. With a heart guard, like it's the classic combo.
That's right.
So that is going to be tough here, I think, to pull off for Smart Omega, but we'll see if they can execute with the lineup that they have here. A lot of CC available to them, but they have to be able to pull it off against a very mobile lineup. So we jump in here to the Land of Dawn again for game number 2. Match point right now for Echo. Game 1 was very close if you missed it. So can Smart Omega extend the series to the 3 games? The first one it would be of today, as we are in the last series to round out week 1.
I mean, Omega did show earlier that they are very much willing to take many of these fights, even if some of those fights don't always look like they are the ones who are going to come out on top.
Yeah.
You have to admit that. You have to admire that for Omega. And I think that's some of the DNA that came over from the previous iteration of Omega. You know, it's like they're never say die attitude. And I love that it's still kind of there in the DNA, but it's always a question of whether or not it's the right thing to do in that certain situation, though.
Yeah, it's definitely, what do you call that? There's always those mission statements here.
Yeah, the mission vision.
Mission vision.
The mission vision is to always go for the fight.
That's the mission vision of Smart Omega, right? They pass it down. And the thing is, though, they're still essentially the way that they play it is kind of scrappy, but it's a little more refined right now, at least with this lineup. That familiarity they have with each other. Outplayed, though.
Yeah, they can capitalize on that familiarity here, but obviously the BMI battle mirror image still present here for Outplayed. And they just want to make sure that, you know, Echo is reminded of what they're capable of. That they've got that kill potential. If you blink, you'll miss it.
You'll miss it.
Speaking of which, will he blink? And I think he will not miss it. Sanford goes down for first blood here on the bottom side of the map. Even with JP close by, no heart guard available. And to be fair, even if that had a heart guard, that might have not worked. Or that might have not been enough to save him.
There's a whole lot of damage right now, though. Matt's going to go ahead and start with the turtle. This could be very easy for them to take as he's working on it. Zyda, though, going to try to go in.
Yeah, I love what they're trying to do here, trying to see if they can put Zyda off balance. Oh my goodness, Louise, what a beautiful final slash. Remove the momentum from Zyda, denies the retribution.
Again, a great play there. Great just decisiveness from this lineup of Smart Omega right now. Yes, it's a small lead, about 1,000 ahead right now of Echo, but again, they're making things work here. And look at the gold difference in the gold lane.
That's gonna be massive. 400 in early stages. Sanford, like, going up against 2. Okay.
Yeah, they got mad. Sanford here got mad on the one side of the map. Says, you know what, you can't keep doing that to me. I'm gonna get a kill, maybe under my belt, but no. Yeah, of course, Omega survivability aspects, survivability, what do you call that, techniques, or whatever. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Omega still wants to keep going, and Outplayed is the first victim there in that fight. Matt could still be in trouble here, but Sanji, look at him, doesn't have mana. Zyda, though, makes sure to clean it up.
Wow. Actually, pretty good for Zyda. The pathing in the... But then again, Outplayed getting taken out up top is going to be bad for Echo. By the way, Brave Smite Claude.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep, yes sir.
Fighter Claude.
Learning from carry.
From the carry.
You know, how I wonder if we're going to see a different build path here at all, or just the normal, the typical, what we see from Claude. But I was surprised, too, even off cam, like Sanford went down, right? Now, I believe...
He had a heart guard.
Yeah, it almost looked like he would have got those kills down there, but like we said, the passive of this Nana helped out, and they kind of went with it. So right now, Smart Omega still with this little bit of lead that they have here. Echo looking to find what they can across the map. Now, big part of this, too, is allowing Outplayed to farm up what he needs to. Sanji as well needs the scaling. So, you know, in terms of damage department, they're not going to be there just yet.
Yeah. And I think for Omega, one thing that you have to really bank on is because of this lead that they have, they can use this so that they snowball. And that is actually what you do with the Martis, right? And you also have Arlott and Ruby. So much potential for that one because that combo is almost like a Fredrin plus the Arlott combo, where you have unlimited dashes because of your unlimited crowd control.
And non-stop crowd control is something that they're trying to flex here. And Omega have been very much willing to take these fights. Here comes Sanford, though, flying with the Black Dragon form. That they have knocked up. Hard guards available as well. Wow. Sanford's looking like a beast here for Omega. So difficult for them to answer. Echo might not be done, will be forced to disengage.
It's a good thing with the Angela pick up from Echo. There's a lot of vehicles for that one. You have Zaida with the Baksha, you have Sanford, and in the late game it should be Outplayed, who is outplaying West now. That duel up top, ooh, stuff of legends.
Love being JP
Sanji.
here.
Oh, Sanji's there too to help out with the sandwich play. West should be fine though, he's going to hold down his own. Meanwhile, Mark's going to make his way up here to the top now.
That scary Rube that we're talking about here. Getting some damage onto Sanji, but here comes JP discouraging more action from Omega.
Okay, so as we take a breather here, there's a lot happening. Smart Omega is still doing a great job at holding the little lead that they have together right now. As the game goes on forward, they're going to have to be able to contest the objectives, and they're putting themselves in a position to be able to do that, right? The fact, too, that they have West continuously just farming up, as long as he doesn't go down, can continue to build up, the rest of the team will help him kind of scale into that mid to late game here. Meanwhile, Echo's trying to do the same thing with Outplayed, right? We saw some action there, 1 versus 1 in the gold lane, but ultimately nothing able to happen for either of the gold laners just yet. So the main thing for Smart Omega is how do we play around JP having Miss Angela like we saw in the previous game, but this time it was in Smart Omega's hands. So they have to play around that, and that's why they're babysitting West so much here, right? They don't want him to go down.
And also that's the reason for Echo to kind of slow down in this game. Just, you know, look for those objective fights and just fight around those objectives. Don't do something extracurricular if you're Echo, because you don't have the luxury of that since you're playing JP in a support role. So this is technically a double support role. Come late game, though, that is where Echo now really can be really strong because of the strength of the Claude Angela, and then you also have Novaria, right? Yep. So what I'm trying to say here is, Echo, they can play this long game for sure.
That's what they're going for right now. That was already a conceal being used by Smart Omega, looking to make a play in the bottom side. They're not going to find it, though. Mark has the information he needs. Zaida's going to go ahead and take on this turtle. Dragon form going to be popped. Looks like it might just go in the hands of Echo. They're going to be happy to give it up.
Yeah, there's just a lot of surprise factor from Omega that they're not able to utilize just because Sanford is beating them to the punch.
And this is a 0-2 Yu Zhong, by the way.
Yeah,
that's how much trust Sanford has in his hero, and that's how much trust Echo has within their players, right? So this is a Yu Zhong that struggled in the early stages, but still does the job.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how strong of a dragon you have, it all depends on how you use it. And he's using it to a very, very optimal timing and optimal positions. Oh my goodness, West! Wow, he ate all the bullets here coming in from the Claude. And he also used the flicker. But look at this, Zaida's in pretty much the middle of everything. He has the hard guard, but I don't think he can survive it still. Now it's Outplayed, who is taking a huge amount of damage from Omega.
Man, the power of those Brave Smites. Yeah. There's 3 over there for Smart Omega. Holding it together. I mean, Sanji's trying to get the shots off, but he's not able to connect.
Matt is going to find him.
Oh! Is it in range? Oh. Not really. Gonna go for over the wall.
Love waves, man. With the Flask of the Oasis, you saw how much that can do. And this is
a lot of healing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're back up. That's something that healing is something that Omega now sorely misses, considering that only the Ruby has that lifesteal or that spell vamp. Compared to the last game, which is obviously it's a lot more deceptive.
That's right.
Now they also have to contest with Echo's hard guard.
Gonna be Omega very comfortable in this game. I think this is also their power spike, just like in the previous game. The fact that Matt only died once as the Martis makes them really strong the upcoming Lord fight. And by the way, Matt waited for the Radiant Armor. There's a couple of Radiant Armors for Omega, which means that Echo will not be outputting as much damage in the mid stages. So this is great identification of strike from Echo. But they're not that prepared for Outplayed. Outplayed is actually not that far off of carry anymore.
Yeah, he's doing all right. Not only that too, but we're going to see both teams kind of wait for these battle spells to be up a little bit longer for Sanji to have that Purify. Couple bit longer for the flickers to be available for Smart Omega. So no one going to commit just yet. They are going to get in position though. Now the main question is, does Outplayed continue to stay top side, put some pressure? But it looks like he might make his way down here. It would be great if they're able to get that tier 1 down. Again, both teams, no turrets down just yet, which is quite odd. Oh,
whoa! Full vision here of the Omega squad, and looks like that's going to be the go signal for Echo to go for it. Goes into West, has to use that flicker to get out of there. Here comes a re-engage coming in from Omega, looking for that right target. Matt is low. That's a Retribution holder going down if ever, and I think they might be able to make it, but Louise is going to be collateral damage here. They're diving it up, even under that turret. They do not care. Echo trying to layer their damage as much as possible. Louise is going to be going down. And there you go. That's a 1 for free in favor of Echo.
Woo. Look at that timing coming out from Echo against Sanford, the MVP. With a hard guard, zoning out the members of Omega. Zydar chasing Matt there. Had to use the Retribution, but it's okay. The fact that they took out Matt, that was already great job from Echo. And then Outplayed with the timing to eventually take out the members of Omega with the damage output that we said that they're not prepared from. Because now you can see the 3-item power spike of the Claude.
Yep.
Boom goes the Dynamite.
Boom goes the Dynamite. He's got it right there too. I guess the greatest thing there that happened for Smart Omega is West didn't go down. Right, he was even able to get a kill, capitalize on that, but they are going to lose quite a bit of space to work around here. Again, before that all broke out, neither team had any turrets down, so now Echo playing around this Lord take. They're going to get the space advantage to work around with. And it's up to Smart Omega to deal with it, right? 3.4K behind. It is going to be a little tough on how they deal with this. They have to find their own wins in terms of the team fight approaching this top side of their base while Echo takes things on the bottom.
It's Outplay time now. The power spike, the late game that we're looking at. Well, it's not yet late game, but the 3-item power spike for the Claude is super duper important. I would say that Omega is not, it's not out of the game yet. I think they're still pretty strong at this point in the game, but they just have to find an opening.
Yeah, looking for that opening is proving to be very tricky with a very tight Echo lineup that they're showing right now. I think even Sanji is so happy, or just very freely just walking up on front and just calculating that beautiful movement.
Mark wanted that, right? I mean, he wanted to go and get that I'm offended off, but not able to get it. They hold on, though. I mean, they lose some turrets, sure, but Smart Omega, even the fact, too, that Wind of Nature was picked up by West, if they somehow get the advantage, right, against Echo, given this 4.4K lead, I still think Smart Omega has a fighting chance, against this, especially if they can get the right targets picked off here. Yeah, they got to work through these couple of Purifies, though. That might be the biggest challenge for them, especially if they can get outplayed out of the picture here. But right now, Echo obviously in control. They're going to go ahead and kind of settle down just a little bit before we're about 40 seconds away from this Lord. That'll be a big test for Smart Omega coming up for them if they actually want to contest that and deal with it. Now Sanji's cut, his job is cut out for him. He has to whittle them down if he can. But right now, Smart Omega doing a pretty good job so far.
But defensive items now coming up for Omega. With the fact that they have completed those items, it's go time now for Omega. Really to fight. But the fact that Sanji is this confident up against some artists, that's quite concerning. Now Matt with a helmet. They definitely need to go now for Omega. They've picked it up and now they've heard me.
Going for it.
Here comes the conceal. He already activated everything on the side. They're throwing everything but the kitchen sink straight onto the Baksha, and they get their target. Here comes the re-engage though. Sanford alongside the hard guard. They are showing who's boss. They're whittling down the Omega lineup.
Oh,
West
West.
slowed by Lois as well. That was a very, very early recall here. He's going to get punished for it. And Luis could go down as well, using a flicker to get away.
Whew. And that was a very much understandable clash from Omega. Even I said that they should go, and they did. That was the right timing.
Best case scenario.
Best case scenario. But Sanford was just in the right spot, right time. Again, paving the way for Outplay. It seems like Sanford is laying the carpet, and Outplay just gets into position at the right moment. I like the decision coming from JP, though, to go for Sanford instead of trying to save Zyda.
Yeah.
Zyda's MO back then was, okay, I'll just survive maybe a second more or 2 seconds more. Allow Sanford to be there. Heart guard intact. Sanford nails the Petrify, or sorry, the combo against the members of Omega. And then it was already the problem for Omega in the end.
Well, right now, their problem is going to be dealing with this Lord. Full force of Echo. Running it down mid, Lord on the top side. Smart Omega trying to defend their base, trying to hold on to these base turrets if they can. Again, expect some pressure even against these walls from Echo. Ooh. And the shots from Sanji showing as well. They drop down the vision. The turret's going to fall on the top side. And Sanji will plant himself on that side of the map. They go in.
Here comes the collapse coming in from Echo. West is the target. Matt's up on front. Lewis ready with a final slash. And they're trying to whittle down that Lord as much as they can. They're waiting and clearing for these minions, and that might be a successful defense here from Omega. But can they take more?
Still a Nana. Great at defense.
Great at defense. The lineup that Smart Omega has can actually defend quite well. Even longer. Like, yeah, they lost the 2 base turrets, but if they find themselves in a position again where they're defending against a Lord push, they have actually great tools to deal with it. So it's up to Echo, even with a 9K gold lead, to deal with this. The biggest thing, too, is if they somehow get West out of the picture, that'll cap it off for them to end the series here. So West has to be able to stay alive. His positioning is going to be crucial. We saw it earlier. Sanji planting himself on that outer edge of the base, just forcing the pressure with those shots.
Yeah, man. I mean,
that is tough to deal with.
This is basically a big test for West and making sure he's a cut above the rest.
I like it.
Like, respecting the spike of Omega, but at the same time, they know that it is now their timing. This is their window. Echo have reached critical mass. Even Sanji packs up a punch now with 0-0 and 7 on this Novaria, up with the full pack basically. 3 ones. You have the Lightning Truncheon, Glowing Wand, I think Divine Glaive as well. Then eventually the Ice Queen Wand, which is gonna be a problem when it comes to how you deal with it as Omega, because you get slowed down so badly.
Yeah.
Just because of that meteor, right? The Astral Meteor is enough.
You can have all the magic defense you want, you're still gonna get slowed.
Exactly. Exactly.
I would say that, honestly, for Smart Omega, they have 2 options, right? It's either Marked or Luis to get a playoff, whether that's utilizing the flicker or not. There's a conceal, though.
There's a conceal, and they're spotted. And there comes the knockup as well. Huge assist coming in from the Lord. And Mark is going to be falling, just like you mentioned, and West cannot position himself correctly. That's 2 down for Omega, and this is going to be problematic, to say the least.
He's trying to hold it together. Sanford takes a couple shots. He's still got the immortality, though.
Minion's still here. That's 1 tank, making it possible for Echo to maybe end it right here on the mid. And I think with just the right movements, they will.
The Echo Express comes out with a sweep to end week number 1. And there you go. The cheering crowd is here as well, the drums. And Echo comes out swinging.
Wow. This is, man, look at them. I love this, the proud faces from Carl TZ and Benny Cutie. They look so proud.
Yeah.
I love that.
At a certain point, Sanji was auto-attacking his opponent. That's how confident he was. I mean, like, typically the Fire just gotta be sitting back, launching all of those Astro Spheres. But he was
auto-attacking his opponents from a relatively long distance. That's how confident they are. But man, Echo just really off of Sanford as well as JP. It's particularly Sanford. I think that Sanford saved this game so much, and I'm saying that because he started 0-2.
Yeah,
I'm just still in disbelief how impactful Sanford could be, just because of how much he knows the hero, how much mastery he has with that hero.
Yeah. And again, I would still give it up. I like what we saw here from Smart Omega today. They obviously still need to do some work, but there's hope here for this newer version of the Brungai, right? They definitely have to continue to work on things here. So let's go ahead, though, and throw it over once again to Mara and Hans with Echo for their winning interview.
Thank you, casters. 2-0 para sa Echo. Let me hear it from you. Echo love. Congratulations.
I just want to hear from the two players na nandito ngayon. It's Zaida and Outplayed.
Zaida Outplayed.
From the MDL team, back in MPL. So, kamusta, Zaida or Outplayed? Sige, since ikaw na yung may hawak ng ating microphone, kamusta yung feeling na natalo mo yung lineup na natalo nyo sa MDL just last season and also in MPL for this season?
Wala po, masaya lang.
Masaya lang.
Normal lang po.
Ano lang masaya? Ano pa?
Oh, bukod sa masaya, how do you feel about it?
Siguro po, masaya kasi nakapag-MPL din sila.
Okay. Zaida, on the other hand?
Ako po, masaya po ako kasi sila po yung tumalo sa amin nung debut game namin nung season 10. Kaya masaya ako nakabawi ako sa kanila.
Kabawi. At masaya sila parehas. They've said that well enough.
Alam mo, masaya rin yung ating mga manonood nung game 1, nung nag-split push, usually kasi mage.
Usually either marksman or XP-laner.
Mage ang nakatapos. Okay, San. Kwento nyo nga sa amin, ano nga ba talaga ang meron sa connection nyo? O connected din sila sa pasahan.
Connected din sila sa pasahan, tama.
Ikaw na.
Pakiramdam ko, Sanchi, ikaw sumagot na ito.
Sa sobrang tagal na namin magkasama, alam na namin yung gagawin sa Clash.
Kinilig ako.
Automatic na. Automatic. Ikaw, Sanford, ano masasabi niyo sa connection niyo? Kasi napaka-evident sa mga behind the scenes, inside and outside the game, kitang-kita close kayo.
Sobrang saya po kasi akala ko po simula nung natalo po kami ng MSC, natanggal na po yung connection namin pero hindi pa po pala.
Connection still there. Kahit anong mangyari, manalo matalo. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for your winners, Echo.
You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations to Echo.
Finding newfound connections, Sansan, tapos si Zaida and Outplayed naman. And they got the victory via a sweep.
And now we're gonna break things down for you, so we're gonna go back to our casters for that 2-0. Casters, pasok.
Thank you very much, Mara, Hans, and again, congratulations to Echo here. As you saw there on their walkout, they repeated what happened in the MDL finals, right? Again, a lot of history here between those players and teams. And it's a good look to, again, we saw Carl, TZ, and Benny Cutie being quite happy, right, with the performance here from this lineup. And who knows, maybe there'll be more changes ahead in the weeks going on. But Wolf, take us through this ending series in Game 2.
Yeah, and with no surprise at all, he is the MVP. Might I remind everyone that this is a 0-2 start for Sanford, but even after the first 3 minutes of the game, that was sort of a disaster for Echo. Think about it, there was a 1,000 gold lead for the side of Omega. They have recovered. And it all started with the second turtle of the game where Sanford, despite being down 0-2, landed a very nice usage of the ultimate, of the Black Dragon form, which we can see through the highlights. But this is now around the 8-minute mark where it is now JP's time to choose the right targets to go for the hard guard. And in this case, it was Sanford. They went in for Matt, committed the retribution, and paved the way for Outplayed. Still managed to keep his stacks with the Art of Thievery and then output the damage with that Blazing Duet. They eventually lose Sanford, but they took 3 and also the Lord afterwards. And then another fight. In this case, Sanford was the recipient of the Heart Guard instead of Zaida, the first target of Omega. And it was very much understandable why Omega went for this play, but Echo were just prepared for this. I mean, even when you see Zaida alone, he is never alone. And it was definitely a surprise for Omega to see Sanford in that clash. And the last clash, the Angela Claude in its prime. Full item on both the Angela as well as this Claude to really just destroy the formation of Omega. Then eventually finish the game. It was just Omega. Oh, sorry. It was just Echo showing us their prowess as a team that's already won a championship. You know, the veteran decision making coming out from JP was perfect. And Echo wins against Omega once again.
Interesting too, again, with these, both games relatively longer than what we've seen at least today. But ultimately, I like the way that Echo has been playing. Even with the inclusion of Zaida and Outplayed, we know that these are both very talented players. But ultimately, like, the synergy there from Echo that we've seen for, games and even seasons now is still there, even with this change. And as we look upon, like, week 2 ahead of us, Smart Omega, I feel like for themselves, they have to kind of figure out how to break through. There's some wall or like barrier holding them back in terms of, let's say, finishing games or getting things through, right? Relatively, their plan, their play style it works, but why do they struggle at certain points in the game where they cannot capitalize on those leads that they build themselves? I think that's one, again, whether this was the theme of today or just the match with TNC and AP Bren, like, what can they learn? I think week 1 in general, even up to week 2, a lot of the MPL teams here have to learn or have to look at what they learned from their matchups, especially against teams like this for Smart Omega against Echo.
And I think that for teams like Echo that have already established a good structure when it comes to their drafting as well as the way that they operate when it comes to team fights, that is something that teams like Omega should be looking at, because it seems like Omega, they're prepared. They have a set strat. They have a great game number 1. Even in their game number 2, they show that they are prepared when it comes to their draft, because when it comes to their strategies. But in the end, it was the structure that kind of defeated them, and you saw that they thought that they already took over the early game, because they did actually win the early stages, but they lost control just because of one turtle team fight, which should not be happening, especially because of the lead that they had.
I think it's just the amount, the sheer number of experience, right? I think this is something that Omega has to kind of look back at the drawing board and review, is how you can be you have to find yourself in situations where you have to use the firepower that you have. I think that was very apparent in game number 1. In game number 2, I think it was just Echo, just knowing when to fight back, even at a deficit.
Well, that's going to do it for us here on the desk here for week number 1. Once again, I'm Naisu. This is Rockhart and Wolf. We're going to be throwing it over back on stage here to wrap out and close out week number 1. We'll see you guys next weekend.
I think after asking our players to do the complete the sentence challenge, I think I finally got the perfect words to complete the sentence.
Fine. I'll put you up to it.
Okay.
Complete the sentence, Mara. We are MPL PH. Of course,
we have the strongest players in the world.
That is on period. In fact, this week has been a testament to all of that dahil marami tayong nakitang bagong heroes, bagong compositions, at bagong steps patungo sa Lord Dance.
And we'll definitely see more of those next week, kaya samahan niyo ulit kami dito lang sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Muli ako po si Mara Aquino.
And my name is Hans Galeria.
Nagpapaalalang magkakaiba man ang ating pinagdadaanan. Sama-sama pa rin tayo sa laban para sa tagumpay. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you next week.